here at CARCO Raceway for season 2025. And it's Bill Norman in car number 3. Lance Carwadine, and unfortunately during that little break of ours looks like Lance Carwadine coming under attack now on the final stages of this event. And it's going to be Ricky Virago all over the back of Lance Carwadine now as they come out of turn number 7 for the last time. And Virago has looped it on the exit of turn number 7. So unfortunately for Ricky, they're just trying to put a little power on and drive underneath Lance Carwadine. Hits those tyres and around she went. He kept the car running. She straddles over the ripple strip on driver's right and comes across the line, so he will be credited with a finish and still remains into 4th position. So Bill Norman takes the win from Lance Carwadine. Then we have Hagan, a great way to start his career with Formula Classic, taking out 3rd place over Ricky Virago in 4, Brian Searles in 5, Swarbrick in 6, and Leon Magistro round out our top 7 here for race number 1 at CARCO Raceway on your Saturday morning. Going to take a very short break and we'll be back with our next event coming up, and that will be for Home Chef Formula V, coming your way here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Okay, so the stream is live, guys. The stream is live.
So this is through with my big lens. It's about 5.
That's good.
Yeah, but I'm gonna use my big lens because I've got my stand.
Oh.
A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to carco.com.au Raceway as cars are released. This is the Formula V, the first race of the day for season 2025 here at CARCO Raceway. A big field of Formula V streaming their way through turn number 1 and up through the Aston at the moment. We've got the 1200s and the 1600s combined. 20-car field out there on the circuit at the moment, and it looks like it's being Fowler in car number 10 from Paul Multoney for home chef in P2. Mason Lee over our top 4 as they head up and over the hill for the first time. And good morning all the way from the Eastern States up there in sunny Queensland when it's not raining. Good morning, Zach Caven.
Yes, how are you, Vaughn? Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Queensland, it's great to be with you. We've signed up for the short straw, haven't we, mate? We've got some great Formula V racing to kick us off, but it's one of and a great way to start the season. The weather here is set fair much like over there at the moment, which will appease most people because we had a wet, dry mix last time out.
It certainly did, mate. And, great to have you back on board for season 2025. Of course, for those people not familiar, Zach is based over there in Queensland at the moment, and he's watching and commentating off our live feed. Brought to you by Behind the Sport TV. As we get back to our Formula Vs and up and over the top of the hill for lap number 2, it's car number 6 of Paul Multoney now, who's got in front of Fowler. Mason Legg in the new car for him currently finds himself in P3 with Franz Estebauer jumping out of the 1200s, which he normally races. He swapped with Danny Chero this weekend. He's racing in the 1600cc category and finds himself in 4th place. Callum Lamont also jumping up from 1200 to 1600 this weekend. He's in P5. And then we have the Lisson family with Rod Lisson and Kathy Lisson in P6 and 7 as they come out onto the main straight and reel off another lap here at CARCO Raceway.
Shouldn't be surprised to see them running 3 wide in the early stages. Vaughan, that seems common practice for Formula V. Move going on there, 5th place down on the inside. Lamont trying to get by Legg. Legg's going to hold it around the outside, though, as they go back through turn 1. Multoney fastest of the race, 107.55, and already 0.9 of a second, which in Formula V terms, mate, an inch is as good as a mile, I say.
It certainly is. I mean, these cars are not the most highly horse-powered cars at all. It depends on being so smooth with the car, and I've been lucky enough to have a couple of drives of these cars, and you've got to be smooth. They really do teach you about keeping that car smooth, and also racecraft. As just having a look out the window here, it looks like one of the red cars. That could be Mackenzie Gow, I think. No, sorry, Madeline Matthews may have slowed. She's got back onto the back of the field, so she's up and running again. But, mate, have a look at the lead of Paul Multoney in car number 6. He's light years away in Formula V terms.
Absolutely going to make it very difficult for Fowler and Estebauer to latch on to the back there as the race goes on. 7 minutes gone already, ladies and gentlemen, so the better part of 5 laps to go. The battle for 4th continues down the inside. Lamont and Legg contact and a little bit of hand gesturing going on out the window as well. Oh, boy.
Whoa.
You can tell the gloves are off, and it's only race 1 of the season, Vaughn.
Yeah, you can see that. Mason Legg definitely not happy there with the fist coming out of the top of the cockpit there on the way up through turn 2 and 3. So Callum Lamont, as we said, jumping out of a 1200 into a 1600, and he's right up towards the pointy end of this field in what is his only first race meeting in this 1600cc category car. As we pick up on car 58 and 42 going through, that's Dave Campbell Campbell and Danny Chero, and our leader, Paul Moltoni, just streaking the field. When you've got that much of a lead, mate, you're pushing into that air all by yourself. It does give the opportunity for the cars behind to close up. And there's a big braking battle happening again. Oh, there's one gone sideways. They've both gone off down there in turn number 7, and that'll be Mason Legg, and I believe that's Callum Lamont as well.
Disaster for those guys. They were looking good, battling for that lower half of the top 5, Vaughan, and it's all gone up in the proverbial very early in the piece. And
I couldn't see which
position for that car to be parked in too, mate.
I couldn't see which car it was, but it looked like it had locked the rears and sent the car sideways into the other car. So these guys do get very, very close to each other, and when the car decides to step out like that, there's not a great deal room for error. And unfortunately, the two guys coming together there and both ending up in the sand pit. So as you would expect, safety car is out on the circuit now, just waiting to pick up on our leaders, and we'll have to get this race restarted again. Car number 19 it is, and that is definitely Callum Lamont down there.
And number 80, Esterbauer, was the other one as well. So Lamont's been in the thick of it all throughout the race, hasn't he? Battling with the leg at turn 1 of the previous lap, and down coming together with Esterbauer at the end of it. So,
sorry, mate. I called that as
see how
Mason
they make their way through the field.
Yeah, I thought that was Mason Legg, actually, in car number 85, but he looks like he's been able to escape that little incident. So it's Callum Lamont and Franz Esterbauer.
And it's going to make it hard work for those guys, to make sure there's no structural damage on the car and repair themselves to get back out there for races 2 and 3. Tight turnaround for these guys, because they're part of the daytime program before we send out the tin tops under the lights later this evening. And then also the arduous task of working through the field, getting past the 1,200 cars and then trying to latch back on to the 1,600cc competitors. So they're chasing their tail for the balance of the day, mate.
They certainly are. And while we've got a bit of a break, we'll just have a check of our weather. It's going to be 25 degrees over here on the west coast today. East-southeasterly winds, and they will turn to the southwest a little bit later on this afternoon. 0 chance of rain. Mate, we've got 150-odd teams again. What a way to start round of the Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Champions. This is the CARCO Night Masters event, and thank you for joining us either here at the circuit or on our live stream, wherever you are all around this big, wonderful world of ours. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy what is going to be a super day of racing. And of course, as we said, Zach joining us all the way from Queensland. Mate, it's great that you've come on board again this year. You obviously liked the live stream event that you did late last year.
As soon as Shane got on the phone and said we're doing the whole season this year, how many events are you available for? I couldn't say yes quick enough, mate. There's one in April that I do miss with you guys due to the arrival of bub number 2 from my younger sister. I've got a nephew on the way, which I'm very excited about, so there'll be family time taking priority around then. But June, July, September, October, I'll be here and with bells on. The racing we saw last October, it was top shelf from first until last, Saturday and Sunday, and we expect no less this season. You mentioned, the 150 competitors that you mentioned that we've got there today on site at carco.com.au Raceway, Vaughan. Sensational turnout, and not a full turnout. There's still a couple of names missing from the paddock today, which speaks volumes about how popular and how healthy West Australian Motorsport is at the moment. And West Australian Motorsport in the news in the last couple of days. There's something there that if we get time later in the program, I'll pick your brain about, Vaughan. But no surprise too, mate. This one's going to be flagged with the recovery job for the 2 stricken vehicles there. The safety car leading the teams and drivers across the start-finish line now, and the checkered flag is out. So Moltoni, even though he was brought back to the field, holds on for race victory, Vaughan.
Yeah, from John Fowler in car number 10. Mason Legg takes out 3rd position. And then the Lisson family with Rod in car number 71 taking out 4th over his wife, Kathy, in car number 11. That's our top 5. and I believe it might be Danny Chero that takes out the 1200s over Dave Campbell. So a good way to start round number one and race number one for the year for the Formula Vs. Of course, a big family environment are the Formula V Association of Western Australia. Those two cars there, not only will the drivers be working on them, but I'm pretty sure that a couple of these other drivers will pitch in and lend a hand and get both of these cars back out on the circuit for race number two coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. Of course, my name is Vaughan Brewer. I'm coming to you from the Rob Janney Broadcast Studio here on site at carco.com.au Raceway. And Zach, where are you? In a shed over there in Queensland?
Yes, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I normally work out of a radio studio in the CBD here doing sports programming on a Saturday morning. We worked from home this morning, Vaughan, to get that program to air, and then immediately turned around to be on site with you guys remotely from here in the suburb of Raceview, just outside of Ipswich, about a 12-minute drive to Willowbanks Queensland Raceway from here as well. So Formula V making their way back to pit lane, and I must say, Vaughan, we couldn't have started off with a better category. Formula V is one of my fan favourites as well. The XLs are coming up later on. You mentioned the 150 categories, the competitors rather. They're across 8 categories today, so it's I can imagine it's a full paddock and standing room only over there at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, mate. There's quite a few people on site here at the moment, and that hopefully we'll get some more spectators showing up through the day. Down there in turn number 7, we've got our regular people over there that's sitting under the shade. Also down there into turn 1, and we look to hopefully get some of the S's filled up later on this afternoon. Of course, we're running through until about 9:30 tonight, so I hope you've got a few strong coffees ready to go over there, Zach, because you're going to need them, my friend.
I actually, I don't mind letting everybody in on a little pre-on-air secret here. I saw you swigging at a DRI's coffee earlier. I was doing exactly the same thing. I'm on to coffee number 4 already because I was up at 6:30 Queensland time, 7:30 Eastern, so 4:30 for those people over there on the West Coast. And by the time we're done, it'll be a new day over here on Sunday, and you guys will be in the very latter part of Saturday night. So no, the coffee machine is just behind me here in the broadcast booth, and filled to the brim. The milk's in the fridge staying nice and cold. I've got an iced coffee defrosting right now because the use-by date got the better of me, so it's been in the freezer for a couple of days just so that it could be salvageable. And no, the fluids are running high, and there'll be a bit of tucker munched on it a little bit later on as well. I think we've got a 1-hour dinner break in which we get a chance to catch our breath, mate.
Yep, we certainly do, coming up later on. And, of course, we've got a 15-minute break coming up around lunchtime, just so our officials out there who thank you very much for giving up your Saturday, guys. It's going to be a big day out there, and hopefully not too much work involved for you out there in the hot sun. Mate, we do have a couple of seconds to go before we get going for our FSR category. Now, let's get all controversial first thing in the morning. You're obviously been hearing what's been happening with the V8 supercars and the proposed race around Burswood. Come on, let me have it.
Well, actually, I'm glad you led me there, because apart from the fact that everyone at home watching on the live stream just got a quick insight into what's ahead for us here today, and we'll go through that in more detail in a moment. I did notice yesterday Andrew Van Leeuwen writing a little article in on a popular website known as Speed Cafe with regards to some conjecture over the proposed street circuit that you mentioned, and credit where it's due as far as I'm concerned, and I want your thoughts on this as well, to the City of Wanneroo Council, who've jumped straight on the phone to the powers that be and striking while the iron's hot and saying, well, why not fund a new permanent facility just next door to where you are now? So you're the man that's over there on the ground. I've got a couple of friends in the XL paddock that have already given me their 5 cents worth with regards to it. I'm a big believer, as someone that's immersed in the paddock year round, that if there's an opportunity to invest in permanent infrastructure that serves the industry year-round as opposed to semi-permanent or temporary, then why not?
Exactly, mate. And like they spend $215 million on a facility that might get used 3 or 4 times a year. It's going to take a long time for taxpayers to get their $215 million back. We're here. We're already established. Let's do an extension up here. And as you said, congratulations to the City of Wanneroo and the Mayor, Linda Aitkins, for jumping on board. This has all gone ahead. We've got an election coming up very soon over here, Zach, and this is just one of their election promises that if they get re-elected, then they'll go and build this track. But you know, there are businesses around that particular area, such as Burswood on Swan, where a lot of our club categories here have their presentation nights. That will be closed down. The West Australian Speedboat Club will also be affected by any movement towards Burswood. But I just can't thank Linda Aitken enough from the City of Wanneroo. Keep peddling and keep the word in there for us up here at CARCO Raceway. I mean, we've already got the major infrastructure required, although with $200 million, you could knock it all down and rebuild it, and it would be a fantastic facility that's used every day of the year except Christmas Day. And it's not only the car racing, it's drifting, it's the police defensive driving, it's the army. We've got so much going on over here, Zach, that this track is booked out nearly every day of the year.
And I think the other thing that we've seen with the expansion of Sydney Motorsport Park in the last 15 years or so is that they now can do what you would be able to do with a new facility built just across the road. You'd be able to run events concurrently. So you'd be able to have social gatherings and things like, you know, ride days, drive days on one circuit and proper wheel-to-wheel racing on the other. And I guess even though we've got another facility only 3 hours down the road there that hosts a couple of events each year as well, mate, the predominant population surrounding Wanneroo is closer to where you guys are, and that would make more sense. And it would also offer... Oh, hang on, we've got a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah, that's
on screen.
Bryce Moore.
Just pulling up on the exit. Yeah, that's hopefully that's only a temporary lapse, and he'll be able to retake his position on the racetrack. We've got cars on the racetrack now, folks. The third race of the program, Radical Australia West FSR. I'll have Vaughan run through the grid for you in just a moment, but just to finish the point, because we've started down a very interesting path. What's, for mine, Vaughan, the opportunity that awaits there if it's taken for Wanneroo and the West Australian Sporting Car Club is to spread the West Australian Sporting Car Club's season over 2 venues and add a little bit of variety to it. As much as we love Wanneroo and carco.com.au Raceway, imagine the element of intrigue that would add to the season by having 2 different configurations and 2 different racetracks to run it out on.
Yeah, well, I believe that the master plan is one very large racetrack, so it'll be somewhere over 4, maybe even 5 kilometres long. So it could be an endurance and bring endurance racing down here to Perth. It's very popular in the Asian Pacific nations. Let's bring those type of cars down here. But the government had jumped on board and said that they're going to bring MotoGP and that over here, and that's absolute rubbish. There's no way that you're going to get MotoGP running through a street circuit. And, you know,
definitely not.
The politicians, you know, they're unbelievable. But, you know, to me, and personally, and this is only my opinion, by the way, folks, that $215 million is better off being spent here at CARCO Raceway rather than Burswood.
Agreed. Now,
I believe we have Jamie McCanty floating around the venue here, and I believe he has Paul Moltoni with him.
Thank you for having me.
But also, with Paul Moltoni from the league category, 4 years had a race, you doubled all, you came out first. But this season means you've got league people in the category as well. That's great. Oh, did he? How much for this? He took somebody else out. Perfect way to start your racing category here at CARCO. first race.
It's on. That's not the one that
That's
they
great,
up
mate. It's fantastic. So why do you think people are attracted to Formula V when it comes to racing?
It's very well. The cars are very very power and handling. Comes out there, there's no technical involved.
So really it's about the ability aspect of it. Really, the car is not going to give you anything else, but if you've got the skill as a driver, you should be able to win a race.
Skill as a driver, but also how to set your car up. Tuning your suspension is big.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because this car, just a little bit of adjustment here and there can make it half a second difference.
Well, how long have you been in this category?
This is my third year.
Third year? You loving it? Where did you come from?
So where did you come from? I've been involved in racing. Started very young at Speedway. Then I moved on to classic car racing, CARCO Raceway, CARCO Racing many years.
Right.
And then I did a couple of forwards, a couple of forwards. So I did this and I did CARCO Racing.
Now, so today's going to be a pretty busy day when it comes to racing. It's Thursday competition at CARCO. Who's the main competitors apart from yourself in this category?
Well, welcome back to CARCO.com. FSA race over the top of the hill. And very times for the first time up and over the top of the hill. Some 2/10 of a second quicker than Brad Russell and the newcomer in Avern in car number 72. Burns and Mark Jackson, Tommy Mercer, Jay Wong and Derek Burns are your starters as they come down into turn number 7 for the first time, and it is Chris Reindler, car number 2 for the memory bank, Zach, and across the line is car number 8 of Bryce Moore, and these guys running bumper to bumper at the moment as they head down into turn number 1 into the second time.
They certainly had it in the qualifying session earlier in the day, Vaughan. Only 0.06 of a second between first and second. So it'll be interesting to see who has the upper hand on outright race pace. Certainly Reindler got the jump and holds sway at the moment, but there's still plenty of time for Moore to try and mount a challenge and respond here. He's just punched out the fastest first sector of the motor race, 24.2881. 0.64 the margin as they head up over the hill once more out of turn 6 on the run down towards turn 7. There are 5 3/4 minutes gone, 6 1/4 minutes to go in this race until time certainty kicks in. Of course, time certainty plus 1 lap here at carco.com.au Raceway today. Back to the main straight. It was in the books, and look at the lead that they put on. The chasing pack third back already. Avern, Cirillo, Ruxell making up the top 5.
Yeah, and Avern doing a great job. This is his first race meeting in one of these SR3s, and sitting in third place at the moment, a long way back from Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. They have actually left the building. They are gone. And Mark Cirillo ran wide onto turn number 4, and that allowed Avern to get up through the inside there. And Brad Russell in turn in P5, Stuart Burns in 6, and he's the first of our privateers. Andrew Eldridge in 7, Jay Wong in 8, Jackson in 9, and rounding out our 10 is Tomic in car number 66. For Arrive Racing, it is Chris Reindler at the moment doing a great job. Actually pulled a couple of car links on Bryce Moore over the top of the hill, but Bryce Moore fighting back, grabs a little bit of the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7 and blasts their way down towards turn 1.
And the gap has come down to 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap of the race for Reindler, that time by 55.8171. And it's 4.5 seconds then back to Avern, Cirillo, Russell, Burns and Eldridge, all very closely bunched together at this point in time. And Wong making up the top 8 in the 33 entry. Out along the back of the circuit to the 5, we pick up the battle for third. Avern, Cirillo, blue, yellow, then 2 white cars of Russell and Burns and Eldridge in the next to the yellow entries in car number 60, position number 7. And look at Moore ranging up very closely onto the back of Reindler out of turn 6 once more.
Of course, the closer that he gets to the rear of Chris Reindler, the more air disturbance that Bryce Moore's going to have to try and do as they set up and across the line again. It's Reindler from Bryce Moore. Avern should be coming across the line now in the blue car, then 5 of Cirillo in the yellow car. Brad Russell doing a great job up into P5. Stuart Burr into 6. Eldridge has gone across the line with Wong, Tomic, Jackson has moved down into P10, and that would leave Mercer and Derek Burns. A 12-car field at the moment as they head up and over the top of the hill to reel off another lap. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here at CARCO Raceway for race number 1 for the FSRs. And, of course, they are running for Arise Racing Perth Motorsport tyres. And, of course, their naming sponsor for this year, Radical Australia West.
I don't want to put the mocker on it, Vaughan, but we've had 2 races before this one, both compromised by incident, safety cars, retirements. So far, 4 laps gone, 12 cars started, 12 cars still running. There are our leaders coming back down the main straight once more. Reindler by 0.7 now. That gap had diminished to 0.3 of a second, but Reindler has found a little bit more grunt in the final sector once more. Vern holding off Cirillo, Russell, Burns, Eldridge, and Wong making up the top 8. 55.8171 remains the fastest time. This is the first of 3 races on the program today, and we should elaborate too, Vaughan, that our first 4 races lead into qualifying for the evening time categories here. A little bit of a split program to accommodate those that can run under lights and those that not necessarily can.
Yeah, for sure, mate. I've just noticed that Avern in car number 72, currently in 3rd place, he seems to be getting away from Mark Cirillo. So I don't know whether there's an issue on board Mark's car, but there's certainly car number 72 has pulled 1 or 2 car leaks. Terrific under brakes is Avern in car number 72, the blue and white car coming across the line at the moment. Cirillo now coming under attack from Brad Russell in car 18, and also Stuart Burns in car number 3. Let me go back a little way to Andrew Eldridge in car number 60 and Jay Wong. But at the front of the field, it's still Chris Reindler, car number 2, doing a great job out in front of Bryce Moore. 55.81. That puts us, you ready for this, Zach? 1.2 seconds off Aaron Love's lap record.
Wowee. So that's the benchmark, that's the target to aim for the balance of the day, but still scintillating pace early on and consistent pace as well. I mean, it's held steady, that margin, mostly 0.7, 0.8 of a second for the entire 7 laps thus far. They're coming back to the strike. They're probably going to get 2 plus a lap here, Vaughan. A minute 15 left on the clock. Time has to elapse, then 1 lap after that. So they're probably going to get 3 laps here. And Reindler still under pressure from Moore, but withstanding it at the moment and doing enough to keep Moore at bay. And they have extended that buffer over 3rd place of Vern to 6.39 seconds now, as our audience at home get a little bit of an insight into the graphics package that the boys have been developing over the course of the off-season at Turn 7. And that will tell you exactly who's doing what out there on the racetrack right now in this opening instalment of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. 38 seconds left on the clock. 2 laps to go by my maths, man.
Yep, definitely, for sure, mate. Here comes Chris Reindler now, hard onto the brake. Same as Moore as he tries to do something about this red and white car in front of Chris Reindler. A great drive so far from Chris Reindler. Hasn't put a foot wrong. Is putting that car exactly where it needs to be. And unfortunately for Bryce, I don't think there's much that he can do about this, because Bryce had a sensational year, just about winning every event that he entered last year. He was just unbeatable behind the wheel of car number 8. But really impressed with Avern, car number 72. First race meeting, and it looks like if he can hang on here, he's going to get a podium with 2 more laps remaining as he flips up and over the top of the hill, up the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. And then Cirillo now coming under attack from Brad Russell as they go down into turn number 6. But already on the way out of turn number 6 and accelerating hard is Chris Reindler, trying to get away and put a little bit of a gap between himself and Bryce Moore in car 8.
Back around onto the start-finish strike, this time by. Into overtime we go, folks. Last lap board in the air. 2.4 kilometres to run. This opening instalment of FSR for 2025. And, yeah, Reindler looks to have consolidated that margin now out to 0.9 of a second. Moore punched out his fastest lap of the motor race last time round on lap 8. But the pace has weaned off a little bit on lap 9. Vern doing enough to hold off Cirillo. Cirillo still under marginal pressure from Russell, but it looks as though it's going to be a little bit processional, maybe minus stern even, to get us to the checkered flag to end this race. But you're right, what a start to the season for Vern Vaughan. He will take that as an enormous vote of confidence and look to build on it and take that momentum into the final two races of the day, which are coming up later on in the program.
Yeah, we also have Tomic, Jackson and Mercer out there as well. And the 9, 10 and 11th position drivers at the moment. But for a rookie in his first year, can't number 2 of Vern doing a fantastic job. Across the line again to take the checkered flag was Chris Reindler. He takes the win from Bryce Moore, who just set fastest lap of the race. Only 1/100th of a second difference between those guys as far as their fast laps, and they both occurred on lap number 10. So Vern takes out third, Cirillo for 4, Brad Russell 5, Stuart Burns in 6, Andrew Eldridge will take out 7th position, Jay Wong in 8, Tomic in 9, and Jackson round out our top 10 for Formula FSR. So a great way to open their account here at carco.com.au Raceway. Zach, you love your historics?
Absolutely. We've got great respect for historic touring car racing. They're very popular up here in Queensland as well, Vaughan. I know we've got both the HGC and the HQs on the program today. So if you love your heritage and your history, you've come to the right place, ladies and gentlemen. They're up next to the HGCs, aren't they?
They certainly are, mate. Brought to you by Access Hire and a bumper field. Earlier this week, there was only 13 entries, but that has ballooned out. So a lot of guys leaving it right to the death knell to get their entries in. But a fantastic effort by the West Australian Historic Touring Car Club to get so many cars. I think there's about 19 or 20 cars out there on the... So stick around. We've got lots more racing coming your way. For Access Hire, the historic touring cars, they're next out on circuit here, carco.com.au Raceway. At the moment, if you would like to access the live stream, if you go to the West Australian Sporting Car Club Facebook page, you will find a link on that WA Sporting Car Club Facebook page, and you'll be able to see this brand new graphics package, all of the action from 2.41 kilometres of carco.com.au raceway as cars roll out of the grid area, and a beautiful fastback Mustang of Brian Edhouse, car number 79. And Grant Johnson only did 1 or 2 laps, but put in a big effort in that brand new XY Ford Falcon by the Dennis family with a bit of help from Craig Bradkey. And great to see Grant Johnson back, as we said earlier today, a multiple Saloon Car state champion, Australian champion, and of course the Australian V8 Ute champion as well, back in the days when it was the Commodores and the Falcons. In third place on the grid will be Peter Piscaneri out of the southwest, with Mark Cates in car number 69 also out there. Then we have Don Behetz and John Bondi in the HQ Monaro. Conor Onofaro running same car number but a different colour car, normally has a yellow Mini, this weekend driving in the lime green Mini. Simon Northey has changed ships, he's jumped from the Mustang into a BMW, car number 44 with Mel Bowden, car number 23. Then we have Laurie Lapsley, Martin Dennis, Gary Croswell making a return to CARCO Raceway in the big Chevy Impala, car number 39. Then Mike Gallagher, that had a big spin on the way out of turn number 7 and just about collected the teammate in the second of the Jags in Laurie Lapsley. Got Brown in car number 92, Trevor Fairs in car number 95, Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600, Michael Kozioradski in car number 88, Nathan Hadlow, Wendy Cover and Bob O'Neill. A big field of historic touring cars coming your way very shortly here at CARCO Raceway. New sponsor on board for the year as well, with Access Hire, the naming rights sponsor for our historic touring cars this year, but also supported by Mick Moylan and Moylan Grain Silos, of course, Perth Brake Parts, and Albany. Blake Watson's company, I Write Signs, who do a great job with all of the decals and stickers for all of these race cars that you see out on the circuit at the moment. And look at those, that Mustang and the XY Falcon. You couldn't get much better than that, Zach, for a front row.
No, absolutely not. Best of both worlds, and we're getting ready for a race start here. I mean, back in October, the last time we saw these guys, they put on some of the best racing all weekend in a mix of wet and dry. Looking forward to seeing them do the same again here this afternoon.
Excuse me, mate,
Johnson
but
front row.
Sorry, mate, Mark Cates
is
missing on the second row. Car number 69 is not there. And also Don Behet in the big 427, Ford in Galaxy. He's not out there on the grid either. They did rush a gearbox together for the big 427, so maybe they got some issues. But red lights are out and away we go, and a very even start on the first part of the getaway. Now that they've hit second and third gear, it's Ed House who will take the lead. But look at Grant Johnson in the XY Ford Falcon, this brand new XY Ford Falcon, right in the boot lid of the fastback as they head out of turn number 1 and up through the boot lid. Piscaneri in third, Bondi in fourth, and the first of the flying bricks, Conor Onofaro in the green Mini, is your top 5 as they head through the left-hander.
And we're riding on board with the 44 Simon Northey at the moment as well. Vaughan, for the audience at home tuning in via the Behind the Sport website, great to have you along. And this is the bird's eye view, ladies and gentlemen, from on board. Mid-pack at the moment, over the top of the hill, down to turn 6, and begin to climb up the hill and down the roller coaster once more. Race underway. It's a 3-race program. We've got 7 3/4 minutes left on the clock, so potentially 8-9 more laps of racing ahead of us here as the historic touring cars get their 2025 campaign underway. Back to the main straight. Ed House, Johnson, Piscaneri. Seems as though it's been an okay start at the top end of town. They remain exactly where they were off the line.
Yeah, Grant Johnson starting to get a little bit defensive over there and just about to contact with Peter Piscaneri on the way out of turn number 1. But everybody's gained it back up again. And look at Brian Edhouse. He has bolted in car number 79. Great to see Brian back out on the circuit. We don't see that car often enough here at CARCO Raceway. But he is already. Johnson's come to a slow on the way up through turn number 4 and 5. So maybe a reoccurrence of the issue that he had in qualifying. Just trying to pick up on the vehicle now. It's still got all 4 inflated tyres. So doesn't seem to be any smoke or anything coming out of the car. So not good news for Grant Johnson at the moment on his return to historic touring cars. But Ed House now has half the back straight lead over Peter Piscaneri and John Bondi. And then the first of the minis with Conno Onofaro in 4th place.
Down the hill for the second time. You're right, Ed House has bolted. Helps inadvertently by that issue for Piscaneri and Johnson earlier in the piece as well. Back around onto the main straight we go once more. Johnson, there appears to be potentially a timing issue there, Vaughan, for Johnson. Piscaneri, Bondi and Onofaro showing next in queue. But that lead now for Ed House is 4.1 seconds. Catch me if you can, he says.
The retirements are starting to happen. So Grant Johnson's already pulled his car off. And this looks like the Chevy Impala as well. Yes, that has returned to the pit area as well. So Gary Cros not having a good return to CARCO Raceway as we have a look at Wendy Cover just streaking past, and then car number 23 of Mel Bowden. He's coming under attack as they head up and over the top of the hill with Laurie Lapsley doing a great job up with Ian Brown in the Lotus Cortina, and Bill Shipper, car number 30 in the Datsun 1600. We have 2 Datsun 1600s on the grid today with Martin Dennis in car number 71, currently sitting in 7th place. But some beautifully prepared cars out there. And you wouldn't believe the amount of time and effort that it takes to fettle one of these cars to get it consistent and reliable.
The attention to detail, the maintenance, the TLC, it all adds up, doesn't it? And these are the pride and joy of respective owners and drivers and teams associated with the championship, Vaughan. And it's terrific to see as someone that was born in 1990, the history and heritage of the sport living on well into 2025, mate. I know that there are some members of our audience, some members of the paddock that are very familiar with these things because they grew up watching them be the pinnacle of the era.
Just pick on John Bondi down there in the HQ. Monaro runs it very wide, understeers off in the exit of turn number 6 down there at the bowl. He's gathered it all up and is heading up and over the top of the hill and down into turn number 7 as Brian Edhouse goes across. Looks like Brian may have actually backed it down a bit, although he may have been negotiating a little bit of traffic as he comes up on one of the slower of the minis. I don't know who, I think that was Trevor Fairs back there in car number 95 in position 15. Piscaneri now starting to round up some of these slower cars as well, with Wendy O'Neill, Wendy Cover driving Bob O'Neill's Holden out there, and she's still coming to grips with historic touring car racing, but it's great to have a lady out there as we've got a spinner, and it's the big 427 Galaxy of Don Behetz. And this is the car that was running with a very late put-together gearbox, but it's great to see that the car is actually mobile out there, and it was definitely the Impala of Gary Croswell that retired to the pits.
So that's 2 retirements and 2 non-starters. The attrition rate already rife in the historic touring cars. The 222 able to resume, but has dropped a huge bunch of spots, I should say. Bowden, Dennis, Lapsley and Gallagher all getting on by. Ed House, the leader, fastest lap of the race, 106.2255. 2:58 left on the clock. So 3 laps plus 1. So 4 to go, you would imagine. 9 laps the journey here. Piscaneri, the only one within an earshot of Ed House at the moment, 4.47. That margin's remained steady since about lap 2-3. Bondi, Onofaro, Northey, Bowden's gone by, of course, for the car of Behetz, which is on screen at the moment, and parked wrong way round at turn 1 a few moments ago. He's rejoined in 8th ahead of Lapsley and Gallagher. So he's dropped 2 spots, but at least he's been able to get back on the track and get on with the job.
Yeah, well, it's about now that the tyres say that they've had enough. We're down to nearly 2 minutes remaining in this race as Brian Headhouse down into turn number 7 in the background of our live stream. This is Bowden in car number 23 doing a great job up there to put the little Mini up into 6th position at the moment. But you can see the big American muscle car trying to hunt him down as they go down into turn number 6. As the leaders start to cross the finish line. It's Ed House from Piscaneri. John Bondi will be next across the line. Then Connor Wanafaro in the Mini. And behind him in having his first run in the BMW 2002 is Simon Northey that has our onboard camera for this particular race. Then we have Bowden in another one of the Minis. Martin Dennis in the Datsun 1600. Don Behetz in the Ford Galaxy. Laurie Lapsley in the Jag. And the fellow Jag in Mike Gallagher. That's your top 10 as we have 1 minute and 20 remaining in this race number 1 for Access Hire, the historic touring cars.
Through the back section of the circuit, 2 and 4 and 5. We've picked up Simon Northey in the 44 and the 95 there on screen, of course, a couple of positions further back. And now over the hill once more. 1 minute left on the clock. Ed House, the leader, about to complete lap number 7. 2 to go. Time will get us to the end of lap 8. And then, of course, the last lap board will be in the air. 106.2255, still that benchmark time. And I'm seeing 95. That was Fairs, of course, running 15th at the moment. Hadlow just ahead of him. And Kova in behind. And already a certain element of racing that we haven't had to necessarily contend with yet, Vaughan. Lap traffic playing its part here late in the piece.
It certainly is, but I don't think anything is going to stop Brian Edhouse besides a mechanical issue at the moment. He's down into turn number 6. There you go. We are down to 10 seconds remaining here in race number 1 for the historic touring cars with their brand new sponsor on board this year with Access Hire. And, of course, some subsidiary sponsors as well. But Wendy Kova, just picking up on Wendy as she comes down into turn number 6. And she's doing a great job staying out of everybody's way. And here comes Brian Edhouse coming down into turn number 7, possibly to get the last lap. Or is this going to be checkered flag? Just waiting to see what happens. Looks like they may have snuck through. They were minus 18. That should have been a checkered flag, I believe. Can't actually see the flags waving from here.
No, time plus 1 lap. So the fact that they've come back after time, it'll be the white flag or the last lap board as it is here for Australian audiences, of course, Vaughan. Sorry, I do a fair bit of sim racing where the last lap board is signified by a white flag.
Yeah.
And courtesy of the iRacing platform, of course. But yes, this 9th and final lap will be with Ed House in complete control. Setting himself up nicely for the balance of the day. Good effort from Piscaneri, though, to consolidate second, and the field fairly spread out beyond this point.
I can tell you that John Bondi in the HQ Monaro that was running 3rd when they went across the line, he has slowed considerably and just crawling the car up through turn number 4, right out wide on the concrete apron as well. So probably fearing that he may be dropping something. But that's going to promote Onafaro now up into P3, and Simon Northey will take out 4th as Edhouse comes across the line. There's the checkered flag this time. Car number 79 of Brian Edhouse, the fastback Mustang, takes the win from Peter Piscaneri, and next across Onafaro. It is a long way back. He's just coming into turn number 7 now and out onto the main straight in this little green and black Mini. And Simon Northey, a great way to christen his brand new car, just missing out on a podium, but he'll be very happy in car number 44, taking out 4th position. And right behind him will be Bowden and Behetz. There it is. There is our new graphics there with Access Hire all over it with the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships round number 1. And of course, this is the CARCO Night Masters here at CARCO Raceway. A great way to open their account for season 2025 as we go back on board with Simon Northey, just acknowledging all our hard-working officials here, and they also acknowledge back to all the drivers. A great show of sportsmanship and respect for our flaggies and, of course, all of our drivers here at CARCO.
Very nicely done. We wouldn't be able to do it without them. Vaughan, they're the unsung heroes of the sport. 5.3 the winning margin in the end. 2 more races to come from the historic touring cars later in the day. Eclectic mix of manufacturer diversity there, wasn't there? Ford, Morris, Holden, Datsun, Lotus, Jaguar, Chevrolet. I mean, the list goes on and on. Reynard as well. Magnificent to see. Great manufacturer there throughout the historic touring car paddock. And also, I guess, a vote of confidence. We were talking about attrition very early in the piece. Only those 2 retirements on the second lap, Vaughan. Everybody else made it home. That's a positive.
It certainly is. And speaking of div, we go back to a massive field of Hyundai XLs, your favourite, mate. And if you can remember looking out of the windows here at CARCO Raceway, our dummy grid is more than 3/4 full of Hyundai XLs getting ready to go. They're going to be next out on the circuit, and they bring a new sponsor to motor racing in Western Australia. And well done to the XL Cup guy. And they bring on board Retrovision, of course, the electrical and appliance storage, and they sell everything there at Retrovision. So great news for the Hyundai XL Cup guys with a new sponsor. We're going to take a very short break and we'll be back. I reckon there's got about 25 of these guys, Zach. So hold on to your hats, rest up that voice, have a quick coffee, and we'll be back with the XL Cup for Retrovision here at carco.com.au Raceway.
There we go.
massive field of Hyundai XLs on the circuit now for their 10-minute qualifying period. The race record held by Brett Sheriff being a 1:11.05. And it's great to see car number 53 of Dean Hill back. We got John Schultz out there in 99. Brett Sheriff is out there in car number 504. Craig Chartney, Ward in 31. Noah Byrne in car number 11. Ferreira in 84. Clamp in 13. Stewie McGregor in car number 2. Harrison Beres in car number 18. Zane Rhodes in car number 73. Cooper, Seaton, Tune, Panizza, the second of the Charnley cars. Moore, the third of the Charnley cars out there at the moment. Yeah. So we've got 3 of them. And the Charnley family being represented very well here at race number 1 in their qualifying period for the XLs as they come out onto the tune through turn number 7 and down the main straight. And out in front is car number 514 of Brett Sheriff, who he's actually making a hole in the air for everybody, and no time seemed to arrive there for Brett Sheriff, so maybe an issue with our timing boards at the moment. But as it stands, it's Hill, Schultz and Sheriff.
And you mentioned the 3 Charnleys on grid, Vaughan. I had Cameron send through some information in the lead up to this opening round. Obviously, we've already mentioned Retrovision coming on as the naming rights sponsor. Carlos Ambrosio, the defending champion. Cameron's advice is to keep an eye on Zane Rhodes this season, going all out in a tilt for the championship. Jack Kaolu has just gone to the top of the timesheets for the moment. We can tell you that there will be at 1.4 Charnleys on the grid this season. So Craig's racing back on the grid. Good to see in the Masters this year. You'll have Craig, David Cameron, and the new junior in Jaden Charnley looking to mark at some point throughout 2005 as well. So interesting to note 2 female races on the grid. I know you were talking to the trackside audience about some girl races on the grid earlier, mate. Great to see that Charlotte Cove racing for Cove Racing and Ashley Cove racing for Apex Driver Academy, alongside her teammate Harry Burns, will also be on the XL grid. The presence, the rise of females in the sport continues, which is only a good thing. At the top of the moment, the old experienced 10, the 3-time champion Brett Sheriff, from at 12.91. 1:12.92 for Zane Rhodes and Cameron Lee in the 51 there. Or is that Craig, actually? It'll be Craig in the Masters division. 1:13.43.01 in the 51 car. So 0.5 covers the top 3, but 0.0088, I can't emphasise how close that is enough, separates Rhodes and Sheriff at the moment, and Rhodes has got a purple second.
He certainly is. Rhodes with a 31.30 up and over the top of the hill for what would be lap 2 of their respective times. And that was McGregor. Stu McGregor had a spin while you were having a bit of a talk there, mate, in the Petters car this year. He's gone from Napa Autos to Petters. And here comes the majority of our front runners. And look at Ambrosio right in the boot lid of Brett Sheriff as they go across the line. And Brett Sheriff now goes to the top when taking Dean Hill with him. And Ambrosio running car number 1 as our time sheet just updates. So Ambrosio now goes to the top over Sheriff. Rhodes in 3rd, Dean Hill in 4, Craig Charnley in car 51 in 5, Jack Caiolo in 6, Moore in 7, Harrison Beres in 8, Noah Byrne in 9, and Stu McGregor, who just had that spin in the Petters car. That is your top 10. And this category just keeps going from streets to streets, mate. We've always had big fields of Hyundai XLs, and it looks like it's going to continue into season 2025-26. Now, while we got a bit of a break, we've got Jamie McKenzie down there doing some great work for Turn 7 and behind the Sport TV. Jamie, you've got somebody with you.
This is the first day competition here at CARCO Raceway for 2025, live and exclusive on Streamer. And of course, I should mention the fact that we're talking to Chris Reindler, who just won the first race, I should say, for today with his FSR. How'd you go, Chris? You happy with it?
Yeah, mate. No, it was great. Good fun out there. So it was pretty tight between Bryce Moore and myself. Couldn't really put a
competitive in the FSR category this year then?
Yeah, it is. There's a bit of new blood in the category as well. So Arise Racing, the team, do a great job in attracting new talent. So the field's a bit bigger now, a bit more competitive. So it's, you just got to keep on top of it.
And when it comes to getting ready for a race such as this, what type of prep are you looking at?
Yeah, that's a good question. I probably have to wrestle my kids in the bath each night just to pump the arms going, and then getting into bed much the same. Beyond that, we probably do about 50 laps or so in the week prior just to make sure that we've still up to speed, and then straight into the thick of it.
Fantastic. And how are you feeling going in towards the rest of today's meet?
Yeah, I think pretty good. So I'll be starting race 2 from pole on the inside. Number 1, so you've always got the advantage there being on the inside. So just try and hold Bryce out and aim for another win, hopefully. Yeah.
So who is your main competitor on the racetrack?
But it would be Bryce Moore, and funnily enough, he's actually my co-driver in the national series. So this being the local state series, we're pitted against each other in car 2 and 8, and then when we get to the national stuff, we actually jump in the same car and we're co-drivers. So it's good that he's competition here because it means that we're going to be fast, hopefully, together when we're out on the national circuit.
Is he reading your mind on the track?
Yeah, no doubt, probably. Yeah, lucky we don't have a radio into each other because he'd probably be slurring a few words at me.
Now, with the new people that have joined up with the FSR category this year, it's really encouraging, isn't it, that people are taking up your category of car, isn't it, really? Because, there's so many other different categories that can be a part of, and this is very much a unique race, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. No, it's a great category, and Arise Racing do a great job at attracting this talent. They put on a fantastic, job here, kidding everyone out.
It's a great complex here, mate.
Oh, it is. No, they do a fantastic job. So, no, we're very lucky to be here.
And speaking of being very lucky, the FSR these races would not be happening if it wasn't for the sponsor, Radical Australia West. That's it from us here.
Yes.
Vaughan,
thanks for your time, Chris. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, guys. Doing an outstanding job down there as per usual. And back to our XL qualifying period. It's still the current state champion of Carlos Ambrosio in car number 1. Red flag. And we do have a car that is stopped over there in the bus stop, and I can see that's the wind blowing some dust around over the other side of the circuit. Just having a look on our CCTV screens, it looks like that may be the incident there. Car number 99, and that's John Schultz, and he's come to a standstill over there in the bus stop area. So unfortunately, this will be red flagged. It's 1:45 seconds remaining, and they've actually been told to go back into the paddock area, and as it turns out, it will be car number 1 of Carlos Ambrosio over Sheriff. Zane Rhodes in 3rd, Dean Hill out of 4, Jack Caiulo out of 5. Craig Charnley will start out of 6. Moore out of 7. Dave Charnley out of car number 4 will start out of 8. Stuart McGregor driving for Petters. Car number 2 will be 9. And then Cove in car number 39. That rounds out our top 5 rows for race number 1 coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. And Zach, as you said, the more historic and retro racing coming your way very, very shortly. The HQs, mate. You love them?
Absolutely. It's interesting, isn't it, how the one-make racing seems to really suit my wheelhouse as far as commentary is concerned. And it doesn't have to be the fastest cars on the circuit either, Vaughan. It can be those that, as you said earlier, don't, when we were talking about Formula V, don't necessarily have as much poke and grunt. The HQs... they put on some terrific racing at state level right around the country. The rounds that we see here at the WA Sporting Car Club throughout 2025 will be no exception to the rule. And, of course, for those of you that are just joining our coverage, you've missed 4 races on the program already. We've already seen Formula Classic, Formula V, FSR and the historic touring cars. We've gone back into qualifying trim for the XLs. We've got the HQs still to come. Production cars, improved production and street cars will follow that. Then, of course, a huge field of saloon cars, if you like your Holden versus Ford rivalry. get amongst that a little bit later on today. Anticlimactic conclusion, unfortunately, Vaughan, to the XL qualifying session, but for Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio, they won't mind that because it denied the likes of Zane Rhodes and Dean Hill and Jack Caiulo the last chance to make a lunge for pole position. But the one thing that we know about XL racing, and the HQs are another great example of this as well, mate, you don't necessarily write your own narrative purely based on qualifying. You can work your way forward.
Yeah, definitely. And just having a look at that top 5 for the XLs, Sheriff, Ambrosio, Rhodes, Hill and Caiulo, and you can chuck Craig Charnley in there as well. Your winner will come from those top 3 rows. So the top 6 guys are all in this. They are very, very close. Look at those fast lap times. There was only 0.7 of a second difference between first and 6th. So that is nothing. But a great field of Holden HQs lined up out the front of our dummy grid area at the moment. And some very nicely repainted cars. As I can see, car number 49 of Ryan Davis down there. He's got the arm out the window just trying to get the attention of one of our officials, and that car's had an extreme makeover in the last couple of months and looks very impressive. A lot of bog and plaster had come out of that car, so it's probably about 10 kilos lighter this year than what it has been previously. And we've got some very good runners out there, including Grant Ord in car number 4. We've got Scotty Hames making a return to CARCO Raceway this weekend as well. I can see the 47 of Mark Alfonsi, Big Bopper Racing, car number 47. And got Padisha written on the side doors. So a lot more racing coming your way very shortly. And the big 74 on the top of the green HQ down there as well. Looks very NASCAR-ish. As just picked up, there's another one, 45 as well, and 24 have all got big NASCAR numbers on the roof. How good is that from our Holden HQ guys? They're next out on the circuit here at CARCO Raceway, just taking a few cars back into the paddock area, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly with the Holden HQs. Back with you here at carco.com.au Raceway in Wanneroo in Perth, Western Australia, wherever you're watching around the wide world. Welcome to the circuit here and some of the best local motorsport that you'll find anywhere in this country we call Australia. And the Holden HQ's a car that's synonymous with Australian motoring. They're about ready to come out onto the circuit for their 10-minute qualifying period. Just having a look at some of the names here. Michael Howlett, a multiple champion in car number 1. Troy Kent in 3. Grant Ord in 4. Bo Pangler in car number 13 is out there, and Rory Sharp making a return as well. We have Todd Faulknell, a previous Rookie of the Year. Dave Kent in car number 45. Mark Alfonsi, as we said, in Big Bopper Racing, car number 47. Ryan Davis in 49 for Kevrec Australia. Scotty Hames, Peter Marsh, Stu Kenny, and Stuart Kenny really did come on strong all of 2024. Was probably unlucky not to beat Michael Howlett for the championship last year. Mick Woodbridge, a seasoned professional when it comes to HQ racing. Philip Breen in 75 and Brad Butler round out a robust field of the Australian motoring legends, the Holden HQs.
Important session coming up here, Vaughan, an opportunity for these guys to familiarise themselves with the racetrack. You can tell that we've been away for 4 months, can't you? Everybody's chomping at the bit to get back out there and turn laps in anger once more. There's just a different feel to a race day as there would be a test day or a tune day or a practice day, and a good field once more of the HQs, as you say. A tip of the hat to Australian engineering and Australian manufacturing. Again, they'll put on some terrific racing once we get cracking a little bit later on. Cannot wait to see them shine under lights either. I know that the track lighting over there isn't what you would see at something like Sydney Motorsport Park, for instance, but it's a spectacular sight, all the same, and the HQs will be a huge part of the entertainment factor tonight as well.
Certainly will. And another category that have brought a new category sponsor to the table for 2025, and the Holden HQs this year supported by EGT, better known as the Electrical Group Training, for all your apprentice and electrical apprenticeships. You can get in contact, guys and girls, over there at the Electrical Group Training. And just having a look at Ryan Davis there, he's got 2-3 car links, and I think that would be Grant Ord right behind him, and another 3 cars as they head up and over the top of the hill. Car number 14 that we've got on screen at the moment, not actually showing on our timing board, but I believe that will be Bo Pangler. Brian, or Bo as he's affectionately known over here in the West, he comes up and over the top of the hill and down hard onto the brakes. These guys have to get on the brakes nice and early with these cars. Drum brakes on the rear, of course, and discs on the front. And it is actually Bo Pangler in car number 14. Nice exit out of turn number 7 there, staying right away from that ripple strip. Stuart Kenny, the guy that we've previously talked about how he had a sensational year in 2024, and he'll be worth keeping an eye on for 2025 as well. Can he get over the top of car number 1 of Michael Howlett?
Time will tell, and it's a long season, of course. 3-race program today. There'll be instances where we have potentially 4 races on the program as well, Vaughan, but a 3-race program today, and one that we're very much looking forward to. And this will be purely just laying the foundation for the year ahead. Bragging rights, that psychological advantage going into the rounds in April and June and everything else that follows beyond that will be set in stone here this afternoon. You can lose a championship at the start. You can't win a championship this early in the season, but you can certainly lose it by making a rod for your own back by things falling awry today. Let's hope that isn't the case. Unfortunately, there are a couple of members of the paddock that are already on running repair duty in other categories, but so far so good for the HQs. 12 cars out there. 7 seconds, the vast discrepancy between top and tail of the field at the moment, but only, importantly, 0.05 of a second between Davis and Ord through one flying lap of qualifying, and there's still 6 minutes to go.
Certainly is. At the moment, Ryan Davis would be absolutely stoked to be in there, sitting at the top of the tree at the moment as they come across the start-finish line and roll off another lap. And he's gone faster this time, a 16.5. But look at Grant Ord, a 16.6. And also Troy Kent has dropped in a 16.6 as well. So 1/10 of a second covering our top 3 runners. And then we go back half a second on that lap there. Difference between Michael Howlett. So hopefully nothing wrong with car number 1 at the moment, as these guys are actually racing as they come up and over the top of the hill here, Zach, side by side as they go across the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. Grant Ord all over the back of car number 49 of Ryan Davis as they head down into the bowl.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news and give the spoiler alerts out this early in the day, Vaughan, because I know some of you will have your recorders set to go and catch up with what's going on in Sydney either late tonight or tomorrow morning. But the one thing you don't want to do is what's happened there today, and that's have a crash in qualifying. So let's hope that they toe the line here and just watch the P's and Q's, as they say, and lay the foundations by getting through this session cleanly and then worrying about racing elbow to elbow once we go racing. Davis, the top of the timesheet at the moment, 1:16.5402, but I believe we've got some more news from pit lane.
It's brilliant. Whole section is perfect.
Oh.
So the extra bit uplift.
Right, we're live right now. Live and exclusive on streamer, no less, here at CARCO Raceway. I'm with the second place getter for the historic touring car race that occurred just a couple of minutes ago, and a Ford Mustang, no less. We're talking to Peter Piscaneri. Hello, Peter. Congratulations.
Good, mate. How are you?
Great. Second place is fantastic. You should be very proud of yourself. First time back after a bit of a break over Christmas.
Yeah, no, it's been a long break. Did a bit of work, and I still got old tyres on for today, so I'm not doing too bad.
How was the feel of the track out there? You said it was a bit slippery.
For me, yeah, it was a bit slippery. I don't think anybody's quite on their times, but we just sort of, the track will come to us through the day.
And how are you feeling leading into the rest of the meet today?
No, fine. We're used to this kind of stuff, you know, like the track's not always 100% for you, so you got to adapt to what's out there at the moment.
And feeling like the car's going to deliver the goods today?
Oh, I think it can, yes, for sure. I don't want to say too much on that department.
When it comes to the historic touring car category, Peter, why did you choose a Ford Mustang? It's a heavy car to be on the track.
I'm a Ford man through and through. And the Mustang is one of the cars that's a mid-size car. So it can look after its brakes. It can actually make some power if you get them right. And during an event like a full race, your brakes stay virtually the same, and the power output's the same, and hopefully the traction sort of stays the same.
Who's the biggest competitor for you on the track when it comes to historic touring cars?
Any of these guys, like Brian Eddinghausen, Grant Johnson, Graham Morehouse, which isn't here at the moment, even who was here a minute ago. Yeah, they're all very fast guys.
You drivers are all, love your classic cars. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it, with historic touring cars? You've got to love the car that you're in, because that's why you're driving it still, isn't it, on the track?
Oh, absolutely. You have to love it. And you got to love racing them as well. Like, they're not... It's not all as easy as it looks, yeah, right? So they're hard to drive. They don't have very good brakes, and you got to try and get the best out of them each and every lap through the day.
Fantastic, Peter. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck for the rest of today. And there's loads more coming from the historic cars today, all thanks to Access Hire.
Thanks very much down there in the pits, Demelza and Jamie McCanty with Peter Piscaneri. Now the state of play since we went to that interview. We've got a minute and a half remaining, and Michael Howlett has jumped to the top. Mick Woodbridge went to the top for about 2 laps, and now Michael Howlett really starting to show some speed. A 1:16.00 for Michael Howlett, a 1:16.02, 2/100ths of a second back to Woodbridge, and then Troy having a stellar qualifying period here in car number 3, and he's going to stay in P3 at the moment. Ord in 4. Ryan Davis, the early pole sitter, now dropping down to P5 at the moment. He's running half a second slower than Michael Howlett at the moment. Then we have Stuart Kenny, also a little bit off the pace. He's one complete second behind Ryan Davis. So, a few issues on board car number 72. Rory Sharp in 7, Bo Pangler in 8, Phil Breen in 9, and Todd Faulknell round out our top 10. We are down to 35 seconds remaining here for round number 1, the qualifying period for our Holden HQs. And as I say that, Ryan Davis in car number 49 has parked the model.
Couldn't take a trick, could he? Peaked too early. Everybody else has come on as the session has unfolded. Vaughan Davis has consolidated there and said, look, 5th is as best as I can do. I'm bailing out of this. I'll preserve the car and get on with the job once the racing starts. And again, 5 tenths isn't a game breaker now. He's right there, and he'll be there when the whips are cracking this afternoon. Checkered flag is out. Session is done. 1:16.087 for Howlett, still the benchmark. It's only 0.1 of a second back to Woodbridge. In fact, barely that even as they come across the line. 0.01 more to the point. Faulkner goes across the line now. And that's showing 13 seconds, but that's not that's a timing glitch, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry too much about that. Howlett is still the benchmark. Woodbridge, Kent, Ord and Davis, the top 5. We'll see if there's any late changes here, Vaughan, but at the moment, fairly status quo as Kenny comes through in 6th place, 1:17.45.81. We also need clarification on what Faulkner's benchmark time was before that timing lapse a moment ago to see where he's going to slot in here. Not noticing any changes. Butler set a PB on the final lap, put him down in 11th at 1:18.47. Faulkner, the 1:18.54.80 is 11th, and Howlett's 16.0087 will stand the test of time. 0.0117 over Woodbridge, a 10th back to Kent, and then Ord in 4th place. And Ryan Davis, even though that's half a second, Vaughan, if he can latch on with Ord and Kent and Woodbridge and Howlett in the early stages of the 3 races this afternoon, he won't be going anywhere.
No, that's right, Zach. And these guys like to work together as well. They use the NASCAR bump drafting as they come out of turn 6, and they're actually pushing each other up and over the top of the hill and down here along the main straight at CARCO Raceway as well. So, yeah, a very competitive category of racing, and looking forward to a race number 1 coming up a little bit later after our lunch break. Next, for 43 Design Company WA, Hino Pull Ledge Systems Australia, we have our production cars, improved production and street cars for their 10-minute qualifying session. They're next out on the circuit, and a good healthy field, including some new cars. And I'm just having a look along the road there. We've got Jimmy Gallen out there in what looks like a Mitsubishi Evo. We've got Woodhead, a new driver, car number 98. And he is running a Cooper S Mini, car very close to my heart when I ran in the Mini Challenge many years ago. And Simonson out there in the Commodore as well. John Caligari, he's right down the back of the field at the moment. He will definitely not be there at the end of qualifying. And rounding out on the dummy grid is Steve Turpin in car number 3, the Commodore. So a big field of cars coming your way very, very shortly for the production cars, improved production and street cars here at CARCO Raceway. Stick around, lots more to come.
stop, then the good times don't stop.
Oh, there you have it. You've just, for our live stream customers, you've just seen what is in store for you as a member of the WA Sporting Car Club. You can bring your car up here and throw some friends in the passenger seat and give them the ride of your life. It's just one of the benefits, of course, of being a member here at the West Australian Sporting Car Club, as we've got our production cars, our improved production cars and street cars out on the circuit. As I said, a big field. We've actually got, I think there's 26 cars in total, and our scoreboard is completely full, as John Caligari just going past, betting in a set of brakes. But already Steve Turpin has taken pole position at the moment. As it stands, Chris Pavey in a supercharged BMW E30, car number 247. As all of our sponsors getting run through on our live stream, WA Hino and Racing Dynamics, of course, Cade Bell, BM Graphics, and the Streetcar Racing Association of Western Australia. Pool Ed's Systems. Many thanks to all of our new companies. There's some old and new companies coming on board for season 2025. It's great to see that motorsport is definitely alive and well, and the corporate backing that is starting to come into local motorsport. It's a real upturn compared to the last couple of years, with some very well-known companies making their presence felt up here at carco.com.au Raceway. Back to the racing, we have a look out onto the circuit. It's Jack Cloessy in car number 222 over Nick Middick now, and Chris Pavey into third. Jimmy Gellin in 4, Steve Turpin down to 5, Matt Cherry in car number 44 in 6, Peter Callow in 7, John Caligari in 8, Ty McPherson in car 29 in 9th, and Damon Croxon in car number 76. That is the top 10 at the moment. Right down the bottom is rounded out the field with Laurie Whigham and Tim Riley right the way down the bottom of the field.
Croxon, of course, in that Renault Megane, Vaughan, if I recall correctly, that so beautifully won in the rain in the changeable conditions here back in October. It'll be interesting to see what he can muster up in the dry today. And good to see former WXL Cup racer Jack Cloessy out there in a different category as well. I was not aware of the category change for Jack Cloessy, but good to see him still part of the framework there at the West Australian Sporting Car Club all the same.
He certainly is, and he's taken to it like a duck to water, as you can see by the scoreboard at the moment. Running second to Matt Cherry in that Holden Monaro is no mean feat at all, but Matt Cherry will be the man to beat this weekend in car number 44. But Nick Middick, we haven't seen Nick up here for a long time either in a improved production BMW. A very nice presented car is car number 996. John Caligari in the VN Commodore in P4 at the moment. Peter Callow in street cars in car 67. The Nissan GTR, the R32, is in 5. Steve Turpin in the Commodore in 6. Corello, another newcomer. He came to the last race meeting in 2024 and impressed, and he's doing the same thing again on first day of school here. And P7 at the moment. Pavey, who was at the top of the list, has now moved down to 9 as Utterson pushes his way into the top 10 and takes out 8th. And Cameron Burns in the little Honda Civic, he's up there into P10.
Almost halfway through the qualifying session and almost into that sub 61 second bracket now. Cherry's come out and put on 5 tenths, nearly 6 tenths per second on Jack Cloessy. 1 minute 1.005. You can't get any closer to the sub 61s than that, quite frankly. Jack Cloessy 101.6, still standing the test of time. Middick, Caligari and Callow as they make their way through and roll through the punches of the qualifying session here, folks. This is the second last of the qualifying sessions, I should say. Saloon Cars coming up. Car in the gravel at turn 1. That could well trigger a red.
Yeah, I think it would do. He's gone over the top of the concrete surround and has dropped all 4 wheels into the sand, unfortunately. So let's see whether we get just a local yellow, or they will actually, no, they've red flagged the session, unfortunately. So another category that's suffering during the qualifying. So, oh, there you go, four-wheel drive, and she's out, the Subaru, up and running again and driving out through the S's at the moment. So didn't actually catch who that was. It could have been Jack Cloesi, actually, in car number 222. But having a look through the field, a Volkswagen Beetle, Zach. When was the last time you saw a Beetle out on a racetrack? Madison Galton, a new driver, a new female driver to improve production. So welcome to WA and Madison Galton.
Great to see another new car on the grid and another new driver on the grid as well, Vaughan. To answer your question, this is going to make me sound terribly old. And probably just a little bit ancient in regards to what kids get up to these days, Vaughan. But I reckon the last time I had a Volkswagen Beetle on a racetrack was the homemade ones that I built for Matchbox cars back when I was in my formative years. So it has been a while between drinks, but hey, variety's the spice of life, right?
It certainly is, mate. And Robbie Landsmere, there's a name that you might remember from the XL Nationals, Zach. He has moved out of the Hyundai XLs and is moved into improved production, I believe, in car number 56. So, yeah, there's a lot of movement happening over the Christmas New Year break with drivers stepping up or moving sideways in amongst their own category. But unfortunately, a red flag for this event. Now, I don't know whether they're going to run again. We're down to 2 minutes at the moment. A lot of drivers are heading back up into the paddock area, but quite a few of them are trying to line up down at... Yes, they are. They're going to line them back up again. So we may get a 2-minute burst out of this, although I don't... Yeah, can't really confirm that at the moment. Just waiting for Motorsport Australia Race Control to make a decision. But a lot of the drivers have headed up to the paddock area, and down here in front of me, there'll be less than 10 cars waiting to see whether they're going to go back out again.
Yeah, and the only thing that works in race control's favour is the green flag flies, according to my timing screen here. So that bodes well for a recommencement. But time is against them, Vaughan, in the sense that they've only got a minute and a quarter to go. The only thing that worked in their favour to potentially get the session back underway was that the car that triggered the red was able to drive away under its own, steam, as the drivers now make their way back out onto the circuit. So here we go, a last gasp effort. And whether race control, given that the red flag did take up a fair chunk of time, even though it was a quick clean-up job, whether they're going to be lenient here and maybe extend the session by a minute and a half to 2 minutes. Well, that would be the only reason that I could imagine that we would get a green flag flying lap time here.
Well, these drivers that have just left pit lane, they have 32 seconds to make it back around, and they'll have a one-lap flyer, I reckon, and that'll be it. So, Nick Middick has just come back out of the paddock area. He's coming past our commentary position at the moment. So I don't know whether Nick is going to go back out onto the circuit or not. Probably not worth it with only 13 seconds remaining. So let's see whether these guys can come down and reel off a lap before we go time certain on this one. We've got 5 seconds remaining in a car exiting turn number 7. So let's see whether they are going to be given the checkered. Yep, that's checkered flag. So no benefit going back out there onto the circuit at all.
None at all. Save your legs, save your fuel, save your tyres, boys. Oh dear.
For
Unlucky.
Sure.
But that's the nature of the schedule, isn't it, Vaughan? I mean, we've got such a packed, stacked schedule today that there was just no ability to extend that out maybe by a minute.
No, that's right, because, we're expecting to run till around about 9:30 tonight, and if we have an oil down or unfortunately have a large incident, that's going to eat into that grace time before we do have to turn the lights and everything off here. So I believe that Jamie and Demelza, they have another person to interview down there. This time, it's one of the XL drivers. Jamie, you got me?
Absolutely, Vaughan. Thank you very much for that handover. Listen, we're with Harry Burns, who's just raced his first race. It's his rookie year here in Excel. So, Harry, congratulations, your first year. Why Excels, mate?
Oh, well, the affordability of them. I was karting for quite a long time and, look, what's the next step? And I saw Cam had an opportunity to do a scholarship program. So I'm like, I might as well give it a go. But, I'm here and I'm loving it.
Excels are really competitive, aren't they, mate? They really go at it, don't they?
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's great watching them in front of me. The racing's good, and I can't wait to be a part of it.
Now, you just had your first race. Can you tell us a little bit about how that made you feel?
Oh, it was awesome. It was fun watching everyone race. I'd love to be a part of it. And now I'm really glad I can be here, race other people, and especially this big class. It's great.
And obviously getting to this point, there's a lot of support. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank for helping you get this far?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mike, Cam, everyone a part of Apex, my parents for taking me up here, paying for accommodation, helping me out like that. I'd like to thank everyone.
So how competitive is it out there? How did it feel for you in the first race?
Felt quite kind of weird, all honesty. It was sort of like, because I'm not used to racing cars, and I'm like, here we go, let's see how this goes. But yeah, it was awesome.
Do you get the adrenaline rush that you sort of expect when you're racing it with amongst so many other vehicles on so many cars on the track?
Oh yeah, 100%. The adrenaline's going, especially having like 29, 30 cars out there. You're just like, yeah, this is awesome.
So where did you place today in your first couple of races?
So only just to qualify then, so I've still got to find that out, and fingers crossed it's up there.
Well, we haven't seen the results yet, that's why I was asking. So we're going to try and find out the results from the last race as well.
Yeah. No, I don't know myself either.
Awesome. Well done, Harry. Well done indeed. Look forward to seeing what you're going to plan for the rest of the day, and I hope you have a great success.
Awesome. Cheers. Thanks for that, guys.
Thanks, Harry. All the best. Over to you, Vaughan.
Thanks very much, Jamie and Demelza. And how good is that young guy? A very well-spoken young kid in Harrison Burns, making his debut here at CARCO Raceway today on your Super Saturday. A very sunny day out there, looking for 25 degrees. That easterly, southeasterly breeze still looks like it's blowing considerably hard. So that'll be giving the guys a bit of a push as they come up and over the top of the hill and down into turn number 7. And I suppose for our FSR and our Formula V drivers, they'll be getting a bit of a buffering as they hit to the top of turn number 5 and then go down towards the bowl at 6. They'll be getting buffeted around big time as their heads will be getting thrown from left to right. But coming up very shortly, Saloon Cars, and we've got a bumper field. I can't believe, we've got 150 teams here this weekend, and we've still got people missing. So it's going to be great to see once we get some completely full fields, but a great effort by all of our drivers, in particular the Saloon Cars this weekend. Brought to you again in 2025 by the great people at Rightway Industrial. And they've been a long-time supporter of Saloon Car racing here in Western Australia. Of course, these are 6-cylinder cars. They are Holden versus Ford. The V6 Holden versus the straight 6 of the Ford Falcon. And towards the end of last year, when Mason Harv took out a second of the state championships, the Falcons were dominating.
And they'll look to continue that dominance into 2025 as well, Vaughan, as we make our way out onto the circuit for the sighting lap. The first flying lap too far away, folks. Mason Harvey, the number one for a reason, folks. Of course, big year for the Saloon Cars last year in the sense that they also hosted, if memory serves, the Saloon Car Nationals, Vaughan. So a little bit of a tamer program in that sense this year, in the sense that they'll have to put the cars in transporters and on trucks and whatever else to go and contest that meeting. But the state campaign will be on in earnest, and really good to see. And this is spoken as someone in Queensland where the saloon car fields are next to non-existent. Really good to see at state level that this category is very fruitful over on the other side of the Nullarbor.
It has been, Zach, and it has been for many years. The WA Saloon Car Association. They do a great job, and I'm just having a look through the entry list here. There's a few new names, as you would expect on day one. We've got Jack Parham out there in car number 97. He's driving a Ford Falcon. Having a look up, Dylan Barr, the son of Greg Barr, the historic touring car driver. He is having his debut out there in car number 70. Looks like Adam Koberstein has stepped up from the Pro-Am category to the Pro category. So he's moved from the older Holden to the newer VP model. Reg Ralph's out there. Anthony Game. This guy is a very talented driver. He races historic touring cars in a Hillman Hunter of all cars, and spectacularly did the biggest power slide I've ever seen out of a Hillman Hunter at the V8 Supercar meeting a couple of seasons ago. Great to see Kenny Power back as well, driving for Power Driving Academy in car number 24. Ken and I go way back with our go-karting. Mark Walker-Watkins is there. Paul Newman. Michael Koberstein, Vince Chiella, Glenn Tincombe, Craig James, Mason Harvey, and of course we're missing Grant Johnson and also Maddie from down the southwest as well. So there's still maybe 3 or 4 more cars that are to come back in our saloon car ranks.
It's amazing, isn't it? You could try and plan a race meeting any weekend of the year, Vaughan, and you're always going to stumble upon us, particularly at grassroots, state and amateur level. You're always going to stumble upon a date that doesn't work for some part of the cohort. Still get 150 there across 8 categories is an extraordinary start to the season. And as you say, if we ever do get a day in which everyone's able to be trackside, every car's ready to go racing, and no one's got conflicting commitments, it'll be a sight for sore eyes. It'll be terrific to watch. But nevertheless, we're going to have some fun here in the meantime with a field of 20 in the saloon cars, and already Mason Harvey showing why he's got that number 1 on. Vaughan, he's got 2 tenths on the chasing pack. Marcon's just put in a solid time of 106.69, and immediately Jackson Callo's gone up to second. Half a second the difference though, because whilst all that was happening, Harvey's improved and gone into the 5s, a 105.62.
Yeah, very, very quick as they head up and over the top of the hill. So Mason Harvey holds the best time for intermediate 1 and 2. And, of course, that's given him the fastest lap time overall, a 105.6. He's got half a second over car 225 of Jackson Callow and Robbie Marcon. So the top 3 cars, Ford Falcon, and then we go back to 2 Commodores, and then another 3 Commodores. Brock Bowley is making a return too in car number 49 out of the southwest of Western Australia. Adam Koberstein got the best of Michael Koberstein at the moment, and as we said, Adam has moved up out of the Pro-Am category into a Pro car. It's just coming past us now, and it looks like it may be the old Brock Ralph car. It's a black car number 13. Then we have Reg Ralph, the current Australian Pro-Am category winner in car number 41. Dylan Barr in 11. Craig James in 12. Tyson Sadler in the Kmart liveried car in car number 13. Rick Gill a long way off the pace. It looks like he may have actually returned to the paddock area. Glenn Tincombe's out there. Warren Ellis, the new driver in Parham in 97. Then Kenny Power in 18. Norman in 19. Dybel in 20. And Anthony Game, car number 40, round out a stacked field of Pro and Pro-Am category cars.
Oh, car in the gravel down at turn 7, I think it is. He's been able to get out of there. Very nicely done. We talk about the depth of the gravel traps there, Vaughan. Obviously, that will be enough to claim some people, but clearly enough speed aboard the 49 on that occasion, Doley, to get through the gravel trap and get back onto the racetrack, but he may have dragged a few stones back on in the process.
Yeah, no, he had enough speed to be able to get through. They are nearly a foot deep in the soft sand around Wanneroo, and just having a look, there's somebody backed up down in turn number 1. It's the new driver in car 97 of Parham. Came really slow and actually held up a couple of drivers on the way out of turn number 2. Peter Dybel's the next one to try and drive around him, and unfortunately for Jackson Callow, looks like he's going to get the rough end of the stick here. And it's still Mason Harvey a 1 minute 5.4 from Robbie Marcon and Jackson Kello. So we've still got 3 Falcons at the head of the field. The first of the Commodores is Gary Hills in car number 93, and he had a 2024 to forget. That car is a really good car, but just mechanical issues and a few driver mistakes really cost him a good result in 2024. Out of Bunbury, Vince Chiella, a go-karting legend from the southwest of WA, in car number 12. He's currently in 5. Tyson Sadler's made a big jump up to 6, and so has Dylan Barr. He's in 7 at the moment. Mark Watkins, ex-Holden HQ state champion, in car number 21. He is in 8 at the moment. Adam Koberstein in 9, and Brock Bowler, who we just saw had that big off down there, in 7. He is in the top 10. So, there's lots of changes happening on the board at the moment as Watkins now moves up to 6. Yep. Mason Harvey moving across the line, and Reg Ralph as well. No change for those particular drivers.
Harvey particularly happy with his number. Vaughan, he's parked it. He's done. He's gone into pit lane. 0.39 the margin still to mark on, and only 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. As you say, Ford's 1, 2, 3 at the moment. And Hills has also gone to pit lane, so too Coverstein and Hills. So that's out of the 22. That's 4 of them, so that's nearly a quarter of the field has ended its session prematurely. But I guess that's the point, isn't it? The racing is where the meeting is won and lost in terms of the points accumulation and whatnot. Vaughan, save the tyres, save the car. It's a long day at the office.
So these guys having a great battle out there on the track at the moment. As we throw back down to Demelza and Jamie, they've got a very happy-looking Stuart Kenny, car number 72.
Thanks, Vaughan. Yeah, we're here with Stuart Kenny, who's been participating in the HQ Holden category. You qualified 6. Are you feeling happy about that, Stuart?
Oh, not overly happy. I was doing better last year, but we'll see if I can make some improvements during the day.
Was it a competitive 6th?
I think so, because we're spread out everywhere. It's hard to tell, but I got to get quicker.
Are there any new participants in the category this year, or is it all pretty much the same crew that you're aware of from last year's racing?
There's a few more crew that haven't been racing for a while, so they've come back into it.
Right.
Yeah.
So why HQs? Give us the drill. You always loved Holdens?
Yeah, always loved Holdens. Love HQs. I don't know. I got into it 15 years ago and haven't stopped since.
How many HQs have you owned over the time?
Just the one.
Just the one?
Yeah. I just keep it going.
Yeah, well done.
And what kind of prep do you do bringing yourself into a meet like this?
There's lots of prep. I did the rear bearings. I've taken the engine out. The flywheel bolts were loose from last time. So, lots of prep. You just got to keep on prepping your car and keeping it going.
Keep on keeping on.
Pretty much, yeah.
And in terms of support for the car, can you tell us a little bit about the support that's been behind you? I believe you also have something to do with that.
The sport, so I'm sponsoring this round.
Well done.
Just started a new business, HQ Automotive. It stands for high quality, not just HQ Holdens. So I got my sticker on the car, and they got stickers on the number plates. So supporting this round.
It looks like checkered flag has fallen on this one for the Saloon Cars. Their 10-minute qualifying period, and on pole position for race number 1 will be the current state champion in Mason Harvey in car number 82. Starting alongside him on the front row, Robbie Marcon. In the second row, car 225 of Jackson Kello, and Gary Hills will join him. Then we have Vince Chiella and Mark Watkins, Bowley and Sadler, and Dylan Barr. A fantastic effort to be in the top 10 on his debut here at CARCO Raceway. He'll start alongside Adam Koberstein. So a great way to kick off 2025 for the Saloon Cars here at carco.com.au Raceway. Well, now we're going to go into a 15-minute break while we go out and give our hard-working officials a drink and something to eat. So don't leave the circuit and stay by your TV screens or your computer screens wherever you're dialing in from around the world. Lots more to come. We are got huge amount of racing to come up right into the nighttime under lights here at CARCO Raceway. Of course, this is round number 1 of the WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. This is the CARCO Night Masters. Stick around, we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Until we drop and the good times don't stop.
This is your Super Saturday of the best local motorsport you'll find in Australia. And this is the CARCO Night Masters. Joining me from Queensland, over there on the other side of Australia, is Zach Caban. Good afternoon, Zach.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Vaughan, and good afternoon, everybody. Good evening to the audience on the East Coast, of course. I just looked at the clock earlier, mate. It's 5:13 here at the moment on the eastern seaboard, unless you're in Queensland, of course. We don't observe daylight saving up here for some reason. There's still 8 hours to go, so it's a marathon, not a sprint today, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you're pacing yourselves accordingly. Fabulous morning of entertainment thus far. Now we move, of course, deep into the afternoon session. 12 races here, mate, before we move into the nighttime session, which will look absolutely spectacular. So if you're in the area and you're watching our live stream and you've got the capacity to get out to carco.com.au Raceway, I strongly urge you to do so. I'm a little bit on edge. I've got itchy feet just sitting here on the other side of the continent at the moment, but loving the fact that I'm able to play a small part and be involved all the same, mate.
No, it's great to have you back again for season 2025, Zach, as our Formula Classic. Our cars from yesteryear make their way out onto the circuit for the first of their races, or the second of their races, sorry. And this one will be over 15 minutes plus one lap. And as we saw in race number 1, Bill Norman had a great battle with Marty Bullock in car number 20, the Chevron BT20. And unfortunately for Marty, came to a stop with 1 or 2 laps remaining. So Bill Norman went on to win race number 1 in the Rolt RT4 from Lance Carwadine in car number 18. And then a new driver in Hagen, James Gawn Hagen, driving a Ford Van Diemen. And he ended up taking out third place in car number 11. Unlucky for Ricky Virago, couldn't really get up through the field, ended up in 4th. Brian Searles in the Tiga, the beautiful green Tiga, and he ended up in P5. Glenn Swarbrick really came on through the field in car number 29 through the retirement of Leon Magistro, Craig Thompson, Marty Bullock and David Dearden. Unfortunately had a spin in his yellow Formula Ford, car number 52, just coming across the start-finish line now. So that's the way they will start this one. Race number 2, of course, our race record, these guys will get nowhere near that this weekend. It's a 55.18, set all the way back in 2002 by Ray Stubber.
A fair time to try and emulate, of course, but as you say, not going to get there today, not through lack of trying, just circumstances prevent that, and of course, the car of choice as well. We look at this field, Vaughan, Formula Classic, new name for the category this season, of course. Van Diemens, Rolts, Brabhams out there, Chevrons, Macons, Rolt, Reynards, a very extenuating, not extenuating, but a very extensive range, I should say, of different manufacturers, makes and models out there, which adds to the eclectic mix that is Formula Classic. As you say, another hark back to yesteryear. We've got that in a few different categories today.
They certainly do, mate. They Rolt RT4s and the RT5s, and even going back before that, the Rolt RT1s. They were a very popular car over here in West Australian motorsport, and I believe that WA had the most amount of Rolts running in competitive motorsport back in the would have been the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, as our field side by side come out of turn number 7, waiting for the red light to be extinguished, and we will go racing over 15 minutes plus one lap for our Formula Classic drivers. And lights are out, and Bill Norman gets the best of the start. And having a look, we are missing the chevron of Marty Bullock. So unfortunately, the car number 20 is a non-starter for this one. So this will be a lay-down missouri, you would think, for Bill Norman, although not really getting away from Lance Carwadine, as Lance really gets under the rear wing now with the Rolt RT4 of Bill Norman. He's very slow to get up and running. I thought he would have bolted by now as they head up and over the top of the hill for the first time. It's all Bill Norman from Lance Carwadine and Hagen in car number 11.
Interesting to see how long it takes Norman to kick into second gear here, Vaughan, as they make their way down to turn 6 for the first time. This is the second race of the program for them. Already 4.25 minutes extinguished due to the 2 formation laps. Of course, for the benefit of those of you that are new to the audience here, to the West Australian Sporting Car Club, where, of course, running time certain races at the moment, and the clock starts ticking as they leave the pit lane. Around onto the lane straight we go. One lap, of course.
And Lance Carwadine has been able to get in front of Bill Norman, which is a real turn up for the books, because that Rolt RT4, that should be in the next postcode by now. And obviously there's an issue on board for Bill. Hopefully he can work himself around it, but at the moment seems nice and content just to stay behind Lance Carwadine. Maybe going to have a look for a run around the outside on him around turn number 5. That's not going to happen. They drop down the hill now, down towards turn number 6. And still Carwadine holding on by 1 or 2 car lengths by Bill Norman, and then Hagen in third, Ricky in fourth. Brian Searles has just rounded up, I think that was Craig Thompson. Yes, it was Craig Thompson. Brian Searles having a good run in the Tiga 84 model, one of the sports cars, which were another very highly competitive, and lots of these sports cars back in the day. I can remember John Hume driving one many years ago. And some other well-named drivers have also sat themselves in these cars. They had that particular smell when they used to run the Castrol racing oils in the engines. It was just a really good time in WA Motorsport.
Indeed. And it's interesting as well, Vaughan. I was having a look at the entry list for this category as we were going back on air here. And he's, as you can see, the totem pole on the top left-hand corner of your screen, folks, telling you exactly who's doing what out there on the racetrack at the moment. 8 minutes 50 left on the clock. We talk about the youthful exuberance of the sport and the up-and-coming drivers. Not the case in this category. You look at the average age here, when we're talking, north of 50, and that's being polite in some cases, but it's great to see that retirement certainly isn't in the vocabulary of this paddock by the sounds of it.
Mate, there's only 2 drivers out there that are under 60, so I don't know where your average of 50 came from. No, these are the elder statesmen of WA Motorsport, and of course they're driving the cars from yesteryear as well. They're so well presented, these cars, and look, for the age of these cars and what they go through, they are pretty reliable little cars. They are very expensive to look after and very expensive to purchase in the first place. But isn't it great that they're out here doing what they were designed to do rather than just sitting on a showroom floor?
100%, mate, and that's exactly what we like to see. As you say, a little bit of delicacy with regards to the TLC of the machines, but wonderful for fans of that era, that vintage of the sport, not least the drivers who steer them, that they are still in working operation and able to entertain us here at carco.com.au Raceway, not just today, but throughout the rest of the season as well. Up onto the back straight we go once more. And Carwadine's gone to the lead here. So Norman up against it at the moment to try and keep Carwadine honest and to try and maintain front running here as they come back to the main straight. It is on in earnest, and by the sounds of the way you were talking at the top of the race there, Vaughan, it's a little bit of a surprise to see that it's a 2-horse race at the front.
Yeah, it is. The Jane Brabham of Lance Carwadine doing a fantastic job out in front there, but I believe that Bill Norman is nursing a problem on board that Rolt RT4 in second place at the moment, car number 3. He should be light years in front by now. This time of a race, you would expect him to have driven away from Lance Carwadine, so he just seems happy just sitting right behind him at the moment. Maybe going to put a move on later on as we pick up with Glenn Schwarbrick in car number 29 and the 52 of David Dearden, who unfortunately looped the model on the exit of turn number 7 in race number 1. Good to see Leon Magistro back out there again in his Formula Ford. He's just behind these two on screen at the moment as they go through the bus stop area, down a gear and up the left-hander sweeper here as they climb the top of the hill. Schwarbrick doing a great job here, holding off David Dearden in a lot earlier model, or a lot later model Formula Ford. As they head down into turn number 6, it's still Glenn Schwarbrick coming under attack now from David Dearden. Let's see if he's able to get past. No, he's not able to get past. So Glenn Schwarbrick using a tighter exit on the exit of turn number 6, and that's allowed him to scoot away a little bit. David Dearden jumps out of the slipstream now and drives straight around driver's right of Glenn Schwarbrick. So there's a power difference there. David Dearden doing a great job in car number 52.
Oh, a slow run off the exit is going to allow Schwarbrick the opportunity to get back down on the inside. Born on the run to turn 1. Dearden will look to hang tough around the outside, side by side on the run to turn 1. Here we go. Dearden will hold on for the moment. It's one of 4 distinct battle packs out on the circuit right now. The battle for the lead. Norman's just punched out the fastest lap of the race, 102.8004.
Yeah, he's back in front now.
And second last time by was 0.1 of a second. Born, I think you've just told me he's back in front. So and now has cleared off into the afternoon sun there in Western Australia. 1.15 the margin at the moment. We're watching the battle for 7th. The battle for 3rd is on. There's only about 5 seconds of a second on there. And then this battle for 5th as well. Thompson and Searles, there's not much between them either. It's good to see that even though the field is vastly spread out across the 2.41 kilometres of carco.com.au raceway, Vaughan, that they have done so in pairs to keep everybody on their toes, and you don't know where to look when there are 4 battles on the racetrack.
No, that's right, mate. Unfortunately for Leon Magistro, we've got 9 cars, an uneven number out there, so he's having a pretty lonely race down the back there in his Formula Ford as he comes out onto turn number 7 and crosses over the stripe. But David Dearden now has dealt with Glenn Schwarbrick and starting to drive away from him now by a good 30-40 metres now as they head up through the S's to the left and then back over to the bus stop over to the right-hand side of the racetrack and drop down into 3rd gear and hard on the brakes and then start to accelerate all the way around the curve on driver's left. They stay as tight as they can to that curb, get up to the top of the hill and then turn right over the blind right-hander. And Bill Norman just picking up on these guys coming through the bus stop area, and Bill Norman almost came to a screeching halt with Lance Carwadine ploughing into the back of him. So there is definitely problems on board for Bill Norman in the Rolt RT4. He's hobbling his way up and across the top of the hill now, but that's allowed Lance Carwadine to skip off into the sunset.
So another change of the lead, but as Vaughan has correctly pointed out, telling issues visibly for Norman at the moment. And I guess the only advantage that he's got now, Vaughan, is that we've got a full suite of races between race 2 and race 3. We had a very tight turnaround between qualifying and race 1. We've had a little bit more time between race 1 and race 2, but we will have a full suite of races before they come out onto the circuit for race 3. So he's got a couple of hours to potentially diagnose the problem and sort it out.
Yeah, for sure. It's a little bit unfortunate that that's the way it's happened for Bill Norman, because this car is at a red rocket ship. When it's on song, it is very, very quick, as we saw in race number 1 when he had a great battle with Marty Bullock in the Chevron. And unfortunately for Bill, this time out, it's not going to play ball. And that's allowed Lance Carwadine to really take off now from Hagen, who's a first-time driver here at CARCO Raceway this weekend. So he's going to be on the podium as long as that car continues to run. And we are down to 2 minutes remaining. Ricky Virago in car number 43. And that is doing a great job as well into 3rd place. Bill Norman hanging on for 4th, but that could change. Craig Thompson in 5, David Dearden in 6, and Glenn Schwarbrick and Leon Magistro. They bring up our 9-car field that is left. Of course, Marty Bullock unable to take the start.
Could potentially see, car stopped, car number 45. That's Searles coming to a stop. Now, whereabouts is that parked? And is it in the middle of the racetrack, or has he been able to get it off onto that short chute between turn 5 and turn 7?
Yep. Correct, mate. He's at the top of the hill. It looks like he has actually got off the main circuit.
Onto the escape road.
Yeah, no, the cars are
if that's
flying
the case,
past
they might
on
be able to leave him
driver's
there.
right. So we pick up with this battle again. Now David Dearden's going to have a shot at Craig Thompson now as they exit turn number 6. Craig Thompson heading up and out of turn number 6 in the Van Diemen, the 2-litre with wings and slicks. And that makes the difference. And you can see the difference there visibly between what we would call a modern Formula Ford with a 1600, no wings, no slicks, and then the 2-litre engine on board. Craig Thompson and Glenn Schwarbrick also running the traditional 1600cc category Kent engine. And Bill Norman still hanging on, just cruising around turn number 4 at the moment, trying to get some points in the bag for the overall championship for the West Australian Sporting Car Club.
And Carwadine has just completed lap 10 as well, Vaughan. So this and then another lap to go on the back of that. So we'll go 12 laps, folks. Time hasn't yet expired. It will do so in about 13 seconds. So the last lap forward in the air next time by Carwadine, Hagen, Virago. That Hagen-Virago battle is tantalising. It's the only remaining battle on the racetrack. We've just picked them up on screen there a moment ago. Virago giving good chase here. Hagen's been able to keep him honest much of the way. Holds second at the moment, down towards turn 6 for the, what we say will be the penultimate time. Carwadine out and on his way up over the rise. About to see the last lap board. Here's an opportunity now. Virago in behind Hagen. Slipstream drag race.
As they come down into turn number 7, and it looks like it's going to be Hagen that'll lead into turn number 7. Great driving, hugs the curb on driver's right, doesn't allow the car to come out on the traditional line on the exit, and that's taken Ricky Virago with him as they go both underneath Leon Magistro down into turn number 1, and we are down to minus 50 seconds, so we'll get the last lap board next time through. But Hagen doing a great job. James Gawn Hagen driving a Ford Van Diemen, the ripe old age of 72 years of age, and doing a fantastic job with Ricky Virago in that beautiful Rolt RT5. Still in the livery from back in the day, and he's in third place at the moment.
And well done, I must say, to Magistro, who saw the blue flags, adhered to them, and didn't impact that battle of Virago and Hagen either. That was very skillfully done. But here's your race leader, ladies and gentlemen. There'll be a checkered flag in the air very shortly for Lance Carwadine. And and Norman's now dropped to 5th place as well, as Thompson and Dearden have gone on through. But Carwadine's going to be too good here in race 1. There he is, taking the checkered. Job is done. 12 laps later. A bit anticlimactic with the way in which Norman's race was compromised to Vaughan, but still, you've got to be in it to win it, and Carwadine has ticked the box.
Great to see a Formula Ford take out second position overall as well, in front of a Rolt RT5. So that's a bit of a turn up for the books there. But a great drive by the newcomer in James Gawn Hagen, driving the Van Diemen. And Ricky Virago takes out third place. Craig Thompson will be next across the stripe in car number 182. And David Dearden, Bill Norman and Glenn Schwarbrick and Leon Magistro have all finished. So that's the way it will end, with Carwadine taking the win from Hagen and Virago. Got a big field of Formula Vs waiting to come out for Home Chef. They will be the next cars out on the circuit. A good-sized field down there. Just having a look along the dummy grid. There were 12 1600s and 8 of the 12 of the 1600s and 8 of the 1200s coming your way very shortly for Home Chef. Formula V's here at carco.com.au Raceway. Stick around. We'll be back very shortly. Formula V making their way out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. Of course, race number 1, unfortunately, interrupted and red flagged with 2 cars off down there on the entry into turn number 7. It will be Paul Moltoni in car number 6 will be on pole position from Fowler. In car number 10, then Mason Legg running his newly acquired car number 85. And then we have the husband and wife team of Rod Lisson and Kathy Lisson. Vinny Padawanu making a good return this year so far in car number 69. Then we have Kenny Wyatt and Danny Chero running a 1200cc this weekend. He was the best of the 1200s from Dave Campbell. Then we have Wilkins and Jonathan Scarey, Isaac Scarey, Cameron Gow, Alan Yo, Mackenzie Matthews, and Samantha Casely. She's out there for her first run this weekend. And behind her will be the AJ of Quinn, Mark Quinn in car number 40, the X-Miles Lockett car. And then we have Mackenzie Gow in car number 18. And the 2 drivers that unfortunately left the circuit was Franz Esterbauer in car number 80 and Callum Lamont. So that will be the way that they line up very shortly here for race number 2 for Home Chef, the Formula Vs.
Race 1, of course, somewhat compromised through incidents for Esterbauer and also Lamont Vaughan. It'll be interesting to see how they claw their way back through the field throughout the course of this race in a bid to set themselves up for a full crack in race 3. That meant that Moltoni led the field to the checkered flag behind the safety car. Let's hope that we can go the full scheduled race distance here in green flag conditions. Already 2 minutes 14 has been chewed up by the formation laps, so it'll be about 3.25, maybe 3.5 by the time we see the green light as they're making their way around onto the main straight right now. Terrific to see. Such a great field of particularly the 1200s. I mean, 1600 has become the common go-to for Formula V racing in this country, but there's still a great following and a great network of 1200 entries right across the board, and particularly there in WA. That is rather fruitful based on the standard of other states where the 1600s hold reign and hold supreme.
Well, joining us in commentary for this one is Miles Lockett, newly retired, and he's on-sold the car to Mark Quinn, a newcomer to Formula V racing. Good afternoon, Miles. We've got to quickly say hello before we get this race underway.
Yeah, we do, mate. Yeah, g'day, guys. It looks like we've got a bit of an issue down on the grid. I think Danny Chero's taken up his incorrect position, so it's created a bit of a backlog. I've got Campbell Gow behind one of the Scareys, Jonathan Scarey. Looks like, now they're all starting to get themselves sorted out now into the correct grid spots, and we should be all underway. But Franz Esterbauer, unfortunately, his car is beyond repair. It's got a bent front end and a few steering components, so he's unfortunately out for the rest of the day. Callum Lamont's car, though, is okay, and he's managed to get out there. But it looks like also we've got a problem with Maddie Matthews. Her car has got a few issues and stuck on pit entry road, so this might lead to a delayed start.
Yeah, delayed start here has been called by Motorsport Australia Race Controls, and it looks like Mackenzie Gow, I think, is down the back there in car number 18. She looks like she has...
no, it's Maddie Matthews.
It's Maddie Matthews,
in the Jason, yeah. She's been having a lot of gearbox issues with that car throughout the course of the day. The gearbox has just been fully rebuilt and having a few issues selecting sort of third to fourth, so I think that's probably what's happened to her again. So she's now got the car mobile, so hopefully she'll just take it straight up into the pits and call it a day maybe for this one, as the rest of the field cycles themselves around for another warm-up lap, which unfortunately, as you said, is now taking time away from the actual race. We've already chewed up 4.5 minutes of race time, and we're already now down to 10.5 minutes, and it looks like Maddie has gone onto the circuit. Hopefully she can get this car mobile. Looks like she's starting to get some gears and underway, and she'll take her position now at the tail of the field.
Yeah, unfortunate start for this one.
If anything else, gents, this just places the onus on capitalising on what limited time you have, not making any mistakes, taking the opportunity to make overtaking opportunities when they present themselves, because I guess the intensity lifts when the race distance is shortened, and now we're going to be racing less time, essentially, lights out to checkered flag, than what we were in race one, even though this was scheduled to be a slightly longer affair.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, you're spot on. It's a case of trying to make your moves early, and but still, obviously, they're going to get the last lap board showed to them. So that's really what Formula V is all about: setting yourself up for the final lap of the race, and using that all-important slipstream as we came out of turn 6 and over the top of the hill down to turn 7 for the final time.
Well, Zach, as you've seen earlier in race number 1 and thinking back to last year as well, it's not uncommon to see these cars come 3 wide over the top of the hill down into turn number 7 for the last time, and it's the winner with the biggest brakes is going to take out the win.
Well, I can think of other words to put in there, Vaughan, but let's go with brakes.
This is a
fair bit of
family-friendly
bravery
environment
attached to
up
it.
here, mate.
Absolutely. There's a fair bit of bravery because at the end of the day, it's whoever goes deepest, whoever commits the most, and whoever trusts their car to be able to do the job and pull up. You will occasionally see incidents like what we saw before. That's all part of racing. It took me a while to click what was a little bit different there about the main straight, boys. If you want to go and get a glimpse at the main straight now, you can actually stand in the middle of the bridge and see the cars going on by. Last year, this time, you would have only heard them if you were crossing that pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, that's right, mate. The Perth Western Australia sign has been taken down temporarily, and they're getting all spruced up, and that'll be back in place very, very shortly. But down there on the front row, it's Moltoni and Fowler. The second row is Mason Legg and Rod Lisson. Then we have Kathy Lisson and Vinny Paduano. That's the first 3 rows. Everybody seems to be in their correct positions. Green flag being shown from the back. And I just did see somebody crawl, but I don't know who that was. But a great start from Fowler. He's trying to get across in front of Moltoni as they head down into turn number 1. It's not going to work. And we're having a look, and unfortunately, Mackenzie has still got issues with car number 92.
Yeah, she's finally got a gear, Maddie, and she's up and away. So she's now got to chase the FIV vehicle and pass that into turn 1. Always an interesting experience for a race driver to overtake the FIV vehicle.
You can see that she's definitely got a gearbox problem, because when she did find a gear, you can see her head being thrown back into the seat. So hopefully she can get this car up and running again. It looks like it's up into about 3rd gear at the moment as she comes across the bus stop.
Yeah, as long as she gets 3rd and 4th, that's the main thing. Now she's up and running. So let's hopefully she has a good race from here on in. But just waiting for the field to come over the top of the hill, and it's still Moltoni ahead of Jason Fowler, who's a lot closer along with Mason Legg. Mason had a little bit of damage in his car from turn 1 with the incident there with Callum down at turn 1, but he's managed to sort that out. And then a little bit of a gap back to the fighting lessons, Rod versus Kathy, and then back to Vinny Panuatu and Ken Wyatt sitting back there in P number 7. The 1200 battle is on between David Campbell and also Danny Chero in his car, and they've now got one of the scary boys being Isaac Scary. He's managed to find some real good pace, and he might actually try and go for a double here in the turn 1, but no, the traffic has been blocked and he has to settle into P3.
We pick up with Paul Moltoni heading up through the right-hander over the top of the bus stop at the moment. Only 1 or 2 car lengths back from him is Fowler in car number 10, and then Mason Legg. And Mason would have to be pretty happy with this brand new car. He's actually running about 5th or 6th, and then now he's got this new car. He's right up in the top 5 consistently now.
Yeah, that's a car out of Victoria. It used to be run by Brandon Taylor in the Victorian Championship. Brandon's actually a WA boy, but he used to fly over to Victoria for their state championship. And so Mason bought that car just before the final round last year, and is really getting acquainted with the car, just making little subtle changes every now and then and getting more and more speed out of it.
As our leaders are already coming down into turn number 7, Moltoni has actually stretched that lead now out to 3 or 4 car lengths over Fowler in car number 10. Then Mason Legg right in the slipstream of Fowler, trying to look for a move on down into turn number 1. I think he's going to be too far back at car number 85, all over Fowler in car 10 for Giant Mandra. as they exit turn number 1. These three starting to get away now from Rod Lisson, who's broken away from Kathy Lisson, his wife. And then we go back to Vinnie Padawanu, and behind Vinnie is Kenny Wyatt in car number 55, running for Giant Mandra as well. There's a fair few of these Giant Mandra cars out there.
Yeah, certainly are. Yeah, obviously that did come out of the Giant Mandra stable. That was previously run by Franz Estebao. That's why it's still got the Giant Mandra livery on it, and Ken likes it, so he thought, why not? I may as well keep it on there. It's a good-looking car. So, but just looking at the times here, I'm just trying to see in terms of fastest laps. Can't sort of see anything there. Curious as to Kathy Lisson. Kathy actually did like about a mid-68 last in the first race, which is I think the fastest she's ever been. She was hoping to try and crack a 7 in this one, so let's see how she goes by the end of it.
Mason Legg having a look up the inside of Fowler this time. Out brakes Fowler and drives straight underneath the Giant Mandra car number 10, as they exit out of turn number 7 and onto the main straight. And in the background behind them, you can see Rod Lisson moving away from Kathy. And again, Fowler drives straight underneath Mason Legg. So there's a bit of to and fro happening here with our Formula Vs. Mason Legg all over the gearbox now as they head up through the left and the right as they work their way towards turn number 4. Fowler getting a little bit of the bus stop ripple strip there, but a good entry into turn number 4. Should see him pull away a little bit here from Mason Legg as they crest the hill.
The only problem with this is it's allowing Maltoni to get away whilst we battle. They really should be trying to work together to try and bridge that gap to Maltoni, but if they keep playing like this, that unfortunately the length from first to second to third is going to keep expanding.
3.5 minutes remaining.
I was just about to say, Vaughan, sorry, I was just about to say you took the words right out of my mouth with the comment about Maltoni just drawing clear, but he hasn't got away as quickly to the extent that he did in race 1. That's probably the only positive to take out of that battle for second at the moment. And it's almost to the point now with only 3.25 minutes left before we hit time certainty, boys. So it's probably 4 laps from here, which will get us to 8-9 in total. That's the only positive to draw, because 8 tenths even is starting to get to that point where it's going to be very hard to rein him back in.
Absolutely.
Best part of the day for Danny Chero at the moment is that he's leading the 1200 cc's from Isaac Scarey in car number 44, and then the season campaigner Dave Campbell. So that's your first 3 in the 1200s, and it looks
David
like
Campbell's got problems,
he's
guys.
gone. Car number 58 back up into the paddock area. So that now changes it. It's Chero, Isaac Scarey, and Wilkins.
No, Wilkins is in the 1600, so it's Campbell Gow. Yeah,
Yep.
Campbell Gow is now into third position in the 1200 field. Now, obviously today, guys, as well, we're racing for the Jerry Pross Memorial Plates, which is always happens at the first round of the year. Jerry was one of the original stalwarts of the class when it first formed here back in the 90s, and was a great engine builder, great bloke, and was the half of the Jerry K Mechanical workshop down in Morley back in the days, and so. Unfortunately, we lost Jerry, I think it was 2018, 2019, so we've always dedicated this first round. So it's based on the overall points for the day. So far, Paul Maltoni has got a good stranglehold on it, and Danny Chero as well.
So those trophies are normally presented on track, so we'll have to find out whether we're actually going to do that this afternoon or not.
I think we're just going to do them back up in the pits after the last race.
Yep, no worries. So there's car number 8 coming into screen at the moment.
Yeah, that's Ben Wilkins. He used to run a 1200 last year. He's now stepped up into a 1600. That's the ex-Mason Legg car from last year, the Polar. And he's acquainting himself very, very well with the car. His lap times are getting quicker and quicker every time he goes out. He's about a 12.6. He did an 11 apparently in the first race. So he's coming to grips with the car. It's his first race meeting. And yeah, going from a 1200 to a 1600 may not seem much, but it's big. Yeah, okay, more horsepower, but they take a different way of driving the car. Have a look at the battle for the lead now. It's actually closed right up. It looks like we've got Jason Fowler steaming down the inside of Maltoni. So Maltoni may have made a mistake over the back of the track that we didn't see. And we've now got a battle in 3, Royale, we haven't got the last lap board yet, so it'll be 2 more laps to go, I'm reckoning, fellas, by the 50-odd seconds we've got left on the timer.
Yeah, you can really throw a blanket over these first 3 now as they head down into turn number 1. Up and over the top of the hill, that's one of the BM Graphics cars, car number 44. That'll be the second of the Scary Boys.
That's young Isaac.
Yeah, he's doing a great job out there. Not too far behind Danny Chero's. Danny comes down off turn number 7. The green car, that was the Wilkins car that we were just talking about. So it's a long way back to Campbell Gow in 3rd place for the 1200s.
Yeah, Jonathan Scarey's actually now rounded him up, so it's now a Scary 2-3 in the 1200s.
Campbell Gow coming across the line now as we pick up with car number 7.
That's Sammy Casely?
Yeah, it's a car that we normally see Dave Casely driving and driving so well. And now it's time for Samantha to show us what she's got.
Exactly right. Yeah, no, she's unfortunately had a bit of an incident last week at practice, which actually the leaders have just caught up on Mackenzie Gow. They came through turn 7, but Mackenzie did a great job getting out of the way and let them through. So it's now battle on, and the last lap board actually didn't go out. Now we're minus 20 seconds. So I thought the last lap board may have been shown, but maybe they're going to give them a couple of laps.
But it's really on here. Look at this. All over the back of Paul Multoney is Fowler for Giant Mandra and Mason Legg right in the gearbox. So yes, you can still throw a blanket over these through as they come through the right-hander and back into the left-hand sweeper that leads up and over the top of the hill as our cameraman picks it up from the top of the hill in turn 5.
Oh, Jason Fowler's. Yeah, he's lost it at the
right
top.
On the top of the hill there and has gone off and has beached himself, unfortunately, for Giant Mandra car number 10, John Fowler. And that is going to be game over for him. He's going to watch the rest of the field stream past. So that will promote Rod Lisson up into P3, Mason Legg up into 2, but nothing. You can't take anything away from Paul Multoney.
Actually, it's split the field up. Mason Legg's actually in front, guys, coming down into turn 7. So it's Legg now in front from Multoney.
I don't know what happened with Paul Multoney there because he was well clear of that incident.
Is the checkered flag out? No checkered flag out as yet. No, what
yes,
happened?
It is. Checkered flag
it
now.
Is, yes,
yep.
Checkered flag is out. What actually happened was they got to the top of the hill and they actually came up on Sammy Casely, and I think possibly Paul may have just had to roll out of the throttle, and that caused Jason to check up as well and lose the car. I think that's possibly what's happened. Nothing, obviously just a racing incident, unfortunately. One thing I did notice, just coming across the line there, fellas, that Rod Lisson actually purposely slowed up and allowed Kathy Lisson across the line to take P3 for the race.
Well, that should settle. There'll be no arguments when they get home this afternoon.
Love it.
But a good win for Mason Legg. His first victory in the newly acquired car, and a well-deserved winner in car number 85 from the home chef man in Paul Multoney in car number 6, and Kathy Lisson, as Miles just said, takes out 3rd place. As far as our 1200s, it's going to be Danny Chero, 2 from 2 now over Isaac Scarey and Campbell Gow up there in P3.
Corner. Yep.
So, yeah, a great run there for Campbell Gow. Jonathan Scarey not too far off the back of Campbell. Then we had Alan Yo, John Fowler showing in 14 at the moment, but he'll drop right to the bottom. Mark Quinn, Mackenzie Matthews, Samantha Casely, and Mackenzie Gow. She's only showing 7 laps. So definitely a big problem with that gearbox on board Mackenzie's car.
Interesting race, that one, wasn't it, boys? And again, a little bit anticlimactic towards the end, unless you're Legg, of course. Car number 85 getting the job done. A magnificent performance. And you all analysed that so perfectly because it all happened and unfolded dramatically and quickly in the sense that, yes, there was a 3-car fight unfolding on the last lap. Yes, they were encountering lap traffic. And all hell just broke loose, unfortunately. And yet again, we see Fowler on the rough end of the stick there. And like those that have fallen into trouble already today, it's a back of the grid start for race 3. There doesn't appear to be any issues with that car. It should be a case of just bring it out of the gravel trap right now, take him back to pit lane, and all's fair and equal. But now that makes... 100%. That makes a very difficult 12 minutes plus 1 lap a little bit later on, trying to claw back the ground lost and the championship points lost in that race just now.
Exactly.
Miles, thanks very much for coming up here and helping us out with the Formula V. We'll catch you back for the running of the Jerry Prosser Memorial Cups later on this afternoon. But I believe Jamie and Demelza have Matty Galton down there, the driver of the Volkswagen Beetle.
That is correct. We are here with Maddie Galton, and she is a rookie. So we have seen a few rookies today. Maddie, congratulations on your first race.
Thank you.
What made you get into racing?
My uncle used to race when I was younger. I used to race a saloon, and I just really love cars. And being a mechanic, I'm always around them. So, yeah, I just really love to get in them and, yeah, have some fun.
And how did you feel about taking to the track today?
I was nervous, but once you're out there, then all the nerves just go away and it's good fun. So, yeah.
Well, you must have done because you have qualified, which is fantastic, Maddie. So what position did you end up with?
I'm not sure.
Not sure, but you qualified.
Qualified, that's all that matters.
So was it exactly what you felt it was going to be like actually racing? Was it sort of that tense, that intense?
Yeah, I mean, I've done some rally sprints in my other car, so I haven't done door-to-door, but it's definitely a lot more exciting. So.
And do you feel the heat of the other drivers around you?
Yeah, I just get out of the way. It's good. Like to have a bit of a fight with people and, just have some fun out there. So.
Okay. But it does get pretty hot out there when it comes to, Yeah,
definitely hot.
So who's in your team that's actually supporting you on the track?
So my dad's my biggest sponsor. He does everything for me and I'm so very appreciative of him.
But there's a lot of family lineage when it comes to, the racing fraternity. There's a lot of family connection, isn't there?
It's just me and my dad and then my partner. So, yeah. So nice and small, but, keep it in the family.
Right. And so what are you looking forward to for the rest of the season? You're going to just stay competitive, like learn the tricks of the trade, basically?
I want to hopefully get to nationals next year here, and then maybe in the fewer years go to Bathurst and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well done.
Thanks.
Well done. Well, that's it from us right here in the pit lane?
Yeah,
pit lane?
Thanks
We've got
to
it right.
Jamie
I'm still learning. It's back to you guys.
From all of our drivers down there in the pit area. Doing a great job, guys. Thank you very much. We got the Formula FSR guys all lined up down here on the dummy grid at the moment. It won't be very long until we get going. We'll just take a very short break here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hope you're enjoying the Saturday action, whether you're here at the circuit or watching us around the world on our live stream. We'll be back very shortly with the FSR race number 2 coming your way here at CARCO Raceway. Welcome back to CARCO Raceway. FSR drivers out on the circuit at the moment. It was a great win for Chris Reindler in car number 2, who took out race number 1 earlier this afternoon from Bryce Moore in car number 8. Then Avern, the newcomer to FSR Racing, a very creditable 3rd place over Mark Cirillo in car number 5. Then we have Brad Russell and Stuart Burns in car number 3. Andrew Eldridge in car number 60, and alongside him will be Jay Wong. And then we have Tomic, Jackson, Mercer, and rounding out the field is Derek Burns. So what was your take on race number 1 over there, Zach?
Well, again, it was all about Reindler and Moore, wasn't it? They really took off into the afternoon sun there at carco.com.au Raceway. Vaughan, I dare say we're going to expect more of the same in this second race, and I know you were particularly pleased with the performance of the 72 of Vern in his entrance into the category.
Yeah, for sure, mate. This is his first race meeting, and to be on the podium in your very first race, it's a pretty stout effort. As we go on board now with one of the drivers as we come up and over the top of the hill. These guys always have a 2-lap warm-up, and on the second lap they will form up double Indian file and then come through turn number 7, and when that red light goes off, hopefully we get a nice even start. The reason why we do that is because it's a lot easier on the drivetrain of these cars. These are chain-driven sprockets, and they are not like a conventional driveline where you can just drop the clutch and go. So to be a little bit more sympathetic to the driveline on these cars, we give them a rolling start, and because they are running a slick tyre, where all of our other categories are running a grooved, basically a road tyre with some grooves in it, we give them an extra lap to try and get a little bit of heat into those tyres, those slicks, and then we watch some very close racing with the FSRs.
And that will be the case again, not just now, but also in race 3 as well. We're working through the top half of the program at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, because this is race 3 of 4 in our daytime offering. These guys, their program's done and dusted before the dinner break. The other categories on the other end of the program, of course, they being the Retrovision XL Cup, as well as the HQ Holdens and the Saloon Cars, and that combined effort that includes the production cars, the street cars, and the improved production vehicles. They're all going to go racing under lights tonight, which will be a sight to behold. We're looking forward to that immensely. But right now, it's the Radicals, and looking forward to seeing whether Moore can get one back on Reindler, who has been the man to beat thus far. The time's been fairly even form, but track position also vitally important in the early stages of this race.
Yeah, track position is mega important in this. These cars are all the same. They are so competitive. It comes down to how you set the car up and, of course, driver ability. And these two drivers on the front row, they have all of the above. They are seasoned professionals when it comes to FSR racing. Chris Reindler's been around racing for a long, long time, and actually got the privilege of racing against him many years ago. And on car number 8 of Bryce Moore, another guy that's doing some of the stuff on the national scene last year with Elliot Shute, as a red light out and away we go, and a very even start for the whole field. They're still side by side now as the entry into turn number 1. Bryce Moore was going to have a look at running around the outside, thought better of it. Somebody has actually gone. I think that may be Jay Wong over there that came to a slow or just about stop. And there was another car, the blue and silver and black car, also got caught up in that little bit of a melee. Didn't affect our leaders out the front. They are gone. Chris Reindler and Bryce Moore show is happening again in race number 2.
Form guide reads true, as they say. Over the top of the hill and down to turn 6 for the first time. Single file, pretty much right through the field on this opening lap. Reindler and Moore up over the rise and down into the big braking zone at the end of the roller coaster towards the right-hander at turn 7 and back under the pedestrian bridge to complete the first flying lap of race 2. Still 10 minutes on the clock here, folks. So a good chunk of racing still to come. But 28 leads the way. Reindler over Moore by half a second. About the same margin they were separated by for the pole of race 1 earlier this afternoon.
We go back to Avern again in third place with Mark Cirillo, 3 to 4 car lengths off him. Behind Cirillo is the first of the privateers, car number 3 of Stuart Burns. Brad Russell, Andrew Eldridge is in there. Then Tomic, Burns, Wong, Jackson and Mercer. And it was Mercer, car number 78, that was the second car involved in that little bit of a melee down there in turn number 1. As all of the cars over the other side of the circuit at the moment. And we pick up with car number 72 of Avern in third place. There's nothing you can do about these two out in front. We go on board now with Stuart Burns as he comes over the hill down into the hardest braking zone, the second hardest braking zone in Australian motorsport, down there into turn number 7. Burns comes out of turn number 7 beautifully, misses the ripple strip on driver's left, and now we go straight back up to the front again with Chris Reindler holding off Bryce Moore and starting to pull away marginally from Avern in car number 72.
Through the back of the circuit, lap 3 of this 15 minutes plus 1 lap affair, and that's lap 3 of racing, of course, on top of the 2 warm-up laps, which don't count towards the overall classification at the end of the day. Reindler, the fastest of the race last time around, 7.0863. So we're almost in the 56s here. We're a stone's throw away. The margin out to 0.6 of a second. Further back, Avern keeping Cirillo honest in the battle for the last spot on the podium. And just behind them, just ever slightly falling off the train there is Burns. Russell, of course, Eldridge, Tomic, Wong, and Burns, the top 10 at the moment. Good to see a couple of different battles forming within the top 10, not just that battle for the lead. We picked up the 3 on screen there at the moment. That is Wong ahead of Tomic. He's moved up into 8th place. Jackson and Burns have swapped around as well. And Mercer still to come back across the start-finish strike. 16 seconds covers the field right now.
A couple of different lines being shown by our leaders there. Chris Reindler using a half-track way around turn number 4, where Bryce Moore used the conventional hug the curb all the way on driver's left. So let's see whether there's any advantage of that for Chris Reindler. He's done a lot of laps around this circuit. He'll know where to put that car, and depending on how well they've got it set up, he'll be able to put that car anywhere he likes as they come out of turn number 7 and down the main straight. But looking back through the field, it's still Avern and then Cirillo. Behind him is Burns, Russell, Aldridge, and Jay Wong. They're all starting to filter through at the moment. Down there into turn number 1, on the exit of turn number 1 now. He's moved away by maybe 2 car lengths over the exit of turn number 1, but it's all Chris Reindler doing an outstanding job looking for 2 from 2.
Those incremental margins, isn't it? 1 car length here, 2 car lengths there, they all add up, and they're adding up in Reindler's favour. But in saying that, we can try and predict what's going to happen, and then all of a sudden all goes out and punches out the fastest first sector of the motor race. So tighten the margin once more. 56.7461 last time around for Reindler's fastest of the race, but Moore has put in 2 open sectors already this lap. Right on board. Stuart Burns down the hill towards the braking zone. He's in 50 at the moment. He's going to throw away 1.7 seconds from Cirillo. And Moore punches out the fastest lap of the race now, 56.6296. The margin down to 0.6 of a second.
5 100ths quicker than Chris Reindler, the car in front. So that probably equates to only 1 car length. But looks to me like Bryce Moore starting to get on top of the car now, and maybe the car's starting to get better and better as the race progresses. We are down to 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this one. There's still probably 6, maybe even 7 laps to go as we head up and over the top of the hill. We're picking up with Andrew Eldridge there in car number 60, and car number 33 of Jay Wong is just in front of him as they crest the top of the hill and move down towards turn number 6, the Basin, the Kolb corner, Coca-Cola corner. It's had so many names over the lifetime of this racetrack, but our leaders again over the line, and it's still Reindler and from Moore with a 56.62. As I said, 5 100ths of a second difference between Reindler and Moore. Avern still hanging on for 3rd from Mark Cirillo, and Cirillo seems to be falling away from Avern, so he's putting in a fantastic performance in car number 72. Could end up with a 3rd place in his 2nd race of the day, so he'll be very happy with 2 thirds as Reindler now sets fastest time through intermediate 1.
So quickly responding to what we saw from Moore a couple of laps ago, 0.5 now the margin. So it's inches and centimetres that we're talking about here. As Vaughan said, if it's 5 100ths of a second, half a tenth, you're talking maybe a car length, even less. So they're the fine margins that we've got to play with, ladies and gentlemen. One slip up, either Reindler or Moore, just about say the battle is done. Right on board with Burns once more. Still yet to latch onto the back of Cirillo, who's lost track of Avern, who's now 2-3 seconds up the road from him and back in 3rd. And a very comfortable, albeit lonely 3rd at this point, just rolling through the motions through the final 5 minutes of this car race.
Chris Reindler just put in an absolute pearler, mate, a 56.3309. And he's backed that up by going fastest again up and over intermediate one. Intermediate one starts down here at the start-finish line and finishes as you head down towards turn number 6 up and over the top of the hill. We've basically divided the racetrack in half. So intermediate 1 is the first sector and intermediate 2 is from turn 6 all the way up and over the top of the hill, around turn 7 and out onto the main straight here. As our leader's coming past again to reel off another lap. 3.5 minutes remaining here. That's a 56.63 from Chris Reindler over Moore and a Vern in third. Cirillo still hanging on for fourth, and Stuart Burns with our onboard camera finds himself in 5th position. Oh, there's one off. It's Mark Cirillo.
5.
Down there in turn number 1, Mark Cirillo has backed it in, and with 3 minutes remaining, I would say this is probably going to be game over for this one. We should see the lights and safety car boards coming out very, very shortly. That's unfortunate for Mark because Mark's a very experienced driver, not only in FSR but also Formula Ford ranks, and lately has been racing in the sports sedans in a very quick Porsche, which he's still coming to grips with. So a man that likes to throw his backside into anything with wheels, and does a lot of simulator racing as well, does Mark Cirillo. So unfortunate ending for race number 2 for Mark Cirillo. Safety car is out on the circuit at the moment, and that's the car on screen at the moment that has our onboard pictures, and that is Stuart Burns, a father and son privateer team. Of course, Derek running down there in car number 23 in position 11 as it stands at the moment. So safety car out, and 2 minutes remaining in this race. So it'll be, I don't know that we're actually going to get some restarting in this one, Zach.
It'd have to be an almighty quick recovery, and I mean, take nothing away from the hard work, the efficient work of our officials, trackside, our volunteer marshals. Without him, this stuff happening more. But for these cars, it would have to be a particularly quick recovery to get that one out to safety and get this race back underway. They have got a minute 42 plus 1 lap, and if they get back to the strike before that 1 minute 42 elapses, it's 2 laps. So there's every possibility that they could, if they push the envelope, get that car to safety, and we have a 1 lap dash, in which case it gives Moore a magnificent opportunity to have a crack at Reindler, and all of a sudden puts Vern under pressure from Burns. He's the winner in all of this, isn't he? Gifted 4th place. And yet again, as we saw in Formula V, a hot shot at the front end of the town in the top 5 has led a chance at championship points gone begging. So it'll be a disappointed Cirillo, but I mean, it was nothing more sinister than a spin. So that car should be able to make its way back out onto the grid for race 3 this evening.
You know, as with a lot of our race cars here at CARCO Raceway, these ones are very, very low to the ground. We're talking maybe 2 inches max off the road surface. So once they do hit the sand, they bury and they bog themselves. And you're stuck. Your wheels will just freewheel. They don't have any traction once they beach themselves in the sand. So safety car slowing them right down now, which is only going to work against these guys, unfortunately. We're down to 30 seconds, so I reckon next time through we'll get a checkered flag, but that's not my call. That's Motorsport Australia, and we'll have to wait and see as they move around this 2.41 kilometre course here in Perth, Western Australia. Thanks very much for joining us wherever you are, whether you're here at the circuit. Thanks for coming out here on your Saturday, and for those people all around the world tuning in, the Behind the Sport TV coverage of our live stream here from CARCO Night Masters, round number 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championship for 2025. The first day of school, and it's great to have Zach Caban in the commentary box as such, all the way over there in Queensland.
It's a remote commentary box. It's the home commentary box. I do a lot of sim racing commentary actually from this particular vantage point. But so I'm well accustomed to calling off a monitor, Vaughan, but it's nice to do it for the real world component. It's just gone 13 minutes past here on the East Coast. 3:13 over there locally. Still broad daylight and beautiful day for you guys as well. Couldn't have asked for better weather conditions for the first day of school. Discretion is the interesting thing here. If the lights don't go out on the safety car, I suspect you'll be right, in which we'll see a checkered flag. But if they do go out, then there may be the opportunity to get this race back going. They haven't gone out to this point, have they? So it looks as though that will be curtains for this one, and the second race of the day, in which has been taken to the checkered flag under the neutralisation of the safety car, which is good news for Reindler. It'll be chalk up 2, double up for him on Super Saturday here at CARCO. As they come back around, still yellow lights flashing. Will they let them go around again, or are they going to wave the checkered flag this time by? I can't tell. I think they're still waving the yellows, so they're going to see this one out completely under safety car, well beyond its time certainty. 1 minute 35 beyond time certainty at this point, as they still work to retrieve the stricken car of Cirillo. Disappointing, Vaughan, that we're just rolling through the punches now, just going through the motions of seeing this one out to the advertised race distance in that neutralised manner.
Yeah, unfortunately, word through from Motorsport Australia is that this will end at the conclusion of this lap. So the winner, 2 from 2 now for Chris Reindler, and it's 2 from 2 for Bryce Moore, and 2 from 2 in third place for Avern in car number 72. In fourth place will be Stuart Burns. Brad Russell takes out fifth, Andrew Eldridge for sixth, and Jay Wong for 7.
And that sets us up nicely for race 3. Obviously, all eyes will be on Cirillo and how far he can push back through the pack. And, of course, we'll wait to see if Reindler can complete the clean sweep, rather, if I can spit my words out properly. It's been a long day so far, folks, and the best is yet to come.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah, I know. If Moore can get the sting in the tail and get race victory in race 3 there, just to deny Reindler the clean sweep. At the moment, Reindler's on track for round honours, but Moore would love nothing more than to take one away from him as a consolation prize as they make their way down towards the final corner, folks. Checkered flag will be in the air as we go well into overtime, and I can only imagine that the Saloon Cars, who are waiting patiently in the dummy grid area, they'll be getting itchy feet at this point. They'll be saying, just get on off the track and get us out there. Let's go racing.
Yeah, it's actually the historic touring cars that are lined up.
Oh, the historic touring cars, my apologies,
yep.
Yes.
So they come across the line, and checkered flag falls on race number 2 for the FSR guys. As we said, Chris Reindler takes the win from Bryce Moore and Avern in car number 72. Down in the pits with Mason Legg, and he would have a smile like the Cheshire Cat right now. It's Jamie McCandy down there with Mason Legg.
That's correct. We are here with Mason Legg, who came first in the Formula V 1600. Congratulations, Mason. How do you feel after that race?
Amazing. You know, I've been toiling away at this for probably about 8 years, give or take, and stopping and starting again, and I finally got my first win, so it feels really nice. My family were here to see it, which is even better.
Fantastic.
Mason, you were saying before we had the interview, came to the interview, that you bought a new car this year and it's made the world of difference. You've come from about mid-pack up to the number 1 position.
Yeah, that's right, mate. The old car just tore away. I couldn't really... I could get a podium if someone had misfortune, but I was never a challenger for the win. I got this car, and the effect was quite immediate, really. It's awesome.
When it comes to the car, these cars are renowned for being fairly standard, though, really. It's really about the driver. But you reckon the 1%ers that this new vehicle you bought has made the world of difference?
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, the cars are they're very similar, but that last 5% really comes down to the marginal gains on the car. All the better parts, the most expensive bits across the whole car, front to back.
Mason, who are some of the people behind you that actually keep you on the track?
Yeah, that's my wife, actually. Definitely, I'd better mention her first.
You better.
Or I won't wake up alive tomorrow. Or you can't wake up dead, can you? But, yeah, and Scott Elsley from Straight Edge Homes. The category sponsors, Home Chef, Lytech, BM Graphics. I'm really sorry, there's probably more. Trying to look at the car. Revo Rentals, yeah. Really great.
You're getting great support, though, aren't you, mate?
Yeah, and this category is just great. If anyone wants to come join, just come talk to one of us and you'll be welcome.
I was going to say, I had a chat to someone earlier that was saying there's actually a couple of new people in the actual Formula V group now.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. And a couple of them just were standers by or walking past looking at the cars, and sort of next minute they're talking to us, and a couple of months later they've got a car and they're trying to get their racing license. It's wonderful.
Fantastic. Now, Mason, congratulations again. Good luck for the final race of the day for you.
Yeah.
That's all from us here. It's back to you, Vaughan.
Thanks very much, guys, down there in the pits. And yes, we've got a big field of historic touring cars lined up down here on the dummy grid. And I can see the car of Grant Johnson, car number 27, the XY Falcon, a brand new car this weekend. And great to see Grant back behind the wheel of at least something. And the West Australian Historic Touring Cars brought to you by Access Hire, Mick Moylan up there in the grain silos, and Blake Watson for I Write Signs, and of course Perth Brake Parts, your brake and clutch part specialists over there in Welshpool. So thank you very much to all of our sponsors this weekend, whether you're with the Historic Touring Cars or Retrovision, a brand new category sponsor to CARCO Raceway this weekend. There are so many people that are putting their money behind this motorsport, and certainly going to get their money's worth this year for sure, with some fantastic racing on track. As they're leaving the pit area now, we can see Brian Edhouse in the fastback Mustang, the blue and black car number 79. Behind him from Brunswick is Peter Piscaneri in car number 18. Conor Wanafaro, the fastest Mini in Australia, will start on the second row. The little lime green looks like a Mr. Bean car in the second row. And alongside him, a new car for Simon Northey, as I said this morning, jumped out of a Ford Mustang into a German taxi, the BMW. And then we have Don Behetz in the 7-litre Ford Galaxy, in a mobile helipad, as I like to call it. And then behind him will be Bowden in another one of the Minis, Martin Dennis in the first of the Datsun 1600s, Laurie Lapsley and Mike Gallagher, both of the Mark II Jaguars, in car number 8 for Lapsley and 60 for Gallagher. Second of the Datsun 1600s with Bill Shipper in car number 30. Brown running the Lotus Cortina, car number 92. Mike Kozieraski in the orange BMW 2002, car number 88. Hadlow, a newcomer to the Historic Touring Cars this year, in car number 65. Trevor Fairs in the Mini. Wendy Cover, the only female in Historic Touring Car racing in Western Australia. She's out there in the red and black EH, car number 6. John Bondi, who that engine went really sad in the last lap or so of the race number 1 in car number 89. I don't think he's actually out there. Then we have Grant Johnson in the brand new XY. Gary Croswell in the Chev Impala. There he is coming over the hill at the moment. And that would leave Mark Cates and Bob O'Neill. And I'm not sure Bob's out there either. That car seemed to have expired in quali earlier on this morning. So a big field, lots of marks represented. And as we say that, one of the Jaguars heading straight back into the pit area as well. And that looks like it's car number 8 of Laurie Lapsley. So that's one down even before we get going. You can see the big
And
Ford Galaxy there, car 222 of Don Behetz, and the equal size car from the general side of it, the Chevrolet Impala of Gary Croswell down the back there, the white car with the red stripe up and over the top, starting alongside Grant Johnson at the back of the field. And if this car has got all of its little gremlins sorted out, the blue car down at the back row will be worth keeping an eye on. The XY Falcon, built by the Dinnis family and Craig Bradke, with Grant Johnson, multiple state saloon car champion and Australian V8 Ute champion, starting off the rear as we get a good start from Peter Piscaneri and Brian Edhouse side by side. Once second gears pop though, Edhouse is able to drive away from Piscaneri. The little Mini of Conor Wanafaro hanging tough for third at the moment, and Simon Northey trying to run around the outside of the big 7-litre Ford Galaxy. That's not going to work. Behind him is Bowden in car number 23 and Martin Dennis as they head up through the bus stop and into the left-hand sweeper for the first time.
Clean start, which is what we like to see, albeit with a little bit of attrition thrown in. Already, it's unfortunate, but it's coming ground for this category, the historic touring cars, unfortunately. Ed House, Piscaneri, and Onofaro leading the pack over the hill and down for the first time. Ed House has an opportunity. Whoa, big take slapper. Huge moment, but what a save at the same time from the 18 of Piscaneri. Oh, that would have been a brown code moment.
It certainly would have, but Conor Wonofaro's made the most of that. He's run around the outside of Don Behetz, who momentarily got in front with the Ford Galaxy. But look at Grant Johnson. He has already gone through half the field already. And as they come across the line now, I think you'll find that Johnson will be in the top 10. And as I say that, he is in P8 at the moment. There goes P8. So now down into 7th position for this brand new, spanking brand new XY Ford Falcon, the blue with the black wheels. That's Grant Johnson coming up behind Bowden now in the little Mini. He has got a rear vision mirror full of XY Falcon at the moment. Tries to do the right thing, understeers right off the racetrack, does Bowden, and that really bought Grant Johnson. Now he applies probably 500 to 600 horsepower out of that XY Falcon and blasts down towards turn number 6.
Up over Rise, he's going ahead for the second time. Ed House, Piscaneri, Alfaro, the Hetz, back is on. Northey, Bowden and Dennis, the top 7 last time by the strike. We've been watching Johnson's recovery mission. It's so far going smoothly. And there's the 27 ranking up onto the back of 71 right on cue. We were talking about Johnson as he comes onto the main straight there. The interesting thing, Vaughan, is we know, case in point, there it is right on screen for everybody to see. The 27 straight down the inside. Johnson's going to position number 5, ladies and gentlemen, on the inside of Northey, who we saw earlier in the day, of course, carrying one of our onboards. But yes, that's a very nice move from Johnson, and already up into the top 5, not mucking around. We'll get a little bit more good for him now that he's done the heavy lifting, Vaughan, but at least he's back at the pointy end.
Now, he started out of position 16, and within 2 laps he finds himself in the top 5 and looking at top 4 at the moment as he lines up Don Behetz as they go down in towards turn number 6. They're side by side. He slides the XY straight underneath the big Ford Galaxy, and they're in pursuit now of Conor Wonofaro, trying to do his best and run away from Grant Johnson, the multiple Saloon Car champion and former historic touring car state champion here as well, driving another one of the Dennis and Bradkey cars, which was an XU1 Tirana, an orange and black car, and very successful outing a couple of years back for Grant in that car, and now he's jumped into this XY and is actually repeating the same thing. As Conor Wonofaro gets it all sideways, locks the rear brakes and I think some of the front brakes as well, and he's actually come off the circuit. That's allowed Johnson to scoot past, Behetz to go past, and maybe Simon Northey will be next in the BMW.
That was a hairy moment, but what was more interesting was that normally the momentum would take you to the outside of the circuit. He went across the grass and ripple strip on the inside of turn 1. So it limited some of the damage done there in the sense that he didn't get bogged in the sand trap, but still has dropped a bunch of spots. And the recovery mission will be on for what's left of this race, which is now at half race distance. 7.5 minutes down, 7.5 minutes to time certainty. So 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap ahead, ladies and gentlemen, which will probably be the better part of 8 laps here, given that Ed House has just crossed the line and punched out the fastest thus far, 106.
Sorry, Zach, but unfortunately for Grant Johnson, the XY has got a recurring issue again, and he is slowing coming into turn number 7, moves to driver's left and will come into the paddock area. So after a charge from P16 to P3 in 3 laps, unfortunately for Grant Johnson, it is game over for the XY Falcon.
It's another trait of grip end of historic touring car racing, isn't it, when we talk at length of how much we love these cars and the throwback that it provides for those of us that are old enough to remember this vintage of racing. But again, we highlight the point that was made at the very top of the race in that they are temperamental, they are prone to braking and causing grief. And that, again, unfortunately, Johnson would have thought, yep, things are looking good, I've got it fixed, and now he's got to go back and scratch his head again.
Yep, back to the drawing board, as they say, as Brian Edhouse comes across the start-finish line and reels off another lap. A really good battle here between Conor Onofaro and Don Behetz in the 7-litre, the 427 cubic inch Ford Galaxy. You can see the strengths. It obviously has a lot more horsepower compared to the Mini, but on the tighter sections of the track and under brakes, that Mini is still at full throttle while the brakes are being applied to the Galaxy, and that's where it makes up a lot of its room. And you can see already getting right into the bootlet now, or the helipad on the Ford Galaxy, and actually looking for an outside pass up through the S's. He's not going to do it here, but watch for an outside run around turn number 4, right on cue. Conor Onofaro tries to run around the outside of the Ford Galaxy and pulls it off, and just about takes Simon Northey with him as well. So Simon Northey side by side now with the Ford Galaxy as they disappear up and over the top of the hill.
Oh, that right there is what we love about this category. Different cars, different makes, different sizes, different models, different features in terms of their pros and cons, and the little Mini punching well and truly above its weight and taking advantage of its corner speed over the Galaxy in behind it, and the Galaxy now left with a little bit more work to do once more. And have a look at this. The Hetz is third, Onofaro in fourth with the pass of the race thus far. Norby and Bowden and Dennis in behind that as they make their way around onto the main straight. So the 2-2-2 drops to fourth, Norby into fifth, Bowden sixth, and look at them, Vaughan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's third through sixth with the lap car in behind on the same stretch of bitumen. It's been a while since we've been able to say that.
Yeah, it certainly has. It really... I can remember, like, we had Nick Swift out here last year, and Nick and Conno put on some fantastic racing with 2 Minis, and the Mini came from Queensland that Nick Swift was driving, and Conno took it right up to Nick Swift, who we see racing at Goodwood at the members' revival meeting every year, and other distinct Mini races and fuel-eating endurance races at places like Nürburgring and Spa, and some of the big racetracks in Europe. You'll always find Nick Swift. But for our homegrown guys, to see Conno running that close and that fast is awesome, as we picked them up now going through the bus stop, and that is Mike Kozaraski and Martin Shipper in car number 30 in the Datsun 1600, and it looks like it might be Brown, yes, in the Lotus Cortina. He's going to stick his nose in there as well, so that little fight is going to go right down to the wire. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining on this one. Car number 88 of Mike Kozaraski running down in P9 at the moment, Shipper in 10, and Ian Brown in the Lotus Cortina. Kozaraski run wide on the exit of turn number 7, and that's allowed Bill Shipper to range up alongside, but look at the power of that BMW. Just drives straight past Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600, and they lead the Lotus Cortina. They leave him by a 2-car length on the way down into turn number 7 to reel off another lap. Currently on lap number 8, turning into 9.
Used horsepower to his advantage to correct the mistake. Got a little bit taily on the exit of the corner, didn't get the run, but horsepower was able to minimise the damage done there and to overturn any potential threat as they make their way through turn 1 once more. And they're keeping one another honest, and let's not forget, folks, this is the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th on the racetrack, and it's got XL vibes about it, and I say that because the XLs are coming up shortly, of course. But it's elbows out racing no matter where you are on the racetrack right now. And Brown trying not to get balked there as well as they make their way through. The 88 at the head of this train at the moment, Kozaratsky and Shipper and Brown. A 3-way fight. The 79 throwing its hat into the ring as well on the exit of the corner. It's exciting stuff. That's, of course, Edhouse coming through to lap these guys. Thankfully, he wasn't impeded, and he didn't impact this battle and how it's playing out either. So lap traffic now becomes a factor for our race leader, and let's be perfectly honest, Paul, this is the first time we've seen him in about 6 laps because it's just taken off. It's 6 3/4 seconds to the good on Piscaneri at the moment, who's got 16 to 17 seconds, in fact maybe more, closer to 20 in fact, on Afaro and co, who are still duking it out for third.
Yeah, well, now it's Peter Piscaneri's turn to negotiate the traffic. He's just gone past Brown in the Lotus Cortina. Next on the list will be Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600 as we pick up with Brian Edhouse moving through turn number 4. And Peter Piscaneri now entering turn number 4, stuck behind Bill Shipper. And he doesn't want to run around the outside of the Datsun 1200, but now he applies the 500 horsepower in that Ford Mustang and blows right past the little 4-cylinder Datsun 1600 on the way down into turn number 6. But it's all Brian Edhouse. He's going to look like he's going to take another comfortable win here. He's just rounded up the Chevy Impala of Gary Croswell as we pick up the second of the larger vehicles, and that is the Ford Galaxy of Don Behet. And he's coming under a creasing attack now from Simon Northey in his brand new ride for 2025. Car number 44 looking for a run down the inside of the 7-litre Galaxy on the way into turn number 7, but the horsepower of the Galaxy just enough to keep him at bay at the moment. Simon comes back again on the inside on the exit of turn number 7. Behet should have the horsepower up and over the top of the hill. Let's watch what happens here. Zach down into turn number 7. Can the little BMW come back? Although the Don Behets are starting to get a little bit defensive now with his driving.
And let's also highlight that Iafaro was part of this fight a few laps ago. He's at the end of the main straight, just as these two are entering the main straight. 2 laps to go, folks. The last lap board will be in the air next time by. We've just gone time certain. Edhouse, Piscaneri, Iafaro, Behets. This is Behets holding on to 4th over Northey. They've navigated their way through lap traffic, and the 44 giving him the hurry up through the tight section, 2, 3 and up to 4. Not as brave as Iafaro, not daring enough to throw it up the outside just yet, but one little slip up from the Galaxy there, and I tell you, it'll be a different story as they make their way through turn 5 once more. Look at the different lines they're taking too, folks. The 44 is just trying to find any possible gap, any plausible opportunity to get by the 222, but to no avail thus far, and he's only got a lap and a half to go. Fast running out of time. There's our leader. He started the final lap, and it's been a scintillating drive once more from Edhouse, and completely clinical and dominant.
He's been able to drive away again in race number 2 from Peter Piscaneri, who has been king of the kids up until today anyway. Last year and the year before had a very successful season, has Peter Piscaneri, of course, an engine builder out of the southwest of Western Australia. And a lot of engines out there in these cars are fettled by Peter, and he does a fantastic job with race engines of all different breeds and varieties, as Edhouse now comes up and over the hill for what would possibly be the checkered flag waiting for him at the moment, although I did not see the last lap board go out, so we'll have to wait and see what we're going to do here as Edhouse comes out onto the main straight. Are we going to see a checkered flag? Yes, we are. So there's your winner, car number 79, the fastback Ford Mustang of Brian Edhouse. Here comes Peter Piscaneri. He'll come across the line to take out second place, and those rear Hoosiers on that Mustang are screaming, enough is enough. That car was starting to get very loose towards the latter half of that race. Next across the line will be Gary Croswell. He'll finish down in P8. And we have Mike Kozaraski in car number 88, Bill Shipper in 30, Ian Brown coming across in 92, but third on the road goes across the line now, and that's Connor Onafaro. And this great battle still happening is Don Behet's in the Galaxy and the 2002 BMW of Simon Northey, but the big 7-litre Galaxy hangs on. He takes out 4th place from 5th of Simon Northey. Bowden in the little Mini, Martin Dennis in the yellow Datsun 1600, Gary Croswell for 8, Koziradsky for 9th, and Bill Shipper rounding out the top 10 in the Datsun 1600. So a very entertaining race there, Zach, in race 2 for Access Hire, the historic touring cars.
And one can't help but feel as though had Northey been presented an opportunity to get his way by, he might have just been able to take off in the way that Onafaro did. Traction is king, and particularly once you get out of turn 5 here at this particular racetrack, so too is horsepower, and the Galaxy's got plenty of that. Good work from the heads to hold on to 4th place, but Edhouse is on track for the clean sweep today. 10 seconds to the good, the winning margin, Vaughan. Great racing, particularly good battle packs in the mid-pack. That battle 4th and fifth was only 0.7 of a second covering them in the end. Beyond that, Croswell, Shipper, and Koziratsky and Brown, there was not too much separating them either. And there's a sight to behold, my friend, on the left-hand side of the screen. Magnum Collection and gathering of Hyundai XLs, the cohort of 2025 and the Retrovision WA XL Cup lining up, getting ready to grace us with their presence for their first championship points-paying race of the new season.
Thanks very much for that, Zach. And I believe Demelza and Jamie, you guys, been around the local entertainment areas of Perth for coming up to 40 years. I hope that doesn't make you feel old, Jamie, but 40 years doing the same thing, mate. Well done. He's got Bryce Moore with him.
We're here at the Rise Racing workshop at the moment. I'm joined by Bryce Moore from the FSR category. He came second to Chris Reindler, and you happen to be Chris's partner when it comes to co-driving, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it works out well. It's a little bit different at the state series stuff. Obviously, we work together constantly. We know each other inside out. So it makes it interesting when you're so close on lap times, and then you also know exactly what each other are thinking. So makes it very hard to pass because he knows exactly what I'm going to do. And yeah.
I was going to say, you train together, so obviously you do understand each other's techniques. You've trained in the same sort of skills. So really, coming second, and we're talking about like tenths or hundredths of thousands of a second.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, no, that's correct. And he's he knows my weaknesses. I know his. We both try to pounce on each other wherever we can. It's just good to be, obviously in the national stuff, working with someone that is so similar to me. And, as long as Lance East drivers are 1 and 2, I'm still a very happy man. So, yeah.
But it is a good result. Second place is a good result. Demelza?
And I was just about to say, in terms of support, how has your team been? Who's in your team?
So obviously Rise Racing runs a unbelievable professional operation. Chris and I grew up together racing, so Chris is part of my support team as well, which has been really nice. Obviously my family and being good friends with Lawrence, and Chris obviously working for Lawrence, he's enabled us to give us this opportunity to go racing. And yeah, as I was saying to you earlier, our happiness is just as important to his, which is truly amazing.
And how then are you feeling heading into the final race, knowing who you're up against?
I'll keep. I've been making some pretty drastic changes. I don't feel like I've got too much to lose, so I'll keep throwing things at it and see if I can pounce on him somewhere. But if I finish second and take second out for the day, and then Chris has won it, I'm still happy. As I said, if we won 2, we're both very happy always.
Outstanding effort, Bryce. Absolutely. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to be a great race coming up, something to look forward to. I'm sure you are too.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well done. That's all from us. It's over to you, Vaughan.
Thanks very much, our roving reporters, Jamie and Demelza out there. We've got a massive field for Retrovision, the Hyundai XL Cup class of 2025 out on the circuit for race number 1 for their 2025 season. And what a big field, headed on the pole position by Brett Sheriff, and alongside him in car number 1, the current state champion from last year in Carlos Ambrosio. The second row will be Zane Rhodes in car number 73 from Dean Hill. Jack Caiulo and Craig Charnley on the next row. Then we have Moore and Dave Charnley in car number 4 on the next row. Stuart McGregor in that amazingly prepared car, and it's Petters this year, gone from Napa Autos to Petters for 2025. Harrison Perez in car number 18, Panizza in 9, Nathan Seaton in car number 95, Noah Byrne in 11, Kuhn in car number 92. Then we have a newcomer in Clant, car number 13. John Schultz unfortunately came to a stop and during qualifying, and that shortened our qualifying period. Then we have Cove in car number 111. Hasty, another newcomer, in 135. Steve McGregor in car number 8. Then we have the second of the Cove family in car number 39. Ward in 31. Harry Burns in car number 3, who Jamie and
Well, we've got about 6 hours to get out one of those form, but we're getting ready for a start, and this is nevertheless. And what a sight this is. Race 1 of the new season WAXL Cup from carco.com.au Raceway. I can still hear myself and I can still hear you, but the picture coming into being on the east coast as frozen momentarily. Hopefully we'll get that back in just a few moments. But Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio, two of the experienced hands in this category on the front line, make the leaders to green. And away we go with it. Good start for
move away from Dean Hills by 3 car lengths already. Then we go back to Zane Rhodes. Behind them is Jack Caiulo, and then the first of the Charnley cars, car number 51, and the second of the Charnley cars, car number 4, have got in front of Moore in car number 16. Single file now as they head through the long left-hander up and over into turn number 5. And we go on board. I'm trying to work out who that is. That's car number 61. Car number 25, I think that was. Wagner de Souza, I believe that may be.
Correct. And Wagner de Souza, there he is on board, down to the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. They'll begin to climb home. And it's just a sea of cars. It's like log-jam peak hour traffic on the main highway there in WA as he makes his way down. And what we were talking about earlier, Vaughan in Formula V, is prominent in the XLs as well. He's hugging the inside of the racetrack and he's straight wide. He's got wheelies outside. Good horsepower from Susie there to get down the inside and make some tracks and making his race. Clean start, which is good to see. We had some news come through regarding Cameron Charnley earlier, who just qualifying. I believe that it had something to do with the windshield, so he's been able to get that sorted and get back out there. Meanwhile, have a look at this. Good to see Brett Sheriff back contesting the full season of the WAXL Cup after some exploits over here on the East Coast last year. Back on the grid in 2025, going out in pursuit of the number 1 that Carlos Ambrosio has, and going out in pursuit of title number 4 as he was.
Yeah, looks like Jack Caiulo has managed to get in front of car number 53 of Dean Hill as they went through turn number 4 and 5. And it's Ambrosio right in the boot lid of car number 514 of Brett Sheriff. Well, Brett is a ex-champion in this particular category as well, and Ambrosio looking very, very threatening here. You can hardly see his car. He's tucked right into the boot lid of Brett Sheriff as they come down into turn number 7, but there will be no room for an overtake on this one. Let's see who gets the better exit, and it's equal as they the distance between both of these cars stays the same as they come down into the entry into turn number 7. And interestingly enough, Ambrosio not looking to put a pass on Sheriff just yet, as this is a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. So still a long way to go here, and Ambrosio just sussing out where Brett Sheriff's car is strong and where he may be able to put a pass on a bit later on in this event.
Minimum 6, possibly 7 laps still to run here, Vaughan. Long way to go, particularly in XL racing. And we've seen many times in the past that you don't want to be the race leader going into the final lap. Ambrosio will be happy to just sit there and wait for his moment. Not that Brett Sheriff's likely to present him with a free gift of an opportunity. Sheriff will make him work hard for it, although they're both out at using the track limits there with a little bit of concrete under the tyres on the way out of turn 6, up and down over the rise. Now here goes Ambrosio looking to put his nose up on the inside and just let Brett Sheriff know he's there, but for the moment Sheriff will let us back to the main straight. The yellow and green entry leads to the blue and white. They've got a good gap back to young Zane Rhodes, who will be a name to watch throughout the course of the season. He's under pressure from Jack Caiulo, and we're back on board with de Souza now.
Yeah, Wagner de Souza just overtaken another 2 laps, so he'll be looking to get a copy of this replay. It's coming out of turn 6 a few laps ago, he was able to take 2 at a time as well. So that's twice now for Wagner de Souza. And he's doing a great job. He's got a little bit of a gap now to try and close to that car in front of him, which would be Panizza in car number 9, the black car, just heading up through turn number 3 at the moment. But still pretty much line astern, just in front of Panizza, and our leaders, they are streaking. They are getting away now from Zane Rhodes and Jack Caiulo, and interestingly, Dean Hill starting to slip off the pace here in car number 53.
They always punched out the fast run of the race as well, mate. 1 minute 12.4863. Very nicely done in the early stages, but what they don't have is track position. That belongs with Sheriff and Ambrosio, and both of them are aware of each other's game and racecraft here as we pick up the 73 and the 7, that battle for third that I was just referencing. Zane Rhodes, one of the great junior up-and-comers in this sport, and Ambrosio's got his nose in front of Sheriff from the outside on the run to turn 1. Is this our first lead change of the afternoon? Sheriff will look to fight back on the inside. There they are, the number 1 of 2023, the number 1 of 2024. All out, guns blazing, elbow out racing in the opening stages of the 2025 season. And then it is Sheriff holding on for the moment. But Ambrose has had his first sniff at leading the way, albeit to be denied by Sheriff with, what have we got, 3 minutes left on the clock. Anyone's guess who's going to win this one. Track position so critical. You cannot afford to make a mistake this late in the race.
I think Carlos may have worked out that under brakes down at turn number 7 there, that he's a little bit stronger than the Sheriff car and able to get a fantastic run out of turn number 7 and then apply the pressure down into turn number 1. So we wait and see what happens now as they come up and over the top of the hill, and I can let you know that Ambrosio is looking for a run up the inside that backs out of that one. So let's see whether he gets a better run out of here onto turn number 7 and down into turn number 1 as they both come across the stripe. There is nothing between Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio at the moment. Jack Caiulo kind of stuck at the moment behind 73 of Zane Rhodes, and then we run behind him. We go back to Hill in 53, Cameron Charnley in 51, and Moore, McGregor up to 8, Dave Charnley into 9th, and Harrison Perez running in car number 18. He finds himself at the end of our top 10.
Vernon Seaton behind that. D'Souza's back to 13th as well. Cameron Charnley on the comeback trail after starting rear of grid up inside the top 20 in 19th. But it's always a long day when things go pear-shaped in qualifying. There's Hill. There's that battle pack in behind him, picked up by 8th place McGregor, 9th place Charnley, and Perez behind them making up the top 10. Really good stuff. Everywhere you look, there's a battle to keep an eye on in the Retrovision WAXL Cup. We've got 1 minute 27 plus a lap to run. Sheriff, Ambrosio, Rhodes, Caiulo, the top 4. Another person left the lap. Sheriff is keeping Ambrosio honest, and Ambrosio trying to return serve on the 3-time champion and say, hang on, this is my number 1. You've got to chase me and work hard for it. But at the moment, First Blood looks like it could well be going to the 3-time champion. And the guy that is back in business in the local state competition for 2025. 2 laps to go by my numbers.
It looks like Ambrosio is definitely stronger under brakes. He's able to keep the car more settled on the exit, and that's where he's picking up the speed, because all of these cars run into the same engine configuration, the same shock absorbers, the same brake package as well. There are limited modifications allowed on these cars besides the big things like like a fire extinguisher and a roll cage. They are essentially the fastest shopping trolleys that you can race anywhere in Australia, and we get some bigger fields, including 55 cars last year at Bathurst. And during the Easter race meeting over there, it was a huge race with 55 cars, and they can't do anything about it. Like Ambrosio is stuck because the Sheriff car is doing well through the mid-corner, and that's kind of blocking Ambrosio's run. And as I say that, he dives straight underneath Brett Sheriff. So I was right. He's definitely got the better brakes on board on car number 1. The current state champion from the former state champion. He's looking to fight back is Brett Sheriff as they head down into turn number 1. It's still Ambrosio over Sheriff, and that's allowed Rhodes and Caiulo to really gain some ground on this. We're going to have a 4-way battle for the lead here if it keeps going like this, Zach.
Yep, and they're racing to the checkered flag as well, Vaughan. Ambrosio and Sheriff. Ambrosio timed his run perfectly, just sat in there, got a feel for things, and made a move deep in the race to really put the pressure on Brett Sheriff and say, I'm limiting your opportunities to respond to this. I'm mounting the challenge now. You've got a chance to return serve, but not as long as I had to set it up. Down to turn 6 for the final time. Ambrosio's the leader out of there. but Brett Sheriff is going to get a good opportunity with the slipstream, the drag, and the draft. It's really going to give the braking school a testing run for its money here. Ambrosio leads them over the rise. Here comes Sheriff to the inside. Drag race. Door handles. Sheriff dives to the inside. Ambrosio goes deep. Side by side to run out of the final corner. Oh, the three-time champ left his run late, but he timed it perfectly and gets the job done in race one. How about that?
That is a fantastic exhibition of how close XL racing is. A big field of cars, and we've gone from lights to checkers without a delay or a stoppage. So fantastic driving from all of our big field of Hyundai XL drivers here, racing for Retrovision this year, and we welcome Retrovision on board motor racing here in Western Australia. But a very deserved win from the 2023 state champion in Brett Sheriff over the 2024 champion by 0.13 of a second. It doesn't get much closer than that. In third place, Zane Rhodes, a great drive. Jack Caiulo also moved forward and he takes out P4. Moore in 5 and Dean Hill takes out P6. Charnley in car number 51 for 7th. Stuart McGregor, and I've been saying that he swapped to Petters. That's the other McGregor. We've got a Stuart McGregor and a Steve McGregor. So we got Stuart McGregor in the Petters car and Stephen McGregor in the Napa Autos car. So keeping the same sponsors for 2025 as we go on board for the final part of this journey with Wagner de Souza. And he would absolutely be stoked with that run. Started back towards the rear of the field and has charged up to P11. And good to see that the curse of the race cam has not kicked in on that one.
No, absolutely not. And he's waving in delight as well, acknowledging the officials, the marshals, and also our broadcast camera there. Someone might be in his ear Vaughan saying that we're on board with him as we go down to pit lane now to check in with another driver.
Absolutely right. We've got a guy that's very happy at the moment because not one but 2 wins with his Ford Mustang in the historic touring car category. Brian Edhouse, congratulations. You've done extremely well today.
Yeah, thanks very much. So far, so good. So, yeah, a bit of a shame. A couple of other guys seem to have a bit of trouble, but I suppose that's the nature of the beast.
You must be a Ford man driving a Ford Mustang for sure.
Yeah, always been a Ford man, so nothing will change there ever. So it's either do a Mustang or an XY,
So how long have you had this car for, mate?
3 years as a race car, and probably 8 years before that thinking about what I'm going to do with it.
What do you mean? It keeps winning races for you. What are you going to do about it? You going to sell it?
No, not in the near future. So it'll suit me out, I think.
Mate, who gives you great support with your team?
Probably Zoe, my partner. So, yeah, probably the most. And a couple of mates come along today, so it's the first time I've had so many people here today in my garage, so it's been good.
You're a hands-on sort of guy by the sound of it.
I'd like not to be, but, yeah, I'm hopefully trying to wean myself off it and keep these guys involved, so it'll be good.
Heading into the final race, you have won the last 2. How are you feeling and what are you thinking?
A little bit nervous from my last experience when I won the first 2 races and it went pear-shaped in the last. So, yeah, touch wood, it all goes good. And, I'll just do what I can. So, if I win, I win. If I come second or third, whatever it is, what it is.
It's a pretty hot competition out there when you're driving.
Hot as in temperature?
No, hot as in...
Because I can tell you it's very hot.
Yeah, it could be hot flushes we're talking about. No, I think we're talking about the heat of the competition.
Yeah. Look, no, it is. It's just, like I said, it's a shame a few guys have fallen away a bit today, but normally it would be like John, I don't know what happened to the Bondies. They had trouble, and Grant and UXY, he's had a few issues, so it would have been good to basically place myself against him to see how I went against Grant, you know. So a few other guys haven't turned up, and Peter seems to have had a bit of trouble maybe, I don't know, but he's normally up there as well, so we'll see how we go in the third race.
Well, good luck for the final race today. Well done on winning your first 2. And now, guys, it's back to you.
Thanks, Brian.
Oh, thank you.
Well, coming up next are the Holden HQs, brought to you by Electrical Group Training, HQ Automotive, Jack's Garage, Kenda Tyres, and Petters Suspension, and of course HQ Racing Australia Incorporated. Thanks very much for your support of our West Australian category of our Holden HQs, the Australian motoring icon. Zach, you know that there were 385,000 of these cars made, and this HQ Racing all formed by a bunch of ex-taxi drivers out of Tasmania.
Oh, the Upper Lyell delivering the goods yet again, and it's enjoying a purple patch in sporting parlance at the moment, isn't it? Not so much on the motorsport front, but look at what it's doing with cricket and basketball over the last couple of years. It's good to see that it's got some great roots in motorsport history in this country as well. Vaughan, it's interesting that you say the number there, as sizable as that is. I saw some file footage from the 1993 Tours 1000 where the category was on the support bill the other day. I reckon all 350,000 of them were on that grid too. Geez, there was a mountain of them. It was fantastic.
Certainly was, but the old Calder Raceway in Melbourne there on the Calder Freeway, that claimed a few.
It's the old Thunderdome, which they've tried to revive in recent times as well. Michael Howlett and Mick Woodbridge on the front row here, Vaughan.
Yep, he certainly is the state champion versus former state champion in Mick Woodbridge. On the second row is Troy Kent, and that's a fantastic qualifying effort for Troy. He is a real battler when it comes to his racing. He just works hard on his car and has started as a rookie and come up through the ranks over the last couple of years. But I reckon this would be his equal best qualifying performance to be up there on the second row. We have alongside him Grant Ord in car number 4. He's another one of the hard chargers to keep an eye on. Car number 49 for Kevrek is Ryan Davis. Alongside him for HQ Garage is Stuart Kenny in car number 72. Rory Sharp coming back in car number 19. Bo Pangler, Todd Faulknell, Phil Breen, Brad Butler, Scotty Hames in 62, Mark Alfonsi in 47, and rounding out the field is Dave Kent in car number 45. So all cars on the grid, ready to go now. We wait for the red lights to rise. There's the green flag at the rear of the field. We should see the red lights come on any second now, and we will be away with race number 1 for the Holden HQs here at CARCO Raceway for the CARCO Night Masters. And away we go, and it's a ripper start by Hallett. Woodbridge moves straight over in front of Troy Kent, and that's going to allow Grant Ord to run around the outside of Troy Kent, and he does that. And he also having a look at Mick Woodbridge. That's not going to work. It's side by side with Troy Kent and Grant Ord. They go side by side through the left-hander now, back to the right-hander, and unfortunately for Troy Kent, looks like he may have missed a gear there. He's very tardy coming out of turn number 2. That puts him back into 4th. Ord up into 3rd, Woodbridge into 2nd, and Michael Howlett, the current and multiple state champion, is your leader as they disappear up and over the top of the hill.
Going reach true here as well, converting pole position into an early race lead. Very nicely done from Howlett, but like the XLs, that's only one part of the job that you've got to do here, because as Vaughan said earlier when we were talking about these cars in qualifying, and you're about to see a great exponent of them right now on your screen, illustration in fact, Woodbridge pulls out of the draft, goes to the inside on the exit of turn 6, and if you weren't going to see side-by-side racing, we were going to be talking about bump drafting, like what you're seeing in the battle for 4th and 5th at the moment. Howlett receives there, he yields and allows Woodbridge to go through the inside and take the lead for now.
Yep, so Mick Woodbridge in 74, getting that bump draft as they come over the start-finish line from Michael Howlett. Go back 2 car lengths with the car of Grant Ord, who's just locked it up, and that made him run a little bit wide on the entry into turn number 1. These 3 are skipping away now from 72 of Stuart Kenny and Ryan Davis. And unfortunately, after a terrific qualifying period, Troy Kent in car number 3 slipping back through the field. He's probably only 4 or 5 away from the back of the field now. So unfortunately for car number 3, suffering some mechanical dramas, 6 minutes and 50 to go in this one.
Electrical group training, they'd be very happy to be involved with this category given the quality of the product so far. Great to see the HQs turning wheels in anger for championship points for the first time in 2025, and more of the same, that chopping and changing, that dicing and dueling that we saw in the opening lap, prominent again in the second lap. Woodbridge got the run out of turn 6. He'll try and keep Howlett at bay. Side by side further back in the pack, they're still squabbling for those lower positions. All these valuable championship points at the end of the year do certainly add up. Third place at the moment is Ord. He's gapped Kenny and Davis. Davis still firmly in the mix there for a top 5 finish. Here comes Howlett trying to have a look down the inside of Woodbridge. Couldn't get the job done. And it is just a line astern. Freight train stuff at this point in time. They haven't been able to break the toe of the draft at this point. They've stayed relatively bunched up, which is good news for all and sundry ball because we love close, tight and compact racing.
Yep, definitely for sure, mate. Car number 4, Grant Ord, he finds himself between a rock and a hard place at the moment. He's got 2 cars in front, Woodbridge and Howlett. He's by himself out in fresh air, and then we've got Kenny and Davis, who are still fighting tooth and nail for positions 4 and 5 at the moment. They're down over the backside of the circuit at the moment. And we picked up car number 47 of Mark Alfonsi for Big Bopper Racing. He's the last car down into turn number 6. And our leaders is putting on a great show as they come up and over the top of the hill, and they are side by side. This time Howlett's got the better run. He's got to drivers right of Michael Woodbridge and drives straight underneath him right in the apex of the corner. And a good successful pass there for the current state champion in Michael Howlett. Woodbridge now looking to apply the screws and come back at him. He's right into the boot lid. Both cars going down into turn number 1. And Woodbridge just backs out of it just a fraction early there, and that's gapped Michael Howlett now by 1 car length. We go back to Ord, having a pretty lonely run. He can't get in contact with the 2 in front, and he doesn't want to come in contact with the 2 from behind. Davis now starting to look very threatening over the back of Grant Ord in car number 4. Behind him, we go back to Rory Sharp in the plain white car number 19. Behind Sharp is Bo Pangler, Phil Breen, Todd Faulknell out there in the orange car. Brad Butler, Troy Kent now down into 11th after starting in P3. Scotty Haynes in 12, Mark Alfonsi in 13, and Dave Kent round out our 14 cars.
And that's the point. 14 start and 14 are still running, ladies and gentlemen. We're 4 laps in, 8 minutes in, with another 350 on the clock plus 1 lap. So we're looking good for at least another 3 laps, maybe 4 here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Depending upon time, certainly another lead change. Woodbridge back down to the inside. Return serve on Howlett. We'll pick him up coming down the main straight because it looks like Howlett is going to try and get the up and under done. That's exactly what we're seeing there on the run down to turn 1. They're a coat of varnish separating them on the run down towards the first quarter, and Woodbridge will go back to 2nd place. So no sooner does he get his nose in front with the 3rd lead change of the race, and Howlett responds once more and says, back in line, my friend, I'm wearing the number 1 for a reason.
That's pretty much status quo out there at the moment. Besides that lead change up the front, Grant Ord still sitting with fresh air between him in 3rd place and Grant Ord in 5th, with Ryan Davis right all over the back of Stuart Kenny at the moment in car number 72. We go back a fair way now to Rory Sharp, seemingly dropping off the pace. But we pick up on our live stream now, Ryan Davis having a look down the inside of Stuart Kenny. It's not going to work there, but it's all Michael Howlett at the moment. Woodbridge again starting to look very threatening as they come up and over the top of the hill, and they're actually side by side now with Woodbridge down the inside, Howlett down the outside. So this would be another change of lead here for car number 74. Mick Woodbridge going to take the lead here. Look at Howlett run around the outside. Now that's put him in a bad spot for turn number 1. Mick Woodbridge, car number 74, will hang on to 1st place as they go down into turn number 1 and reel off lap number 6.
Yeah, a little bit smarter tactic play there from Woodbridge that time around, Vaughan, although it's not going to stop Howlett from having a crack around the outside at turn 1. Could he pull off the impossible, ladies and gentlemen? Not quite. Oh boy, Woodbridge will hold on for now. Howlett tucks it behind up the hill, but he's still got to be able to do that for another 1 minute 55 seconds plus a lap. This is terrific racing, the first outing of the season. It's on in earnest, first and second. They're 2.4 up the road from Ford. Sammy and Davis will be left to duke it out for fourth and fifth. That battle's not over yet either, but it's Woodbridge and Howlett putting on a showstopper at the start of the season in the same way that Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio just did in the XLs a few moments ago. And that was very smart from Howlett, from Woodbridge last time round. Not so much this time round, because Howlett's got the run and he's trying to line it up on the inside, then quickly tuck back in. It'll be interesting to see how they go about it on the run down the hill here, because if Woodbridge wants to defend the lead, he'll go to the inside. He's opened up the door. Howlett had a look and then tucked back in and yielded once more. So it's status quo again, Vaughan, as they come back past the strike. 2 laps to go.
Yep, 2 laps to go. 1 minute remaining in this one as they all come past now. Ryan Davis has dropped right off the back of car number 72 in 5th position there. So don't know whether Ryan has made a mistake or if there's an issue on board car number 49 for Kevrek. But going back up to the front here, and it's still Michael Woodbridge from Michael Howlett in car number 1. And these guys have put on some sensational battles over the last couple of years. They're clearly the 2 fastest cars, although last year you could also throw in Stuart Kenny into the mix. They were the top 3 cars. And Grant Ord on his day is pretty good as well, and he's currently sitting in 3rd position at the moment. And unfortunately, looks like Troy Kent, he has actually moved up 3 positions. He was right down into P11. Now he's moved himself back up into P8. They're side by side again on the exit of turn number 6 this time. Howlett to the inside, Woodbridge to the outside of the track. What is going to happen down here into turn number 7? They're side by side. Howlett on the inside. Woodbridge is going to have to go around the outside, and he is. I thought he might have tried the over and under, but he hasn't. He's going to drive around the outside of Michael Howlett, and a big drag race happening now as they come across the stripe. Mick Woodbridge has got half a bonnet length in front of Michael Howlett, but Howlett's got the priority entry into turn number 1. Howlett, there's nothing he's trying to do as best he can to try and get away from Mick Woodbridge, but Mick Woodbridge all over the back of him as they head up through the bus stop here. They're just about giving the big heave-o up through the bus stop.
That was beautifully executed from Howlett. Set that up on the run out of turn 6 and held it all the way down the main straight in a similar way to what Woodbridge did to him earlier in the race. Racecraft 101, monkey see, monkey do sort of stuff. Now the race is on to the finish line. Can Woodbridge hold off, make a lunge on Howlett, or can Howlett hold him off? We'll wait and see. Out of turn 6 for the final time. They're a little bit wide on the exit, but Howlett's actually got a little bit of a comfortable buffer there. 2-3 car lengths to the good. Is it going to be enough?
As they come up and over the top of the hill, it's still Michael Howlett, the current state champion, with Mick Woodbridge, a former multiple state champion, right behind him. I don't think there's any moves going to happen on this particular lap. Howlett's actually increased it now by 2 car lengths and takes the checkered flag. A great win for the 2024 state champion in Michael Howlett over Mick Woodbridge in car number 74. Taking home 3rd will be Grant Ord in car 4. Ryan Davis gets back up to take 4th position from Rory Sharp. Something's happened to Stuart Kenny. He's just ambling across the line at the moment, and he comes across the line in P10. So, a big failure there on the last lap for Stuart Kenny. So we had Rory Sharp in 5. Troy Kent goes all the way from P11 back up to P6. Bo Pangler in 7th, Phil Breen in 8th, Faulknell 9, and Stuart Kenny, car number 72, are your top 10 for the first of our Holden HQ races here at the CARCO Night Masters.
Hard to pick a favourite between the XL race we just saw and the HQ race that we've just wrapped up, Vaughan, because they were equal in terms of their entertainment value, their excitement, their intensity, and the fact that we had a 2-way fight for the lead in both. You mentioned earlier something about trolleys that I was about to chime in, but we ran out of time because things kept happening at a rapid rate of knots, and say, but they're the best trolleys going around. But I reckon the HQs would want to argue that statement with the show they've just put on.
So as the HQs come down into turn 7, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as they go double Indian file as a salute to you for supporting the West Australian HQ Association. Down in the pits there, Jamie and Demelza. You've got a pretty happy Carlos Ambrosio with you.
Certainly have, Vaughan.
Now, Carlos, you came second in quite a thrilling race. Tell us what you were thinking when everything was playing out.
I was just thinking to stick on the back of Brett and kind of work with him to try and push away from the pack behind us. I tried my moves, but Brett did the moves just as good and hit me there on the last lap. So that was a good battle.
You've had a fantastic rivalry with Brett for many, many years. So, does it sort of feature itself off the track, or is that just purely just for the competitive nature that you have on the track?
Yeah, we're both pretty competitive and we race hard and, whatever's on the track stays on the track, and off the track we're good mates. So, we enjoy battling each other.
Do you drive each other when it comes to on the track? You're pushing each other forward as far as being competitive and going for that number one pole position?
Oh, definitely. When you've got someone that's, a tenth or two faster, you work with each other and you try to better yourself to what times they're doing and better yourself as a driver.
You've got a new motor in the XL. Has it made a difference this year so far?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a good feeling. So, I want to thank Pete from Peterbilt Race Engines. Very strong motor, so it's good.
Now, you do have quite a support crew. Would you like to thank anyone for helping you out today?
Yeah, definitely. Like my family, they come out to every single race meeting and they're always supporting, whether it's a good or bad day. Alex, my dad, they put a lot of time into the car and,
Yeah, so what are your plans for this year? Is there many other races you want to participate with outside of Western Australia?
It would be nice too, but I think we're just going to focus staying in WA this year and we'll see what happens next year.
Any country runs?
Yeah, we'll definitely be heading down to CARCO Raceway. I think we raced 3 times there this year, part of our championship. It's always a good battle down there as well.
Wish you luck with that.
Thank you very much.
Carlos, thank you so much. It looks like we're going to have quite the race coming up.
Yeah, should be good. If it was as good as that one, I can't wait.
Right. Well done. Good to see you again.
Lots more racing to come, especially with the XLs. Stay with us, guys. It's back to you.
the Improved Racing Association of Western Australia. And we've got some graphics happening right now on our live stream with BM Graphics. They've got a big gaggle of sponsors for 2025. Their big one is WA Hino, and we welcome WA Hino to Motorsport and CARCO Raceway, Pool Edge Systems as well, and they also have Racing Dynamics and BM Graphics as well. So a big welcome to all of our new sponsors for season 2025. Thanks for supporting local motorsport, and I'm sure that you're going to get value for money as the racing that we've seen so far today on day one, the first day of school for 2025. And is anything to go by? It's going to get hotter and hotter the more this season progresses. Just having a look down, we've got a combined field of improved production cars and street cars. Looks like we've got a good 24, 25 cars sitting down there on the grid. Anything from a Renault Megane to a Mazda RX-7. I can see a Chev Corvette down there at the back of the dummy grid at the moment. An RX-8, and of course the Volkswagen Beetle with Matty Galton racing for the first time. Also the Mini Cooper S of car number 93, I think that is, Woodhead. It's his first race meeting here at CARCO Raceway as well this weekend. And then having a look up towards the front of the field, the big hard chargers like Steve Turpin in the Commodore there, Nick Minnick, John Caligari in the VN Commodore, and at the head of the pack, as usual, is Matt Cherry in that beautifully prepared Holden Monaro. Pretty much a V8 supercar in disguise is car number 44 of Matt Cherry. Zach, have you had a chance to see Matt Cherry move this Holden Monaro around CARCO?
No, I don't think I have, Vaughan, unless he was on the grid for the October race meeting that we called in the same capacity that we're calling this one. But looking forward to this nevertheless. Also looking forward to seeing how former Excel racer Jack Loesi goes on the front row of the grid too. He was impressive in qualifying, set the early benchmark, only bettered by Cherry's time. Caligari and Callow also further back, Midic as well. There's a few different genuine podium contenders here, but it's clear that Cherry is going to be the man to beat.
It looks like we've got a onboard camera for this one. Onboard Trent Hockenauer, another new driver to WA Motorsport here at carco.com.au Raceway. A big gaggle of cars and a huge variety of cars from 4 cylinders to, of course, the V8s. And just getting back to the car of Matt Cherry. Zach, this thing struggles to keep tyres underneath it. It has that much horsepower, it just fries tyres. So keep a look out for this one. It's an improved production car number 44. As are most of our cars, the big field is the improved production. There's a couple of street cars out there. There's only 3 or 4 of them, and the rest of them are production cars.
And interesting as well, with the vast variety of different things in terms of performance handling and other factors that chew up the bank balance when it comes to race cars. Tyres so often tend to be a prominent talking point. So I'm not sure how many sets of tyres Cherry would bring to him to any given race meeting. Or maybe our people on the ground over there will be able to find that info out for us. But yes, thankfully, I guess the only thing that does work in his favour in that respect is that these aren't long races in any way, shape or form. It's 12 minutes plus 1 lap for this particular race, their first of the day.
Yes, for sure, mate. And I can tell you that Dominic Caniglio, who was down in car number 14, the Mitsubishi Evo 7, he is a scratching from today. Couldn't get the car turned around in time. We got Rob Landsmeer out there. He's making the move from Hyundai XLs into improved production, and he's driving a Toyota GTS 86. So that he'll be worth keeping an eye on as well. Trent Hockenauer is in the Mazda RX-7, and he's got our onboard camera as we look at our onboard camera right now for RTH Motorsport. We'll have to see how this RX-7 progresses through the field, but it's going to be a very hard ask, I believe, to try and beat Matt Cherry at the moment. I'm just trying to see where Matt is. There he is, down there into turn 7. He'll start on the front row alongside young Jack Cloesy. And then second row will be Nick Middick in the BMW alongside the VN Commodore of John Caligari. First of the street cars is Peter Callow in the R32 Nissan. And then we have Steve Turpin, Corello in car number 7. Good to see the Corello name back up here in CARCO Raceway. And it's the son of, I can't remember Mr. Corello's name, but it's a second generation racer here at CARCO Raceway. Jim Gallen out there in a new car. Gary Utterson in the A9X Tirana. And then we have Chris Pavey in the supercharged BMW. And we have Cameron Burns in a Honda. Damien Croxon in the Renault Megane. Gary Edwards out there in car number 93. Simonson 81. McPherson, Landsmere, Hookamau. Brent Peters debuting a brand new BMW out there as well, a black car number 32. Then we have Woodhead in the Mini car in car number 98. Galton in the Volkswagen. And then Jeff Duckworth, Tim Riley, Laurie Whitholm, and Neville Zockerly down the back, if he is actually out there. He was in the Chevrolet Corvette. So revs rise, and we're just about ready to go here for race 1 for our production cars, improved production and street cars, and it's a ripper start for young Jack Cloesy. He's actually beaten Matt Cherry off the line. It's going to beat him down into turn number 1. Cherry locks up and just about takes out the rear end of Jack Cloesy there. Nick Middick's able to get underneath John Caligari, and behind them is Steve Turpin. Then we have Peter Callow and Jim Gallen in car number 111, the yellow four-wheel drive. I think that's a Mitsubishi Evo out there. And behind him will be Corello, Chris Pavey, Cameron Burns. So a good start, single file as you would expect as they head up and over the hill for the first time. And they're already scrapping for positions down there as they exit turn number 6.
Interesting dynamic here, and not a similar way to what we saw in the HTC race a short time ago, Vaughan. The big grunt and muscle of the Cherry vehicle in behind Jack Cloesy in the early stages, and it'll be interesting to see just how long it takes straight down the back straight as soon as we pick up the shot. He's made inroads and made his way by Jack Cloesy, so order restored, and the pole sitter has the early lead at carco.com.au Raceway. Now look at this, the 996 down there on the inside as well. That's going into third place, Middick on Caligari, and Turpin in behind that as well. So it's been a chaotic opening lap. There was also a little bit of drama further back in the pack off the start. I saw a couple of cars taken to the grass on the V8 supercar pit lane side of the main straight there, but thankfully
good little battle between Caligari and Nick Middick, and Nick's able to pull away by 3 or 4 car lengths over the top of the hill, but that'll get mowed down as the big VN Commodore will apply all of the horsepower up and over the top of the hill. We go back and have a look at our leader at the moment, and it's Matt Cherry starting to drive away now from young Jack Cloesy in car number 222. We still have Nick Middick in third, Caligari in fourth, and Steve Turpin round out our top 5. A beautiful exit out of turn number 7 for our top 2 runners as they scream down towards turn number 1 for Racing Dynamics. Is car number 44 of Matt Cherry over Jack Cloesy, Nick Middick, John Caligari, Steve Turpin, and the first of the street cars in disguise or in camouflage is Peter Callow in the R32 Nissan, car number 67.
Gelwin, the first of the production cars as well, 7th outright at the moment, car 111. In about 5 seconds down the road from Callow, the first of the street cars there. Cherry Cloesy, interesting to see. No mucking around from Cherry. As soon as he restored order and put himself back at the head of the pack, he's just taken off into the Western Australian sunset on a Saturday afternoon. 1.4 to be good on that second up alone. 61.46 for his efforts as well. As we go back and pick up the 67 there in Callow, the first of the street cars, down the back straight towards turn 7 once more, hard on the anchors. And the number 3 of Turpin is his next target.
Certainly is, as the roar of the V8's thunder past the commentary box. It's all Matt Cherry at the moment, but to Jack Cloesy's standards, he's driving extremely well at the moment, not letting Cherry get away that much at all. As we go on board with our camera in the RX-7 of Trent Hookamau, as he negotiates turn number 7, comes out onto the main straight. Just trying to have a look at which car it actually is. There it is, the red and black car heading down into turn number 1 at the moment. Goes through the apex there, looking really nice and settled. Now he unwinds that rotary engine, 13B on board the rotary Mazda. Heading up, bit of a flash of a flame coming out of the exhaust pipe there as well. So that'll be a car to look out once the lights go out later on tonight. To see the red glowing discs and, of course, the exhaust flames. Always spectacular to watch night racing here at CARCO. Of course, this is the CARCO Night Masters, round 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025.
Leaders head back into turn 1 once more. Midic, Caligari, Callow and Turpin. The battle that we picked up on screen there. Turpin closing in on Callow once more. It's car number 67 ahead of car 3 and the 1-1 of Gellam. Caligari's in 4th place at the moment, car number 5. Through they go. There's that Volkswagen Beetle that you mentioned earlier in the broadcast as well. Vaughan just going through the top, a shot out of turn 5 on the run down to 6 once more. Car number 3. Turpin, the 5th place of the IPRA cars at the moment, knowing that Callow is the best placed of the street, and the production class still being led by Gallen. There's your race leader. He's checked out. 2.67 to the good at the end of lap 5. We're past half race distance, 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. So we've got at least 5 laps ahead of us, Paul.
Yes, for sure, mate. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and the lap record held by a bit of a legend up here at CARCO Raceway, Andy Stevens, in his street car of 59.34. But that is a different record compared to like Matt Cherry with the improved production. They have their own set of race records. And just picking up on Cameron Burns and Matty Galton in the VW Beetle, right behind Steve Turpin there as they head up towards turn number 3 and 4. She's doing a great job on her first time out in a very unusual race car. I believe it's a turbocharged Volkswagen, Zach.
It's certainly unique. There's no doubt about that, but we welcome it. It's great to see. Well, A, another racer on the grid, and B, something different. Something, very left field of the norm.
You know what? It looks super cool on that car is a big whale tail, like a Porsche 911 rear wing on that car.
Just for the added novelty of it, I guess you could say. What's interesting too, mate, is Jack Claresi. I keep seeing him light up the timing screen with purple boxes through the first sector. So he's looking very good through that opening sequence of corners, but obviously Cherry's got the legs and muscle over the back of the circuit.
He certainly has. I'm just watching Matt now as he disappears up and over the top of the hill and starting to slice his way through the back markers at the moment. Chris Pavey just comes through in the supercharged BMW, car number 247. Gary Utterson on screen at the moment. Progressed from Time Challenge, where he did quite well over many years, and now has decided to go racing. So it's great to see that Gary Utterson making the move up on a more regular basis to the racing. Damon Croxon out there in car number 76, and that'll be the Corello BMW in car number 7 of Joseph Corello. They're running in 10th and 11th on the racetrack at the moment. Look at this big field of cars. There comes the Croxon and Corello cars as they go straight underneath Galton driving the VW Beetle. And they're already down into turn number 6. Things happen very quickly in this category of cars. They are very, very quick.
Should also point out, credits where it's due to all 3 categories actually for being able to muster up a grid of 23 in the opening round of the season, Vaughan. I mean, yes, it is our combined grid of the day, and 23 might be a moderate number in some circles, but that is very impressive. And what's even more impressive, no incidents thus far. They're all still running. 23 starting, 23 running, and we're about 2 laps from home. Next time by the line, Cherry should see salute the judges one more time around, and then of course we'll get the checkered flag out after 9 laps of racing. So in fact he's just come through to complete lap 8, so he's made a while at lap 10 based on those numbers, because obviously that +1 only comes in once the clock hits 0, folks. So strap in, we've got a little bit more bang for your buck just yet.
Certainly happened, and a great battle on screen now for our live stream customers with Jim Gellan, although he's run really wide now, and that's going to allow Christy a good look up the inside. These guys are going to come over the hill side by side, and actually Pavey's moved ahead in the supercharged BMW, but here comes the Evo 9 of Jim Gellan. Closes up big time under brakes as they exit turn number 7 out onto the main straight here at CARCO Raceway. There goes the RX-7 and our leader, Matt Cherry, car number 44 for Racing Dynamics. Up and over the hill again. We still have 28. Oh no, we've gone positive now, so we're 32 seconds on the other side. So we should start to see a last lap board being held out this time for Matt Cherry for Racing Dynamics in car number 44. He's got a very substantial lead now over Jack Cloessy in car number 222. Then we go back to 996 of Nick Middich. John Caligari in 4th. Just saying that Peter Callow moves up to 4th as Caligari is slowing in the VN Commodore, the red and white VN Commodore. And we've also got Gary Utterson, who's decided to go and play sandcastles down there in turn number 1. So unfortunately for Gary Utterson, car number 8, he is very big time. So that will be the end of this race, you suggest. So they'll probably get the checkered flag this time through.
Considering how late we are, how deep we are into the contest, yes, probably a local yellow or a double yellow down on turn 1 for the drivers to take caution because it's too late in the piece to deploy the safety car and neutralise the field. But what about this? What a great performance from the 44. After a slow and sluggish start by his standards, Matt Cherry restored order very quickly at the end of lap 1 and came through to take the checkered flag quite comfortably in the end ahead of Jack Cloessy. Over 4 seconds to the good as the double yellows do fly at turn 1.
Yeah, so an unfortunate way. Nobody ever likes to see a race conclude under a safety car or when there has been an incident like this one. So everybody still racing back to the line here. There's no yellow flags prior to the start-finish line, so it's still game on till they get to the line. And the last of our runners coming across now. So here comes John Caligari again. He was as high as 4th place. And that car sounds very, very sick, unfortunately. He's going to take 5th position. Steve Turpin will take 6th. Pavey into 7. Jim Gellan in the Evo 9 will finish in 8th. Cameron Burns in the Honda Civic, he'll finish in 9th. And Joseph Corello, car number 7, the BMW, he will finish in P10. So, yeah, as we said, a disappointing way to finish race number 1 for our production, improved production and street cars, but I'm sure they will be back. They'll regroup and they will be back after our dinner break coming up fairly shortly, but we've still got a few more races to go before that. We've got Saloon Cars for Right Way Industrial. They're next out on the circuit. They'll be followed by the Formula Classic, Formula V for Home Chef, FSR for Radical Australia West, Historic Touring Cars for Access Hire, and then we will go into our 60-minute dinner break. So lots more racing to come, and don't forget, we've got 2 more full rounds of racing after our 60-minute dinner break. We're going to take a very short break here while we extricate 2 cars, and we'll be back here at CARCO Raceway very, very shortly. Stick around, plenty more to come.
be back in about 30 seconds. Boys.
For Rightway Industrial, it is the Saloon Cars, the Holden versus Ford 6-cylinder battle here at carco.com.au Raceway. Of course, the Saloon Cars are presented by Rightway, Bailey Brewing Company in West Australia, Fox Roofing and Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs, and Auto One Morley. And thank you very much to those guys for coming on board for season 2025. A big field, as we saw in qualifying earlier on this afternoon, and this one is going to be an absolute ripper. We've got Mason Harvey, the current state champion, who has taken out pole position, and alongside him will be Rob Marcon, a guy that's driven street cars and improved production cars and spent the last couple of years honing his skills with the Saloon Cars. Second row will be young Jackson Kello, car number 225, and aside him, the first of the Commodores, car number 93 of Gary Hills. Vince Chiella in car number 12. Also out there, Mark Watkins, Brad Bowley, Tyson Sadler. And Zach, I don't know whether you've seen Tyson, but he wins the award for the best mullet in the world. And is young Tyson. He's got a really good-looking race car too in the Kmart livery of the Lap of the Gods for Greg Murphy. And it's a magnificent car. You'll see it when it comes through on the shot.
Yeah.
Behind him, we've got Dylan Barr, who's having his first day out here and is qualified in the top 10. Adam Koberstein, Craig James, Michael Koberstein, Reg Ralph, Anthony Martin in car number 65, Warren Ellis, Ken Power, Rick Gill starting right the way down the back of the field, Anthony Game in 40, Glenn Tincombe, Norman Parkham, the new driver in 97, and rounding out the field, car number 63 of Peter Dybel. A big field here, Zach.
A magnificent field. As we say, WA Saloon Car Racing is alive and well and very healthy. You mentioned the Sadler livery, the hark back to the Kmart era. That I can appreciate. The interesting thing with your other comment in relation to him with regards to the mullets, I must refer him to a town not too far from where my mother and father live, down in the New South Wales Hunter Valley, called Curry. They have an annual, believe it or not, mullet. If he has to get over, it'll be well worth the price of admission for him, I'm sure.
Well done, Zach. Thanks for that information. We've got everybody lined up on the grid now, and we're just waiting for the green flag at the rear of the grid. There it is, not too far away now, with Marcon and Mason Harvey driving for Tribridge, the current state champion, on pole position. Who will win the drag race? Down to turn number 1. Lights out and away we go. And Marcon gets the better of the start, but he's still on the outside of Mason Harvey. And Harvey trying to stick the car up the inside of Rob Marcon. These guys have come together before, and same with young Jackson Callow as well. Gary Hills has moved himself up into third place. First of the Commodores up into third. Then we've got Mark Watkins running around the outside of Jackson Callow as well. Then Vince Chiella. Behind him is Brad Bowley. So now they quickly dive back into single file, and they head up and around the left and then the right hand at the top of the hill here at CARCO Raceway. Of course, this is round 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. This is the CARCO Night Masters.
And it's live and free on Behind the Sport TV. Terrific to have you along. Fine time on the East Coast, 3 wide on the exit in batches of 2 and 3 deep as they make their way out of turn 6 right for the Saloon Cars. Of course, they'll be part of the nighttime program at the CARCO Masters this evening, and we're very excited about that. Have a look at these two at the front. Marcon got the jump, but of course, Harvey held the line through turn 1 and used that to his advantage to give Marcon a little bit of carry on the exit of turn 1 and just push him ever so slightly, or force him ever so slightly wide on the exit to hold the lead. And that time round, Marcon was unable to find a way up through on the inside, but not without trying. And he's staying within striking distance to keep Harvey honest here with another 7 minutes and 10 seconds plus a lap to come.
Because he's run over 12 minutes plus 1 lap, so a long way to go at the moment. And just a couple of wisps of smoke on one of the cars there that was in the top 10 as they come up and over turn 4 and 5. Down into turn number 6 at the moment. There's Parkham in car number 69. He's one of the newcomers, and he's giving it heaps to Peter Dybel down there at the back of the field. Our leader's already up and over the top of the hill, and it is still status quo. The state champion in Mason Harvey, fast man all around the circuit. Intermediate 1 and 2, and of course main lap. Takes out fastest lap from Rob Marcon. Gary Hills in third position now, and this great battle between Watkins, Callow, and Bowley's not too far off the back of this battle either, as Bowley locks the front right going into turn number 1, and Mark Watkins coming under all types of grief now from young Jackson Callow in the Ford Falcon. This is it, Holden Commodore versus Ford Falcon. Callow looking for a run around the outside, then swaps back to the inside as Watkins runs wide around turn number 4. Side by side across the top of the hill here, and Callow takes over a position from Mark Watkins and Brad Bowley.
Racecraft 101, isn't it, Vaughan? That over and under treatment, it worked a treat on the run out of turn 6. We pick up our race leader once more. Harvey's ever so gradually skipped away from Mark out to the 0.8 of a second now. So it's starting to get a little bit more difficult for Mark to reel Harvey back in.
And there's the car that's smoking
just fine. Yes,
I think that's
and
the...
there's trouble here as well.
Oh, here we go. There's been contact down there between Bowley and Watkins. And so there's 2 cars. That's Vince Chiella. He's also got some sort of difficulty. But there was a black car. I think it was the ex-Brock Ralph car that's got a lot of white smoke coming out of it as he's down into turn number 1. It's the car right behind Watkins. And sorry, that's Michael Koberstein in car number 13 that's got the smoke coming out of the back of it as we pick up on that car as it goes up through the right-hander and into the left-hander sweeper. So problems on board for Michael Koberstein, and how long will they let that car run before they give that the mechanical defect flag? We'll have to wait to see. Mason Harvey, fast man over intermediate 1 this time through, a 105.9, and we are 8.8 of a second away from Grant Johnson's lap record set back in 2019. And as the conditions of the sun goes away and the temperature starts to cool later on, Zach, we could be in for a track record later on.
Absolutely, we'll be keeping our eyes peeled on that. A lot cleaner run through turn 6 that time round. Koberstein was trying to make his way down the inside.
Looks like we may have lost Zach on the other end. Michael Koberstein's car number 13, smoking profusely now on the exit of turn number 1.
Because depend.
Sorry, Zach, you're dropping in and out at the moment. We're just picking up on car 13 of Michael Koberstein, and the smoking seems to get worse.
Momentarily, so
they're down into turn number 6 now. Car number 225 of Jackson Kello trying to do something about Gary Hills and the Holden Commodore, car number 93, as they crest over the top of the hill. We look back through the field, Tyson Sadler. There's somebody running very wide down there. I think that might have been Craig James in car number 10. As they come out onto the main straight here at CARCO Raceway, we've got Mason Harvey and Rob Marcon. Gary Hills coming under a large amount of grief now from car number 225, the Ford Falcon of Jackson Kello, then Mark Watkins and Brad Bowley, the smoking 13 of Michael Koberstein, Tyson Sadler in 8, the second of the Koberstein cars in car number 51 in 9, and Reg Ralph rounds out our top 10. Of course, Reg Ralph, the current Australian Pro-Am category winner, and we've had a big spinner down there, and I think that might have been Anthony Jones. He's spun off on the exit of turn number 1, just gassing it up a little bit too early. And Vince Giella, he seems to have got that car running again for Cachet Homes into turn number 4. No, I think that was Glenn Timpan that lost it on the exit of turn number 1. Some of our front runners coming through now, and there's the pass for Gary Hills, as able to get that position back on Jackson Kello as they run side by side down the main straight here on the exit of turn number 7. This is where all the action has been. These guys have been very close the entire race. Jackson Kello tries to come across a little bit early, but Gary Hills up the inside, and Kello rides right around the outside, but he runs wide, and that's going to allow 93 to have a fight back. And unfortunately, Gary pulls out of that one and allows the Ford Falcon to drive forward. No, he'll have to have another shot at him later on. Meantime, behind him is Mark Watkins and Brad Bowley. And behind them is Michael Koberstein in that smoking car number 13. Doesn't look like it's getting any worse, so maybe he may be able to make it to the finish. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. And the fastest lap time of 1:05.6. So that puts us down to within half a second of the existing lap record held by Grant Johnson. And as we said, as conditions get cooler, the sun disappears later on this afternoon, we could be in for a new track record held here by Grant Johnson, set on the 18th of the 8th, 2019. A long-standing record. Out onto the main straight, Bowley's run extremely wide, and that's allowed Mark Watkins. And behind him would have been Michael Koberstein in car number 13. Starting to get a little bit spread out now is our field. There's still 2 and 3 wide in some parts of the racetrack. That'll be Reg Ralph coming through now, and Vince Giella having a look up the inside of Warren Ellis. But over there in the bus stop, it's Bowley and Watkins. They're having a great battle to Holden Commodores as they head up and over the top of the hill. And about 5 or 6 cars behind him is Michael Koberstein in car number 13.
It's interesting with Koberstein as well. You mentioned that smoke not getting any worse. It's not getting any better though, Vaughan. So obviously there is a little bit of an issue, whether it's a rubbing guard or something. I'm sure he'll get back a bit late. Whoa, just on the nick of cue and time. Have a look at that for a tank slapper coming out of turn 6.
There may be some fluid leaking onto the rear wheels of Michael Koberstein's car that's really loosened that car up on the exit of turn number 6. But this battle is still going on with young Brad Bowley out of the southwest of Western Australia, and Mark Watkins all over the back of him, actually bump drafting as they come down into turn number 1. There's another brake lock up there for Brad Bowley, so maybe he's... Brock Bowley, sorry. Maybe he has flat spotted that front right-hand corner tyre. We'll have to keep an eye on it as Mark Watkins looks to go up the inside. He's not going to get it done there. And they'll have to wait again until he gets up and over the top of the hill here. Single file as they go up through turn 4 and flop to the right-hand side now. And Watkins having a look at young Bowley. trying to get past him, having a look down the inside into turn number 6. Bowley moves across and blocks that line. Another brake lock up there for young Bowley, so that's definitely got a flat spot on it, one of those tyres on the front. I believe it's the front right hand. So he's pinched it somewhere and has turned it into a 50-cent piece. Checkered flag is out, and your winner, Mason Harvey, the current state champion, car number 1 in a Ford Falcon, takes the win from Robbie Marcon in car 82, another of the Ford Falcons, and a trifecta for Ford Falcon with Jackson Kello in 225 taking out third over Gary Hills. Bowley and Watkins are your top 6. Tyson Sadler comes across the line now in the Kmart car, and he will take out position 7 from Adam Koberstein in car number 51. And Dylan Barr finishes in the top 10 on his first time out in a saloon car. And Reg Ralph, the current Australian Pro-Am category car, he rounds out our top 10. A big field of saloon cars and a very interesting race, that one, Zach.
Absolutely. I had to do a little bit of a factory reset partway through there, Vaughan, but I saw 95% of it. Harvey, Marcon, Callow, Hills, Bolly, Watkins, Sadler, Koberstein, Barr, and Ralph, the top 10. Interesting to point out, you mentioned Sadler off the top of the call, a good run for him, but we also mentioned Michael Koberstein. It looks as though he may have succumbed to a mechanical black flag from race control. I did see a flag hanging out with a number attached to it. Didn't get a good enough look at it, but if you put 2 and 2 together, you see Michael Koberstein slip down to the bottom of the order and has come into pit lane after completing 7 of the 9 laps there. So maybe he has parked up and decided to just let that one be for the moment and sort the problem out, ready for race 2.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to race number 2 coming up after our dinner break, which will be coming up very shortly. Next out on the circuit for the last time today will be our Formula Classic. Then they'll be followed by Formula V, FSR, and the touring cars. They take us into our dinner break. And after dinner, we've got a 60-minute break for our dinner, and people always ask, why is it so long? It's to give our hard-working officials a bit of a break. They've been out there since 9:30 this morning, and it's only fair that they have a bit of a break, have something to eat, and have a nice cold drink before they get back out there for 2 more full sessions tonight after dinner, including the XLs, the Holdens, the HQ Holdens, production cars, saloon cars, and XLs. We're going to take a short break here at CARCO Raceway, and we'll be back very, very shortly with Formula Classic here at the CARCO Night Masters.
Congratulations to you, well done.
Cheers, mate. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, we're here joined by Michael Howlett, who won the HQ Holden category. Mate, you must be stoked about that. What a great win.
Oh, that was an amazing race. It's always fun battling your teammate next door. We were going at it all race. We were trying to time it for the last lap, and the checkered flag kind of came out by surprise, and I happened to be in front at the time.
Was there anybody else in the race that sort of gave you a bit of a nudge?
Not a nudge, but there was someone behind us trying to hunt us down. That was Grant Ord next door, but he couldn't quite catch us.
Who's a part of your team, mate? Who do you have to sort of thank for giving you that sort of support that you need on the track?
Oh, 100%. I've got a few people, mainly my dad. Very good financial sponsor. Also, my teammate Mick Woodbridge, who's helped build the engine for me. My partner Talia, who's also working in the office here at the track. But yeah, without these people, I wouldn't be here.
Does she help you with the inside information about what's going on a day?
No, I wouldn't do any of that. No.
In terms of leading into the next race, how are you feeling going into that?
Who knows what's going to happen with this one? It's going to get a bit cooler. The sun will be setting. I look forward to it, actually. I think it'll be really good fun. I can't tell you who's going to win.
Are you happy with the way the car's responding on the track?
Yes, the car's better. It's getting better and better since last year. We had a lot of trouble towards the end of last year with the engine, the handling, everything.
And the weather today is sensational for racing.
Yeah, it's nice, but I think it'll be even quicker later tonight when the temp comes down. The engines we can probably tune up a little bit more.
Well, that's it. Thank you so much, and congrats on your first place, and we look forward to seeing you out there on the track very, very shortly. More from us. It's back to you,
One of the
Vaughan.
hard charges of the Holden HQ Brigade is young Michael Howlett, a ripping young fella, and loves to take his motor racing very seriously. And as we saw, a great battle between himself and Woodbridge. But you don't discount Stuart Kenny in car number 72 to come back in race number 2, and of course Ryan Davis as well, and Grant Ord you can throw into that as well. Unfortunate there in race number 1 for Troy Kent. Seemed to have a very up and down race. Qualified out of P3, went back to 11, and I think he's finished up in about 4th or 5th position. So yeah, hopefully Troy can get on top of that car and get it out there and more reliable over the race distance, which will be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. That will be coming up after our dinner break. The 1 minute siren has just gone for our Formula Classics, and on pole position after winning race number 2 will be Lance Carwadine, and he'll be starting alongside a Formula Ford of Hagen in car number 11. Then we have Ricky Virago in the Rolt RT5, Craig Thompson driving a 2-litre Formula Ford with wings and slicks. Then we have David Dearden in the conventional Formula Ford in car number 52. Bill Norman will be looking for a big drive here out of the 3rd row in car number 3 in the Rolt RT4. Then we have Glenn Swarbrick in the 82 model Macon Formula Ford. Leon Magistro out there in his Formula Ford. I don't know whether we're going to see Brian Searles in the Tiga. He came to a stop in race number 2 earlier today, so no, he's not out there. And it looks like we've also lost Marty Bullock in the beautiful Chevron BT20. So a little bit of a reduced field for this one. This is over 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And Leon Magistro is the final car to leave the dummy grid. So all in all, Zach, these Formula Classic guys have put on a pretty good day of racing.
They certainly have. It'll be interesting to see if Bill Norman has sorted out the issue that was plaguing his progress earlier as well, Vaughan.
Sorry, mate, he's not out there.
He's not out there? He's not out there, thank you. So the answer to that has already been given, and it is unfortunately no. That probably opens the door for Carwadine on your screen there as the pole sitter to convert and chalk up another race win here. Hagen alongside him, Virago, Thompson, Dearden will have a vacant patch next to him on the grid. Swarbrick, Magistro and Searles, with Bullock was a non-starter in the previous race, if memory serves for him.
That's right, mate. Yeah, he unfortunately, race number 1, that was the end of the Chevron BT20, unfortunately for Marty in this one. The Chevron B20, it's not a BT20, I'm thinking of a Mazda. Yeah, but Lance Carwadine, he'd be smiling like a Cheshire cat right now coming to take the start for this one. I believe this, if Lance can win this race, then this would be probably one of his better efforts here at CARCO Raceway, and I might even stick my neck out and say this will be his first round win ever.
I'm going to trust your judgment because you know the scene far better than yours truly, and we'll wait for any statisticians or historians of the COVID to prove you otherwise. But this is going to be a good one, particularly the Hagen-Virago battle, Vaughan. That was on in earnest in the previous race, 2 distinctly different cars, and Hagen well and truly held his own.
He certainly is, and this is his first race meeting too in Formula Classic. So it's a great debut day so far for James Gawn Hagen, who's driving a Van Diemen, which is a Formula Ford, and very unusual to see a Formula Ford, starting on the front row alongside the Jane Brabham of the BT23 of Lance Carwadine. Then the second row was Ricky Virago, and as you said, Hagen in the Formula Ford and the Rolt RT5 of Ricky Virago. They were going hammer and tongs in race number 2 earlier on this afternoon. Then we've got another Formula Ford, but the American style Formula Ford, the 2-litre engine with the wings and slicks, and that is of course driven by Craig Thompson in car number 182. Then another Formula Ford of David Dearden, and that's a Vector. from 1994, the bright yellow car 52. And then, unfortunately, Bill Norman is a scratching. Another Formula Ford out there is Glenn Swarbrick from 1982. And then Leon Magistro in car number 4. That's also a Formula Ford. And unfortunately, we've lost Brian Searles and Marty Bullock. So, we've only lost 2 cars all day, mate. And these things are museum pieces. So that's a pretty good effort.
Indeed it is, and similar to what we've been saying with the historic touring cars as well. Set for a start here after 2 rolling laps. Let's go. Final one of the day. 12 minutes plus 1 lap, 3 3/4 minutes of that already elapsed. And look at Hagen on the outside, forcing the issue with Carwadine to turn 1. Carwadine will hold the lead though and lead them through. Hagen immediately under pressure from Virago, but we'll get across and cover that off immediately.
And straight back into single file for the left-hander up and over the top of the hill. Lance Carwadine's got a quite handy lead already. That it's this battle between Hagen and Virago in second and third. And that's going to be one to keep an eye on to see whether that can maintain for the entire 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We're down to 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So probably looking around about 8 more laps as we wait for the field to press the top of the hill at the moment. And, we can see that Virago has actually got in front of Hagen. And that's a good move there for Ricky in the Rolt RT5, but all out in front. Car number 18 of Lance Carwadine, the Jane Brabham. And he flies across the line in car number 18. He's got a good lead now over the Rolt RT5 of Ricky Virago, and then Hagen driving the Van Diemen Formula Ford.
182 on screen there through turn 1 once more. Thompson has gapped Dearden. Not too far away from Hagen and Virago, but they are starting to skip clear. And Carwadine already in complete control. 3.1 the advantage on the opening lap alone. 3 non-starters in this one. We're down 7. And earlier in the day, Vaughan, that second race, we had 3 or 4 different 2-car battles out there. It's only 2 distinct 2-car battles on the track at the moment, and that's quickly actually about to fade into 1, and that will be that the second between Virago and Hagen, which could go either way, quite frankly.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ricky's able to maintain that lead by 25 metres or so over James Hagen in the Van Diemen Formula Ford as they come out onto the main straight. Get a good view of everybody coming down the hill on our live stream, but it's all Lance Carwadine by a fair distance now over Ricky Virago and then James Gawn Hagen in the Formula Ford. And look at the presentation on that car, Zach. Car number 43 of Ricky Virago, running the same livery as it did back in the day.
And I love that. And old school liveries, there's a lot of respect and nostalgia attached to that, history, tradition, those things. We see old school liveries live on through tribute liveries on newer model race cars these days. I know Hyundai XLs occasionally run a tribute livery, so to Saloon Cars. You mentioned earlier that it's a museum piece, machinery attached to this category. That because of the pride and joy, the attention to detail, and the presentation of these cars. So everybody in that paddock should be congratulated for the way in which they present themselves, because at the end of the day, that is something we take great pride in these days. We didn't used to. We never used to the way that we do now, but that is a particularly impressive looking bit of kit, and we see a little bit of a lock up there from the 11 Hagen on the run into turn 1. Still giving good chase, but Virago's comfortably got second under control at the moment.
And what I really like about this particular category Formula Classic is that these guys are driving these cars to the limit. They're not just tonkering around in third gear. They are actually driving these cars to their capability and are quite prepared to handcraft the parts when they are required. These guys do have a large amount of respect for each other and particularly their equipment. So you will see close battles, but if something is not right, you'll see one of the drivers back out. They just do not want to make contact, these guys.
No. Again, there's something to be said about the gentleman racer aspect of this series. as you see them come back onto the main straight again. 8 minutes gone, 3:50 on the clock, plus 1 lap to go. The leader car would on 1 minute 4.7199, his fastest lap of the race. That margin steady at 5.41. But yeah, vintage cars, spare parts, repairs, the cost quickly adds up and gets away from you if you do make contact. You want to wheel them back onto the trailer the way they wheeled off at the start of the day. It makes the sustainability of it a hell of a lot easier. And as you say, it may well be a case of in a couple of years' time when they do decide to park up any number of these drivers, Vaughan, that they wheel them straight into that museum you mentioned at the top of the broadcast.
Well, it's not a problem, but it kind of is a problem, is that a lot of these guys are in, and I'm sure they won't mind me saying, they're in their 60s and 70s, and
Yes.
when they give up, we need another generation to come through. And we're not really seeing that at the moment. So there's a distinct possibility that these cars will vanish in the coming years and we won't see them again. And as we said earlier today, the amount of West Australian and international motorsport history associated with this particular category, Formula Classic, it's just unreal. It's just a shame that I don't see this progressing for very much longer, unfortunately.
Which is unfortunate. I mean, it's an open can of worms, the rabbit hole that we're trying to go down here with regards to that pyramid of motorsport and that evolution and that progression. We've got drivers in this paddock that are starting out of their motorsport journey in something like a Hyundai Excel or a Formula V. We've got drivers that are at the peak of their powers. We've got drivers that are in the twilight era of their time in the sport as well, Vaughan. And as you say, this category, where does it go? Do we see these cars passed on in a hand-me-down capacity to someone that's looking for a different challenge? Or do they phase out? You would hope, given the amount of history, heritage, tradition attached to it, that we see another cohort come through. But the other problem we've got, mate, and it's prominent at national level, we've got so many categories, but the only varying difference here is the cohort of drivers is not necessarily growing. So we're thinning out the fields by having more categories than what we do growing real estate as far as the participation numbers are concerned.
Yeah, so a bit of a conundrum for our Formula Classic drivers and the category itself. But as you said, there are a large amount of categories popping up in motorsport, not only here in Perth, but also around Australia, and it can actually bite itself. And
yes,
we're just
correct.
Gonna check up on Lance Carwadine as he comes down now. We've got 50 seconds remaining in this one, so they'll probably get one more lap. 2 more laps, sorry. But Lance is having a day out here. He's able to drive away from Ricky Virago in the Rolt RT5, and he's actually started to drive away now from James Gawn Hagen in the Formula Ford, the Van Diemen, just heading down into turn number 1. So, yeah, it's starting to get a little bit progressive out there at the moment. I can see 4 cars in sight. Unfortunately, we lost Bullock, Searles and Norman. And just trying to find where the blue car of Leon Magistro is. Hopefully we haven't lost Leon. There's another couple of cars coming now with Glenn Schwarbrick and also Leon Magistro coming down into turn number 7. A 28.00 fast time for Ricky Virago up and over the hill this time. Still lapping in a 64.9 and Carwadine lapping in a 64.7. So not too much difference between the speed of the first and second cars as they come down into turn number 7. And David Dearden out there in car number 52 had a spin in race number 1 earlier on this morning. But he'll be quite happy with his day. Any day that you can take one of these cars home on the trailer in one piece is a good day, Zach.
Absolutely. Again, it just makes the process of preparing for the next one slightly easier, doesn't it? There will be a couple of drivers in other categories that have got a little bit of work to do in that regard after some incidents and some mechanical drama earlier in the day, but not for the 7 that remain on track right now. Our race leader's on his last lap, but Virago's just punched out the fastest lap of the race, 104.4584. Magnificent stuff. 1.9 the margin. Virago's giving good chase here late in the piece, but he's going to run out of time.
Yeah, if he'd started that charge 2 or 3 laps ago, we might have had a different finish. So we're waiting for the cars to come back over the hill at the moment. And here comes Lance Carwadine now. Oh, yes, the gap between Carwadine and Ricky Virago has definitely closed up. Too late for anything to be done, unfortunately, but a good charge home from Ricky Virago. But the winner in the Jane Brabham, car number 18, goes to Lance Carwadine over Ricky Virago in the Rolt RT5, and then the Van Diemen Formula Ford of James Gawn Hagen will take out third place. So he's had a couple of thirds on his first race meet. Well, he had a second in race number 2 and a third to go home with. So he's had a very good debut here at CARCO Raceway, as we can start to see the shadows starting to come over the main straight here. Craig Thompson coming across the line now in car 182. That leaves David Dearden and Glenn Swarbrick and Leon Magistro. That's how they finished in Formula Classic. So when they come past you, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Mobile Museum of Motorsport. Formula Classic, well done to everybody involved today. Believe Jamie and Demelza have Adam Koberstein up there in the grid.
We do have Adam Koberstein here with us, who came first in the Pro-Am class for the Saloons. Adam, congratulations. How did you feel after that race?
I felt pretty good. Worked pretty hard. Had to avoid a crash. Let Craig James and Reggie pass me, but managed to get them back, so it was good. So, yeah.
Was it pretty competitive on the track, Michael?
Yeah, it was.
Sorry?
Yeah, no, it was. It was actually pretty competitive. Yeah, race 1's done, so we'll just wait for race 2 and see what that brings us.
Now, your background is a bit different to others. You didn't come up through go-karting, and you've got no sort of family tradition with racing or anything like that. So how did you get involved in racing?
Well, my brother's been racing for about 4 years, so I come back from FIFO and they were building a new car, so jumped in that. And then, yeah, just been racing since last year.
So within 2 years, you actually won a race, a Pro-Am, which is fantastic, in a saloon. That's fantastic. That's a great effort.
Well, he's been teaching me, so taught by the best.
And who's part of your team?
Mum and Dad, my missus, Hydrolink Wangara, they just sponsored the car this year. My mate Jerry, he helps me out, tools, everything. So, yeah.
And who's your biggest competitor when it comes to the saloon class?
Well, it's hard to tell now because my brother's left and he's gone into the pro class. So,
is he your main competitor?
Yeah, he's the main competitor. Probably say Craig James and Reggie at the moment.
So it's going to be a pretty tight race towards the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely say so.
Well, thanks, Adam, for having a chat with us. Good luck with the final race today. Vaughn, it's back to you.
Australia, and threw open the doors to his garage in Morley every Saturday morning, where all of the competitors, didn't matter who you were, you'd go down there and make use of the facilities that Jerry had, and he'd bend over backwards to help anybody get their cars up and running, help with tuning and setup and all types of things. He was just an all-round great guy, and very sadly missed. Unfortunately, we have no more Jerry around. Unfortunately, passed away back in about 2019, I believe it was. But this is a way of the Formula V Association of Western Australia paying homage to one of the founders of Formula V racing here in Western Australia. Of course, the Jerry Prosser Memorial Trophy, and that is next, and already the cars are out on the track, and Mason Legg leads them out over Paul Moltoni in car number 6. Then we've got Kathy Lisson, and Kathy, this is a great run to be up there on the second row, starting alongside her husband Rod Lisson in car number 71. Then we have Kenny Wyatt in 55, Vinnie Panawanu in car number 69, Callum Lamont in car number 19. The first of the 1200s is car 42 for Danny Chero. Then we got Ben Wilkins Isaac Scary is the second of the 1200s, and Cameron Gow is the third of the 1200s. And we have Jonathan Scary, Anthony Yo, Matthews, Mark Quinn driving the AJ for the first time this weekend. And then we have Samantha Casely in car number 7, Madeline Gow, Mackenzie Gow in car number 18. Hopefully they've been able to fix that gearbox problem on board that car. Then we have John Fowler, Dave Campbell, and unfortunately for Franz Esterbauer, they had an incident in race number 1, and that car has been retired for the rest of today. So unfortunately they're not able to take a win.
Lucky for us as well, Vaughan. We're on board with Mason Legg, the pole sitter, for this third and final race. You can see the sun starting to set there in the west. So by the time we're over and done with our 1 hour dinner interval, the evening will be well and truly in full swing. The nighttime light will have taken full effect. The trackside lighting will be full blast, and headlights will be required by the 4 categories going to light up the primetime spectacle for us here. For those of you on the West Coast, and the late night spectacle for those of you tuning in via the live stream on Behind the Sport from the far-flung corners of the continent further afield in Central and Eastern Australia, as Formula V make their way on to the grid for their final hit out of round 1 of the season, West Australian Sporting Car Club campaign. Of course, we're back here in April for round 2. Good mix of 1600 and 1200cc competitors here, boys.
Yes, we certainly are, Zach, and got Miles Lockett back up here in the commentary position to help us out with this one. And as I said, mate, this is the way the Formula V family pay homage to Jerry Prosser.
Yeah, sure do, mate. Yeah, that's been a great day of racing. Unfortunately, a few incidents through the first couple of heats, but the final is on pretty much. When you look at the current points, whoever pretty much wins this between Paul and Mason is going to take the plate. In terms of the 1600s, in terms of the 1200s, Danny Chiaro's got a pretty big stranglehold on that at the moment. So Danny's looking pretty good for the 1200 Jerry Prosser plate, and here they go.
So red lights out and away we go, and it's a great start from Paul Moltoni. I don't know what happened with Mason Legg there, but Rod Lisson looks like he's going to try and run around the outside of young Mason in car number 85. Can he get it done? There is a lot of grip out there on wide, and he'll also keep the momentum up, but Mason able to hang on with that fairly fresh engine and gearbox on board, and now he goes after Paul Moltoni, so he's not going to let car number 6 of Moltoni get away. Rod Lisson looks like he's given his car a bit of a tune-up as well. It looks like it's going a bit better. Then we go back to Kathy Lisson and Kenny Wyatt.
Yeah, no, great stuff from the gang there. Vinny Padawan next, and Callum Lamont, he's now at the back of the 1600, so he'll pretty much be right on the tail of these front running cars. Massive start from Jason Fowler here to start rear of field because of the DNF in race 2. And unfortunately, we've also lost David Campbell out of this one. He's got engine issues, so he's sitting this one out. But as they come over the hill again, and we've got actually looking on-board finish now from Mason Legg. He's all over the back of Paul Moltoni going into turn 7. We've got Rod Lisson still in P3 and Kathy Lisson doing a great job in 4. Followed by Kenny White. Then it's looks like Callum Lamont is next through, followed by Vinny Padawan. Jason Fowler has already got onto the tail of the 1600s already. Danny's absolutely cleaned them up in terms of the 1200s. We've got the battle of the scaries down in turn 1. We've got Isaac down the inside of Jojo, followed by Campbell Gow. Matty Matthews has got that gearbox issue sorted by the looks of it. And then we're followed by Ben Wilkins, Alan Yo, and then we've got behind them, just trying to see the car, it's Sammy Casely, followed by Mark Quinn, and rounding out the field is Mackenzie Gow.
Just watching the two scary boys as they go up through turn number 4, and saw some sort of a hand gesture as they come across the start-finish line, so I don't know who was doing what to who, but we'll have to wait and see what happens with that one.
It's a case of whoever's got the quicker car, follow me, and we'll try and see if we can try and bridge the gap to Danny. But
and maybe that's what they were doing.
The thing is, obviously, Danny got a great first lap, and he's sort of sitting on the back of the 1600s, which is going to give him a bit of a tow, and he'll most likely drive away with this one.
Moltoni's doing a good job at the moment.
I think we need to understand his sign language right now, boys.
Yeah, well, they are brothers, mate. So, but they've come from a good pedigree in their father, and I'm pretty sure that the boys are smart enough to work together. That's what they need to do. Don't fight.
Absolutely.
Work together and see whether they can come forward. Here they come now across the start-finish line, actually, and they're still working together in each other's slipstream and just taking turns at driving forward, trying to get on the back of Danny Chero, but looks like Danny's doing an outstanding job. I think the boys will be hard-pressed to make that gap up.
Yeah, they will. But looking at the 1600 battle, actually, Kathy Lisson has got ahead of Rod, and she's actually driving away from Rod at the moment. Now, I don't know whether Rod is trying to do a little backing up of Callum Lamont and Kenny White and Jason Fowler to try and get her away to get her a third position for the day. But Kathy is just driving superbly today. She's really at one with the car, and it's great to see her getting quicker and quicker with each meeting.
It is a great car, that one of Kathy's. I've been able to drive that, and that's a very, very quick car. John Fowler, actually, car number 10. Sorry, Jason, in car 7.
It is Jason.
He's having a crack at Kenny Wyatt in 55, but Fast Man, a 68.45, and that was Paul Maltoni last time through. They're just crossing over the stripe again now. Let's see what he can do this time. And looks like a 68.2. So very, very close lap times. Yeah, go Zach.
68.18 for legs, so he has gone 500ths of a second faster than Maltoni, boys. Reduced the deficit to 0.36 of a second, but that battle behind them is on in earnest as well. I mean, you've got Lisson, Fowler and Lamont within half a second of one another. Fowler from the rear of the grid up to P5 already, and not ruling out a potential podium finish here.
Yeah, he's actually taken Rod Lisson into P4, Zach, down into turn 1. So he's now ranging up on the back of Kathy Lisson. I'm sure he'll probably make the move as they come out of turn number 6, where we see our leaders currently at the moment on screen. You've got Maltoni still with leg right behind him. He's now getting the benefit of the toe coming up over the hill. And good actually conditions out here for these cars right at the moment, guys. So not too hot, not too cold. And so they're probably all making good power, and that's why we're seeing these really good lap times coming through.
Because the only thing at the moment they have to worry about is that big orange fireball over in the west there. As they crest the top of the hill, that you're temporarily blinded while your eyes adjust to that big orange light. But Kathy Lisson doing a great job. Fowler's actually got in front of her now and takes third position from Kathy Lisson. Then Callum Lamont and Rod Lisson in 6th. Ken Wyatt and Padawanu are the top 8. And Danny Chero just going across the line now. He is still maintaining the same lead, and there's a lot of oil coming out of the back of one of the scary cars. And that's going to be a big oil down. Hopefully he can hang on to this and run it wide and get right off the racetrack. He's noticed that there is an issue and he's pulled to the infield. So well done. But we've also got a car behind, a red car, that has pulled up to a stop over there.
That's Matty Matthews.
Oh, another one. There's oil down.
Yeah, there's
for
oil
sure.
down into turn number 1. So
car 40's just gone in backwards, and there goes another one.
Mackenzie Gow, she's also gone around. We've got
there's
Sammy
your old
Paisley.
car, actually. Mark Quinn is sitting in your old car, and we've got about 3 or 4 cars that have lost it down there.
We do. Safety cars being called scrambled straight away, so he's going to pick up these 2 leaders.
Well, with 2 minutes and 53 seconds remaining and an oil down, I reckon that's probably going to be game over.
It will be.
So for the Jerry Prosser Memorial Trophy for 2025, your winner in 1600 will go to Paul Maltoni, and in the 1200s, it's a good welcome return to Danny Chero in car number 42.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we've got the safety cars picked up the leader, but we've still got Matty Matthews and Sammy Paisley just recovering after their little spins. And Matty actually did a pretty good job. She could actually see the oil down from Isaac's car and pulled sort of hard right into turn 1 to avoid it. But unfortunately, there was obviously still a bit too much on the track and looped it around. But looks like Mark Quinn, he's all right. He's just sitting there in the kitty litter, just waiting to be extracted. And it's just one of those things, unfortunately, with Formula V's and any Formula. If there's an oil down, it's very, very difficult to see, and you only usually see it at the very last minute. And by that stage, it's too late, and see you later, you're going round.
You're a passenger. And the worst thing about it too, guys, isn't it? I mean, that's 3 races now that have been compromised for very different circumstances, and that provides an anticlimactic sort of conclusion to the day here. but Moltoni prevails over Leg. The other problem we've obviously got, Vaughan, is just how long that cleanup might be with regards to the extension of the daytime session here and getting those last two categories in before sundown and that dinner break.
Yeah, we certainly saw the oil smoke coming out of the back of Isaac Scarey's car, probably just as he crossed the start-finish line. So pretty much from start-finish line down to turn one. And but as I say, very good on his behalf that he saw the oil down and shut the thing off.
Absolutely.
Tried to get it straight to the infield, right out of everybody's harm's way. So very much a shame that, because Isaac was having a great run.
He certainly has. And Miles, you brought it up about you don't see the oil until the last moment, and that's because you're so low to the ground. When you're in a normal road car, you're about 3 feet higher than what you are in a Formula V. So you're looking down on the road and you can see the sun bouncing off the shiny oil. But when you're just about at ground level, you don't see that sun shining or the reflection until the very last moment, and then it's just grab onto everything and try and ride it out.
Yeah, look, I mean, luckily in a way, obviously, we're seeing Quinny up there in turn one. Luckily, he managed to avoid, obviously, Matty Matthews' cars. It was on the outside of turn one on the concrete hard stand.
There's checkered flag, sorry, mate.
Yep, that's right, yeah. So, no, wise call from race control. They weren't going to get this one cleaned up in a hurry. So,
No.
But as you said, great effort by Paul Moltoni. He's certainly been the class of the field all day. And certainly a terrific job by Danny Shero. His first time back in a race car since this race meeting, I think last year when he drove the 1600 Sabre that obviously France was driving today. So terrific effort by Danny to take out the 1200 plate.
I've just seen Franz actually walk across the pedestrian access over the top of the main straight here, and a very unfortunate race meeting for Franz, because he would have been one of the favourites to have taken that out for sure.
Yep.
He's a very accomplished race car driver. It doesn't matter whether he's in a 1600 or a 1200. They seem to alternate around between Danny or maybe one of the Fowler cars will Franz will jump into that and change category from a 1200 to a 1600 or a 1600 back to a 1200. So yeah, oh well, that's the way the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate is going to play out for 2025 miles. Thanks very much for coming up and
pleasure, mate, as always.
Helping us out with some inside trader news.
No dramas at all.
Yeah.
Good to catch up with you, Zach, as well. Well done.
Miles, thank you, mate. Cannot wait to see the Formula V boys and girls in action throughout the course of the rest of the season. It's no secret to those that know me well that before Hyundai Excel Racing came along, Formula V was my bread and butter, but I still view it as my favourite as far as the open world categories are concerned, mate. Nice to see them put on a show. It's a shame that it was hampered by yellow flags throughout the course of the day, but you get that sometimes.
Absolutely, mate.
All right, thanks very much, Miles. And Zach, we're going to take a bit of a break for a minute because Jamie and Demelza have Peter Callow up there, the driver of the R32 Nissan Street Car.
Exactly right, Vaughan. We've got Peter Callow, first place getter with the street car category. Congratulations, Peter. You must be really happy with a great result like that today. First race back for the season.
Yeah, well, that's not bad, I suppose, but there's only just a few of us in it, so, on their class, but with IP it was pretty exciting.
And what about your son competing with you at the same time?
Well, he's not competing with me. He's in the saloons. He's a different class. Yeah. He's a state champion. He's going to be a little bit hard to beat,
There's a lot of family lineage when it comes to racing and motorsport. Having him as well as yourself today at the meet, how does that feel for you?
It was excellent. It was great. Yeah. He's been with me obviously forever, but he's been coming to racing with me since he was 3. So he knows a fair bit,
He's obviously a good student.
Now,
He's obviously a good student, Peter.
He's a very good student. Well, he's not a good listener.
Now, who's part of your support network when it comes to the cars?
Who's supporting?
Who's your support team for your cars?
Mainly my friend over here, Mick Costa, is the guy who helped me out a fair bit, and or helping me out all the time, of course. But and he was also helping out Jackson. So no, he's definitely support for us, and apparently comes in here a fair bit as well, so which is good.
You've been racing for about 20 years. So you still got the urge to win every time you go onto the track?
Yeah, love it, yeah. Well, it's got me off the streets.
And with the final race coming up, how are you feeling going into that?
No, I'm feeling good today so far. Everything's running well, and I had a good run the last, the one we just finished, and so hopefully as long as the car and myself stay together, we'll be right.
You've got 2 more races to go, mate. Wish you all the best. Have a great couple of races. I'm sure come out with some great results.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks
Over
very
to you,
much,
Vaughan.
Jamie Demelza, and of course Peter Callow for making time to have a bit of a chat to us here this afternoon at carco.com.au Raceway. Of course, this is the Carco Night Masters. Hopefully you can hang around for a big nighttime treat coming up with flames and some red glowing discs as they come down into the braking areas. So we're going to run through some of our sponsors. Valvoline, Radlink Communications, CSA, Crossing Services Australia, Gallagher, Risk Management, Electrical Group Training, SEX, and of course the WA XL Cup, Retrovision. Great to see them on board. Liquid Molly and Motec Mechanical this year. Race Tech as well. Nexter, Speed Under Control, Revolution Race Gear. And of course our Formula V sponsors for 2025, Home Chef, Lytech Systems, VM Graphics Promotions, Giant Mandra, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes, and Perth Motorsport Tyres. And the FSR Championships brought to you by Radical Australia West, Arise Racing, Perth Motorsport Tyres. The West Australian Historic Touring Car Club this year supported by Moylan Grain Silos, Access Hire and I Write Signs with Perth Brake Parts. The Holden HQ Racing Association sponsored by Electrical Group Training, HQ Automotive, Jack's Garage and Kenda Tyres, and of course Pedders Suspension and HQ Racing Association of Australia. IPRA, the improved production, this year welcomes WA Hino and Racing Dynamics on board, VM Graphics as well, and our Saloon Cars. Right Way Industrial Proprietary Limited, Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing and Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication. And of course, the good people at Word of Mouth Signs and Auto One Morley. Street Car Racing Association of Western Australia, brought to you this year by Pool Edge Systems Australia. Don't forget our next round here at Carco Raceway, round 2 will be a one-day race meeting on Saturday, the 12th of April. And then we also have round 3, a 2-day race meeting in June on the 28th and 29th of June. Round 4 will take place, a 2-day race meeting on the 26th and 27th of July. Round 5, 13th and 14th of September. And then we rounded it out, the final race of the year and final round, round 6, on the 25th and 26th of October. All daytime meetings from now on. Don't forget, you can come and have a try up here, a taster session for complete newcomers to motorsport. We've got a few of them running in April, July, August, September and October. There's also a car control challenge, which is a Motorcana style event where you run in between witches' hats. And of course our competition driving school, where you'll learn how to drive quickly and safely around Carco Raceway with some seasoned professionals in the passenger seat. Don't forget, you can also check out Drift West at Drift Jacks Hill and the Drift Battle on Sunday the 27th and 28th of April and Sunday the 28th of September. Drift practice in April, June, July, September and October, so you can get your feast of drifting up here at carco.com.au Raceway as well. As you can see by the amount of vehicles and personnel out on the circuit at the moment, we have a fairly substantial oil down. It starts at the start-finish line and runs around halfway through turn number 1. So there will be a little bit of a break here as our new blower is getting put into action here. The kitty litter already down and the sweeping has begun. So we're going to take a very short break here at Carco Raceway. We've got the FSR guys. They are sitting down in the dummy grid ready to go. And then we'll round out this afternoon session for Access Hire. We'll have historic touring cars and then we'll go into our 60-minute dinner break. And then the nighttime session begins here for the Carco Night Masters. Please stick around. Lots more to come your way. We'll be back with FSR as soon as we get this oil cleaned up.
For those of you joining us on Behind the Sport TV, it's terrific to have your company. This is, of course, round one of the Western Australian Sporting Car Club season, the CARCO Night Masters, and Sam Casely standing by with our pit reporters for a chat in the Formula V paddock.
I am here with Sammy Casely. Sammy, this is your first race today. You're driving the Formula V 1600, which I believe is your husband's car, was his car.
Husband's car, yeah. Was my husband's car. He's getting a new car, so I thought I'll have a turn. Why not?
Did your husband inspire you to get into racing?
No. I think all the girls racing, I thought I might as well be another girl racing on the track.
But the girls have been pretty competitive, especially in CARCO Raceway over the last couple of years in particular.
It's good to see.
It is
Definitely,
great to see.
Yeah.
So what inspired you to get into racing?
I
Been
guess-
around it for so long, you just thought it was time to get
Might as well.
might as
Yeah.
well be a part of it.
Some of the other drivers drinking champagne, and I was just like, why not? I'll race the car. Then I was realising, oh no, I've said I'm racing, so now I'm racing.
What was the experience like out there for you? Was it a bit nerve-wracking being the first race? With all that competition around you?
Definitely nerve-wracking. Last week at practice, I come off turn one, hit the wall, kissed the wall, ended up with a nice pink Band-Aid on the bodywork. And after that, I wasn't sure whether I wanted to get in the car, but my husband fixed the car and said, no, get back on that horse. So, yeah. And I'm slowly gaining that confidence up, learning the road, learning the tracks, learning the other drivers. Yeah.
Are you enjoying it, though?
Yes.
And would you say that your husband has been your biggest support? Do you have other people that are within that support team as well?
My husband definitely, but he's the one prepping the car, got the car ready within a week so I could race, and then my kids as well have come down to help pit crew, and yep. And all the other members have been really great as well within the Formula V club, been very supportive, telling me I'm doing good, keep going. Yeah.
So now you're stuck with it, really, aren't you? You've been stung by the
race bug. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. I have been stung by the race bug.
Love that. And it's great to see new talent coming to the racetrack as well.
Yeah, I don't know about the talent bit. I'll get there.
Well done today. It's great getting behind the wheel, especially with the way that you were feeling given last week. But congratulations. And Vaughan, it's back to you.
Thanks very much down there, guys. And yes, it's fantastic to have another female joining us here at carco.com.au Raceway, and particularly in the Formula Vs, as there's already 4 or 5 females racing in that category. It's probably the largest category anywhere in Australia where they have so many female racers in the one category. So a great effort there, not only by Samantha Casely, but also for the Formula V Association of Western Australia for promoting their sport for the females. And it's looking very good down here on the track. We can see our workers are starting to vacate the main straight here. So there's just a couple of vehicles doing the final cleanup down there into turn number 1. So we won't be very far away from a start here in the FSR, and it's all going to come down to Chris Reindler, whether he can hang on and take 3 from 3 today over Bryce Moore, who'll start out of P2. Then the newcomer, Avern, in car number 72. He's had 2 thirds so far today. Then the first of the privateers in Stuart Burns, car number 3. Car 18 of Brad Russell and 60 of Andrew Eldridge. And then we have Jay Wong in car number 33. Tomic in 66. Jackson in 35. Derek Burns in 23. Mercer in 78, and due to going bush in race 2, Mark Cirillo will start off the rear in car number 5, the yellow and black car. So final preparations being concluded here at CARCO Raceway. We'll be back very shortly with the start of FSR, their final race for the day here at the CARCO Night Masters.
Time. times don't stop.
Cars are leaving the dummy grid for the last time this afternoon for the FSR category, and it's Chris Reindler, car number 2, leading the field out from Bryce Moore in car number 8. Brought to you by Radical Australia West this afternoon are the FSR category. Put on some pretty good racing so far, this battle between Reindler and Moore. It just looks like Chris has got a little bit under the tank, but as we heard from Bryce Moore, he's thrown some big changes at the car to see whether he can go any quicker than Chris Reindler. These guys have been matching lap times, and the margin of winning has been pretty much the same over the last 2 races, with about half a second covering Chris Reindler and Bryce Moore. Car number 72, Avern, first time out and has had 2 third places at the moment and starts out a P3 for this one, their final event for this afternoon. Stuart Burns in car number 3 is also out there with Brad Russell, Andrew Eldridge, Jay Wong in car number 33, Tomic Jackson, Derek Burns in car 23, Mercer, and as we said, Mark Cirillo, due to that off-track excursion in race number 2, he will come from the back, and he'll be worth keeping an eye on to see his progression forward. I don't think it's going to take him too long to get through these cars, and they're currently on their first of their 2-lap warm-ups here. Cars coming down into turn number 7 at the moment, just weaving, trying to get some tyre temperature and get all of those coolants and oils up to proper operating temperatures. And then away we go for the last time today, over 12 minutes plus 1 lap. As I said, brought to you by Radical Australia West.
There's the grid screen, lady. Vernon Burns on the 2nd row, Russell and Eldridge the 3rd row. And of course, Cirillo was the one that came up lame in the previous race for. It'll be interesting to see if he's been able to get back out there and rejoin the fold, and how much work he can put in the early stages to rip his way through the field here. But Reindler and Moore, that battle continues. Reindler, of course, 2 from 2, impressive. The margin was minimal in qualifying between the pair, but the jump has been an integral part of the narrative here, and Reindler's held off Moore by not a substantial margin, but certainly enough of a margin in both 2 races to consolidate and get the job done. And what works well in his favour here is, even if Moore is to find a way by and get a consolation win here in the last race of the day, he will still be in the box seat for line honours as far as the round is concerned.
Just to give you a little bit of an update for you, Zach, on the weather conditions here at the moment, it's starting to cool down out there, and there are some very long shadows over the main straight here. The back section of the racetrack still under full sunshine, and as we said, as they come up and over the top of the hill where the safety car is now, they are just faced with a big bright orange fireball as it goes down into the western horizon over here in the west. But if there's going to be a chance of a lap record, it's going to be from now on, as the wind still picking up, probably around 15 to 20 kilometres an hour at the moment, coming from the southwest, which is what we refer to as our sea breeze, or the Fremantle Doctor. But we'll wait and see what happens, but this is probably the best time of the day for these FSRs to be out on the circuit as they come through turn number 7, side by side. Chris Reindler in the red and white car, and Bryce Moore in the green or aqua colour car and black. And it's a good getaway from both of them. Reindler's going to go down into turn number 1 in the box seat here, and just outbrakes Bryce Moore by about 1 car length on the way into turn number 1. Everybody being very cautious as they run over the rest of that cleanup of the kitty litter. Mark Cirillo unable to get through at the moment. He's second last. He's made 1 position up over Derek Burns at the moment. He'll probably wait for a run out of turn 5, which they're just coming up to now. The right-hander at the top of the hill. Now he'll start to look and put some moves on these cars in front.
You catch your breath there, Vaughan. They head down over the rise, and turn 6 time up out of there, Reindler Moore, then back to Avern. All stages, side by side, the battle for position number 5, I think you'll find, as they head down towards turn 7 once more. In fact, it's position number 4, so the 3 leaders skip clear. 4, 5 and 6. I'm just trying to pick up whether that's Russell or Eldridge on the inside. The 33 is Wong on the outside. And Burns has made an okay start, but Russell's made a steamer of a start up in a fourth. Russell, Burns, Wong, then Eldridge and Jackson, Tomic, Mercer. Cirillo only able to make one position up on that opening lap. So a little bit of work to do after being in the top four in the earlier race.
And he's just been cut off big time by Mercer as they went through the bus stop area over there in the S's. So had to really jump on the anchors hard to avoid contact there with car 78 of Mercer. So as we see, it's still Cirillo second last. I really thought he would have come forward early in this one, but everybody holding their own and not able to just let Mark Cirillo just drive around them. He's going to pick up with Andrew Eldridge and Jay Wong. That is car number 33 and 60. But back to our leaders, and it is all Chris Reindler at the moment as Bryce Moore takes a big chunk of that exit ripple strip on driver's left on the exit of turn number 7. Nothing that Reindler can do to try and get away from Bryce Moore. Whatever Chris has done, I think Bryce Moore may have matched it. The battle is on again. Same distance in between these guys all day.
Absolutely. Continuity and consistency, if ever we've seen it. 5.5 minutes to go, plus one lap. And Moore responds with the fastest first sector of the motor race as well. As we make our way through. Third time. Minus turn. 12 start, 12 still running. Burns is slotted in last of the running order at the moment, just behind Cirillo. But Moore keeping Reindler honest. They've gapped Deverne, who's got breathing space over Russell. Burns is cleared long. Eldridge and Jackson arguing over the same piece of real estate at the moment. Here they go down the hill. Once more, side by side. Here are our leaders on the main straight. I want to pick up that battle if we can for 7th. Eldridge and Jackson. It looked like they were duking it out as they came into the main straight. There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them right at the back of the pack. So the battles are rife right throughout. That's 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. All the stones throw away from one another. So if you so much as cough, Vaughan, you'll probably end up losing a position here in that battle.
Yeah, Mark Cirillo's looking at 4 cars immediately in front of him at the moment. He's probably wondering how he's going to get past these guys as they head through the left-hander at the moment. Across the top of the hill there, it's car number 35 of Jackson back in 8th position. But there they are, the 5 cars down into turn number 6. Line astern and about half a second in between each of those 5 cars to see what can happen here. Surely somebody's got to make a mess of this and be allowed Mark Cirillo to get past. He's at the back of this pack, closes up big time under brakes, gets right under the wing of the car in front, and I think that'll be Tomic in 66, and it is. But again, Cirillo blocked. He's not able to get past this wall of 4 FSRs.
It's very hard work in the fading sunlight over there in the west for Cirillo, licking the wounds of the costly mistake earlier in the piece, letting go that top 5 finish and finding it increasingly difficult with only 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go to undo the damage there. Stuck in 10th at the moment, boxed in behind Tomic, Jackson and Eldridge. As you go up the order, 9, 8 and 7, there they are, coming out of turn 6 once more, and not getting the usual slipstreaming, drafting and dicing that you get in the HQs or the XLs because of the aerodynamic differences that Vaughan's already pointed out earlier today, the dirty air, and that's why Moore's had such difficulty, even though he's just punched out the fastest lap of the race and reduced the margin to 0.3 of a second, finding the opportunity to get by Reindler there, and still the inside running for Wong, holding on to 6th now. Look at them. Defensive driving, fighting for dear life to retain their position, let alone try and improve their position at the moment.
Yes, as we said earlier, you can get to within a certain distance of the car in front, but then the wind or the air becomes very disturbed and it can do some pretty abnormal things to your steering and braking. So you do get to this kind of, it's almost like an invisible fence. And you've really got to wait for the guy in front to make a mistake, as we see Chris Reindler pushing really hard, and Bryce Moore's right up to the task as well on the exit of turn number 7. At this 5-car battle, it looks like it's breaking up now with the 2 cars of Russell and Burns. I think that was, no, sorry, that was Eldridge. They're starting to get away. But as I say that, it all closes back up again. So car 33 of Jay Wong, Andrew Eldridge is in there as well, Jackson, Tomic and Cirillo. And there's a spin down there. It's the white car that's gone around. I think that may be 66 of Tomic. And he's backed it off the circuit. We've got double yellow flags down there in turn 1. Hopefully he can get it fired up and back onto the circuit again. He's only just got the rears off the back, but as we saw before, it doesn't take much to get these cars beached as.
Exactly, and that's why I was a little bit uncertain as soon as I saw the car wheel its way back into the kitty litter there, Vaughan. I immediately thought, hang on, we might be heading for a safety car neutralisation here any tick of the clock. So race control will be monitoring that. Leaders coming back down over the rise right now. Given we've only got 1 minute plus 1 lap left in the race, it'll be interesting to see what they do here, what the course of action is, whether they leave it under a local yellow, and it looks like safety car boards and flags right on cue.
Yep, right on cue, unfortunately. So this one will probably come to an end. We've only got 45 seconds remaining in this one. And just when it was starting to get good too, with that battle down the back with Mark Cirillo, Mercer, Jackson, Eldridge and Jay Wong. And unfortunately, we're not going to see a conclusion out on the racetrack for this one. So it's going to be 3 from 3 for Chris Reindler if they throw the checkered flag, which will be very shortly, I would suggest. 22 seconds remaining on the clock.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Vaughan, it was a gentle, light spin. The momentum that saw him reverse back into the gravel trap. I'm not sure whether he's done that intentionally to get off the racing line or whether that was just the momentum of the car taking him backwards. He's ended up only, a third or half of the car in the smallest entry to the gravel trap, and it's been enough to trap that car and neutralise this race. Unfortunate end of the day for Tomic, who was running, I think, 9th at the time, but the gift that keeps on giving for Reindler, it will be a hat-trick, a clean sweep of the day in the opening round, 3 from 3 to start the season, and it will only fuel Moore's desire to come back and go one better in April and, of course, the subsequent rounds that follow in this championship. So sad to see that for I think it's the 3rd or 4th day, we're going to have a race finish under caution.
Yeah, unfortunate ending to what has been a good day of FSR racing here at CARCO Raceway. And they've just hooked the car up now, so by the time they pull it out onto the circuit again, we are minus 1 minute at the moment. So I'm expecting a checkered flag to come out this time through. And as I said, a very disappointing way to finish a 12-minute plus 1 lap event. Yeah, lights are still on the safety car, as you would expect. And the car is now back on the circuit again and being towed straight to the infield. But it's very hard to apply the brakes hard when you're going backwards because your foot wants to come off the brake, and you're trying to fight gravity and that inertia by trying to push forwards to try and get some pressure back on that brake pedal.
Indeed.
They're going across the line at the moment, and
they're going to go around again by the looks of it, Vaughan.
Yep, they're going to go around one more time by the look. Don't see that there was much point in doing this, but they'll go around one more time.
Actually, can we just say too, I know it was mentioned in the previous segment, but well done to race control and well done to the trackside marshals and officials there with the clean-up for that oil down during the previous race, Vaughan. I mean, we're only about 15 minutes behind. Yeah, it was huge. That the clean-up, it was effortless. Many hands making light work there. And it's made the delay as minimal as possible. I think we were only about 15 minutes behind the event schedule as a result of that. You did mention earlier in the day that one significant all-down or crash would hamper it significantly, but thankfully, as I say, only 15 minutes, and whether that is taken out of the dinner break or whether or not we get back out there just a little bit earlier than the hour remains to be seen. I guess that depends on the feelings of running a little bit later at the back end of the day as a result. So time will only tell on that one. Nevertheless, we're not too far off the end of the daytime portion of the program and the lights going on, and Oh boy, I'm already excited for the prime time offering over there, and it's late night viewing on the East Coast, of course. It's already 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time over here, so by the time the sun sets over there, it'll be beyond 10 o'clock. Late night viewing of the motorsport variety, and it's not Formula One or MotoGP, which is even better.
Yep, true. It's the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia, Zach, and hopefully we've demonstrated that to you again today. This track here at
Absolutely.
Wanneroo, people have a look at it on paper and they go, oh, it's basic. It is not basic. It is a very technical racetrack, and to go fast and consistently fast, it's a very technical racetrack. As checkered flag flies and Chris Reindler takes the hat-trick for the day, 3 from 3. Bryce Moore takes home 3 seconds, and congratulations to Avern in car number 72. First time out on the racetrack and goes home with 3 third places. So that's the way our first, second and third are going to end up for round 1 of the FSR Racing Championship for the WA Sporting Car Club. Of course, this is the CARCO Night Masters. We've got the historic touring cars all lined up down here in the dummy grid. We'll take a quick break for a quick drink and we'll get back ready for the Access Hire historic touring cars here at CARCO Raceway. This is the CARCO Night Masters. The fantastic day of historic touring car racing has been seen here at CARCO Raceway. Hope everybody has enjoyed the afternoon session, and hopefully you can stick around and watch 2 full rounds of racing coming your way after our 60-minute dinner break. And Zach, I can tell you that those shadows are now starting to stretch their way up the main straight. And also turn number 7 in the braking area now is under shade. Down towards turn 1, it's still got a few shadows making their way over the entry of turn 1, but predominantly 3/4 of the racetrack is still in sunshine, but the temperature has dropped and the wind is still about the same, about 10 to 15 kilometres an hour.
The temperature dropping will work beautifully for lap times. It may yet have a few people reaching for a jumper later in the evening, but at least it's still fine and dry. You mentioned the shadows. It's one thing I do remember about being over there for the XL Nationals about 16 months ago, in that the sunset period was a long transition. So even though those shadows are starting to come over the racetrack, it'll be a while before nighttime takes full effect over there. It'll be somewhere just after 7 o'clock local time, which is still, the better part of an hour away. Thankfully for the HTC boys, still plenty of natural daylight to work with, and they'll get this race in before sunset takes full effect there in the west. Beautiful afternoon. I'm a little bit envious. I'm over here. It's already pitch black outside. I've been in the office for the better part of 12 hours. Itchy feet definitely with what's about to come. The lights will be on. The racing will be intense. It'll be a great treat for those of you that are staying and going the distance with us right through till about 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow morning. There's the grid once more, ladies and gentlemen. Ed House looking for a clean sweep in the same way that we just saw a clean sweep wrapped up in FSR as well, Vaughan. Clean sweeps, they're not technically easy to achieve, but at the same time, progressive grid does help, and form guides read through. And there's no one within an earshot of Ed House in these first two races. It'll be interesting to see if the narrative changes in the third race.
And don't forget, too, he top qualified in qualifying earlier on this morning as well. So can he take out everything? And that's the triple crown, we call it over here. Take 3 race wins plus qualifying P1 as well. And you can see on our live stream, it's getting very dark over here in amongst the shadows. But I can tell you that it's actually not that dark that it represents on
Not
TV. So away we go for Access Higher. This is the historic touring cars. Everybody looks like they're lined up in their correct positions, waiting for a green flag at the rear of the field. There it is there, so it won't be too long. And a drag race between the two Mustangs, the fastback of Ed House and Piscaneri in the white 65. Piscaneri's rolled forward, but he was stationary at the time the flag was dropped. Ed House has got a really good start, and so's Connor Wanafaro and Bowden 3 wide with Simon Northey and the big Ford Galaxy on the outside as well. But the winner of that start was definitely Connor Wanafaro. He's only 3 or 4 car lengths behind Brian Edhouse as that stretches out now with the horsepower of the Mustang. It's a Mini in second, a Mustang in third, another Mini in fourth, and then we have a BMW, a Ford Galaxy. And how's the start from Grant Johnson? Off the back of the field, he's already made up half of the race competitors. There's 2, 4. He's already gone past 7 cars, and there's a bit of smoke from somebody over on top of the hill, and that could be Gary Croswell.
And there was another car moving slightly beyond that as well. Lapsley, of course, a non-starter. The interesting thing for mine is Onafaro put on the move of the weekend so far earlier in the day to put himself up towards the pointy end of the field, and was trying to keep Piscaneri and also Ed House honest in the early stages. He got by Piscaneri, but Ed House is already checked out. And, spinner of trouble at the entrance to the main straight.
Peter Piscaneri getting it all sideways. You can see the licorice straps on the circuit as well. And just having a look, it looks like we... looking at Grant Johnson, he's up into 5th position at the moment. He's got 2 4-cylinders in front of him, and then he's got to deal with Connor Onafaro at the moment. He's gone past the Ford Galaxy. He's looking for a run around the outside of the BMW 2002, and Martin Dennis has lost it down there in turn 4 and collision with Peter Piscaneri with the Mustang. Unfortunately drove right into the side of Martin Dennis in the Datsun 1600. So I don't know whether there was any oil there, but Martin was very, very sideways mid-corner. And looking at that, there's some damage to the rear end of that car. It's running some camber that's not meant to be there. And Piscaneri's car looks severely damaged with the bonnet raised on the front section. He's trying to drive the car off, but that's had a hefty whack right in the meat of the front end. There's a good shot of it on our live stream, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely. That crunched up front end is not going anywhere except the trailer at this point in time.
Johnson's out
anyway
as well.
At the end of this race. So, it's becoming the CARCO.com.au Raceway is fast becoming a parking lot, and that's not what you'll like to see with these cars. For one, I mean, we were talking earlier today about the rate of attrition that is sometimes associated with this category, but you don't want to see it end like this.
And there's Grant Johnson walking away from the XY Falcon, car number 27. He's out of the car and walking towards the first line of defence down there on the entry into turn number 6. So, I mean, that car has shown some speed today. Remembering it is a brand new car, the XY Falcon, car number 27. And unfortunately for Martin Dennis up there in the Datsun 1600 and Peter Piscanieri, car number 18, that is the done, unfortunately. And I did see Gary Croswell driving fairly slowly as well in the Chevy Impala. And as we've just seen, we've lost 4 cars out of this event on lap 1.
Such an unfortunate way for it to begin to end, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we were talking earlier about the Formula Classic cars being museum pieces. You could say the same about the historic touring cars, Vaughan. And again, you know, you talk about the cost that's going to be attached to the repair bill here. It's a disappointing way for the day to end, considering how clean the first 2 races had been. And the other unfortunate reality of this is because of our time certain race format these days, it's already 7.5 minutes burnt, done and dusted. We've got 4.5 plus a lap to go. There's 3 cars to retrieve. We're up against it time-wise to even get this thing back underway.
Yeah, that's right. The safety car is going to keep circulating. I thought they may have brought them back into pit lane, but they're going to keep them rolling around at the moment. But, yeah, just having a look through a program I've been handed, mate, and it's the Shell Night Masters Series, sponsored by Coca-Cola, back on the 22nd of March, 1997. So some 28 years ago. And just having a look through the pre-1965 touring cars, there's a Conno on a Faro there, driving car number 112, driving a yellow Morris Cooper S. Some other well-known historic touring car drivers were also here 28 years ago, including my former car owner in Mike Smith in the bronze Ford GT Cortina. Bill Meek, one of the founders of touring car racing here in Western Australia, first driven here in Western Australia on the 31st of March 1986. And Gin Runciman, a lifetime member, same as Bill Meek and Mike Smith. All 3 of those gentlemen are life members of the West Australian Historic Touring Car Club, and same with Lance Stannard as well. He's also another life member. And they all raced here 28 years ago. So they have red flagged this event. I would say that is going to be game over, unfortunately, for the Access Hire Historic Touring Cars here at the CARCO Night Masters. So, as we said, Zach, a very disappointing way to finish what has been a fantastic day of historic touring car racing.
Indeed, Vaughan, and I apologise. I was meant to jump in there and say something a few seconds ago, but I've got a little bit of horrible feedback just coming through the earpiece right now. I can still hear you, but we'll try and get that sorted out in the hour dinner break. Red flag's flying, the white flag as well to indicate slow-moving vehicles on the racetrack. You would essentially, if you look at the racing regulations, you'd be inclined to believe that they'll declare this a null and void event.
Yes, because it didn't get 3/4 race distance or even 50%. So we're down to under 2 minutes now remaining in this one. So let's see what happens here with our safety car is peeling off and taking the cars off the circuit. Now, whether they are going to line back up again down here on the dummy grid or they will progress back up into the paddock, that will tell us the story. And it looks like the safety car's coming through. And no, all the cars are coming back down here and they'll start out of pit row. So it looks like they're going to give these guys maybe a bit more of a run. We'll have to wait and see. The clock is still counting down. It's at 1 minute 20 at the moment, with Ed House in front of Onofaro, Simon Northey in third, Bowden in the Mini in fourth, Don Behetz in the Galaxy in 5, Bill Shipper now moves up to 6th, Brown in the Lotus Cortina in 7, Kozieradzki in the BMW in 8th, Hadlow in 9th, and Wendy Cover, the only female out there, she rounds out our our 10 cars that are remaining. And we've lost Laurie Lapsley, who didn't start. We've lost Gary Croswell, Peter Piscanieri, Martin Dennis, and Grant Johnson out there in car number 27. So as I was saying, mate, I was having a look through this program. There's some names for the street cars and the 2 litre street cars that raced here 28 years ago. Jeff Dunkerton, Gordon Mitchell, Graham Stones, who had a fantastic Mazda RX-7. We have a look at they actually raced solo motorcycles here as well on that same day. We have a look at some of the HQ names that were racing back then. Ken Shufflebotham, there was Ben Searcy, Peter Brown, Steve Raisin, John and Dennis Barberich, Steve Allen, Wayne Morfitt, and Clint Harvey, of course, father of Mason Harvey.
Isn't it amazing just right there how much of a family sport this is for number one? And so we've come full circle in a matter of speaking there.
We have a look at some of the V8s that competed in the actual Night Masters. Back then, it used to be 3 races, and they would be consecutive. Like they'd finish one 5-lap race, then they'd line up again with a rolling start and do another 5 laps, and that's how the Night Masters was run. Back then, we had Tim Slako, who's a legend over here in WA. We had a guy called Grant Johnson racing a Larry Perkins built VR Commodore, sponsored by Clarion. We had Claude Georgie racing one of the ex-Seaton Ford EL Falcons. John Glasson, one of the journalists over here at the time in his Toyota Supra. Walter Eppel, one of our current Porsche drivers. He was driving a BMW back then. And a guy over here that's well and truly into sprint cars, and that is Jeff Kendrick, who was racing also a Perkins-built Holden VR Commodore, car number 92. So there's a lot of history here that I'm having a look at the moment, and unfortunately can't share it with people, but I can let you know that on it was the Shell Night Masters Series, sponsored by Coca-Cola, way back on the 22nd of March, 1997. So a bit of history there for you.
Great history. Great history.
So all cars have been returned up into the paddock area, so that brings on our dinner break here while we rescue some cars, and I can just having a look at Martin Dennis's car now as it heads back into the paddock area. It's definitely got a bit of negative camber on that right rear tyre. That's where the impact occurred with Peter Piscaneri's Ford Mustang that's copped it right across the front end from one headlight to another. So a little bit of work for these guys to carry out before they head down south in March and then back here in April. Well, I think we might take our 60-minute break now. Hopefully you can join us again after our break. It's just to give our officials time to have a bit of a sit down, have something to eat and something to drink, and get ready for 2 rounds of the CARCO Night Masters. We'll be back in 60 minutes. Hope you can stick around. It's going to get hot. I hope you're all enjoying your dinner break, and while we've got a couple of minutes, we'll throw back down to Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. I really appreciate it. No worries at all. Now, it's been a pretty amazing day, Demelza. I mean, this is your first time here at CARCO Raceway. Have you enjoyed the experience so far?
I have loved it. It has been exciting. There's been some thrills. Everyone has just been, the community here
Exactly
is
right.
fantastic.
And there's a lot of excitement because today is the first day of competition back for 2025, and I'm sure that there's been a lot of anticipation about getting either new vehicles. And actually, what really amazed me today with some of the interviews that we did is the amount of rookie people that are here for their first race today, and some of them have done extremely well. We spoke to Harry Burns, who was a first time in an Excel. He loved the experience. He thought he qualified.
He was such a lovely kid. Like, I think he's going to go really far. He just had that hunger and that excitement.
Absolutely. Talking about other rookies, we had Maddie Galton in the improved production category, and she had a ball as well. She had an absolute, and in fact, I think she actually got a place in the end.
Did, I think,
she was a really strong runner for her first race. And then Sammy Casely driving her husband's car in the Formula V, and she, even though the race didn't sort of complete, she was pretty competitive, and she seemed to be enjoying the process.
And it just goes to show that anyone can get behind. They can try and do it, and it's great.
I keep myself out of it. I don't think it handled the pressure. But there was plenty of interviews. We spoke to Chris Reindler, who has had a great race against Bryce Moore. In fact, they're partners normally in racing, but 1 and 2 when it came to Chris and Bryce's race with the FSRs was just incredible. That was a great part of the day. Stuart Kenny with his HQ. In fact, Michael Hallett with the HQ getting places and so forth. Incredible. Historic touring cars. I love seeing the historic touring cars on the track.
Yes.
Some of them don't finish, but the majority did. And, I have to say that when it comes to racing that's already finished for today, Formula V, FSR and historic touring cars are done, but we've got still plenty to look forward to with saloons, Excels, improved production, as well as HQs after the dinner break.
And a very exciting Excel race, given Brett and Carlos and how they've been for most of today. So who will win?
Best friends off the track, but huge competitors on the track, which is fantastic. There's plenty to look forward to, so I am looking forward to seeing what's happening tonight. Mind you, the weather has been exceptional today. It's getting a bit chilly now and the wind's up, so I don't know how that's going to affect racing, but at the moment I think it's going to hold pretty well.
It is. There has been some rumours. Could we see some records be broken tonight?
Some pretty fast times happening today because it's not too hot and it's not too cold, so apparently it's just right. So something to look forward to, as we said. So look forward to what's happening after the dinner break. We'll catch you with the racing that's coming up very shortly.
Thanks very much, Demelza and Jamie McCandy doing a fantastic job down there. And Demelza, it's good to hear that you're loving your motorsport for your first time here at carco.com.au Raceway. Racing is due to commence in around about 35 more minutes at 7:30 Australian Western Standard Time. Hope you can join us. It's going to be an absolute ripper race meeting tonight with XLs, the first category off the rank. They'll be followed by HQ Holdens, and we have our production cars, improved production cars and street cars. They'll be followed by the saloons, and then we do it all again for round 2 of tonight's action. Stick around. We'll be back at 7:30 to kick off the CARCO Night Masters here at CARCO Raceway.
my head to never get enough. That's how I'm feeling love. Oh, me and my friends dancing till we drop, and the good times don't stop.
Well, a very good evening, everybody, and welcome to CARCO Raceway for round number 1 of the 2025 Racing Championship year here at CARCO Raceway. This is, of course, the CARCO Night Masters, the first and only night event for 2025. My name's Vaughan Brewer. I'm up here in the Rob Janney broadcast studio, and all the way from downtown Queensland, we welcome Mr. Zach Caban. Good afternoon, or good evening, Zach.
I was going to say, it's very much good evening, Vaughan, and by the time we're done, it might well be good morning. Good evening once again to you. Hello to everybody tuning in both trackside there, and what a magnificent crowd there is in the house tonight at carco.com.au Raceway, and what a picture it is under lights, of course. For those of us that haven't been lucky enough to be there, we're envying you guys at the moment. What a spectacle you're in for over the course of the next couple of hours. Good evening also to those tuning in further afield via the live stream all around Australia, all around the world. In fact, the joys of modern technology, we can broadcast to the far-flung corners of the world. And it's going to be an awesome night of racing here. 8 races ahead of us, Vaughan, and the best yet to come. I mean, the daytime program, there was absolutely nothing wrong with that, but I'm just fired up by the fact that we've got the XLs, one of my personal favourites, first cab off the rank here, and that will just set the whole standard for what's to come over the course of the balance of the night. And earlier in the day, it was on in earnest between the 2023 and 2024 champion, Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio. Ambrosio made one overtaking opportunity work on Brett Sheriff to go into the lead late in the piece. It gave Sheriff 1 lap to respond, and he left his lunge to the very last corner and executed it absolutely beautifully, and he will start on pole position for this second race. Behind them, that was a good battle too, between Zane Rhodes and Jack Caiulo. Dean Hill and Craig Charnley from the 3rd row, Steve McGregor and David Charnley from the 4th row, and of course from the 5th row, it'll be Moore and Seaton, Tristan Moore, of course, on the inside, Nathan Seaton the outside. And of course, Wagner de Sousa, he was the hard charger in the opening race, edging out Harrison Beres there in the latter stages. It was interesting, Vaughan, we never got a chance to go back and check in with those guys around 10th, 11th and 12th, Seaton, Sousa, Moore and Beres. They were having a good ding-dong scrap, but it was just too hard to take our eyes off what was going on at the front.
Yeah, it certainly was. There was, I think, between Brett Sheriff in car number 514 and the current state champion in Carlos Ambrosio. So let's see whether that will continue into this race. Of course, our next 4 races on the cards are 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So we're going to do the XL Cup cars very shortly for Retrovision, and then followed by them will be the Holden HQs for electrical group training, and then we have our production cars, improved production and street cars over 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and that's brought to you by WA Hino, Pool Ledge Systems Australia, and then the finish off the round for Rightway Industrial Proprietary Limited for the Saloon Cars, and they were pretty awesome in their first race earlier on, or just before our dinner break as well. So lots of racing coming up. Don't forget, all of our drivers are still in the draw for the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day, and so far I'm kind of lending myself to Chris Reindler at the moment, although saying that, Brian Edson's in there as well, not only topping P1 in qualifying, but taking 3 from 3 as well. And on the same point, the same thing with Chris Reindler. He top qualified and also won 3 races as well. So anything can happen. 8 races to come your way here this evening from CARCO Raceway. And as you can see, the sun is well and truly gone. It is pitch dark over here at the moment, and lights are on. And we have all of the cars leaving the dummy grid right now. A huge field of Hyundai XL, as you would expect, Zach. We also have Dorells and Jamie McCanty moving around the pits and interviewing some drivers in between the races as well, so that will give us all the latest goss and information as it comes to hand through the evening. Just having a look at our CCTV cameras, it looks like we have some really good vision out there on the circuit as the cars are heading towards turn number 4 at the moment. will be a little bit difficult to call in some areas of the racetrack, but I'm sure our camera crew from Turn 7 Media and Behind the Sport TV, they are all over this nighttime racing and getting some clear shots as the cars head up and over the top of the hill now on our live stream. Zane Rhodes will be one to watch in this one in car 73, starting from the second row. And in saying that as well, Jack Kaiulo, if they can get a good start and stay with Sheriff and Ambrosio, it's going to be on. And of course, out of P5 was Dean Hill, a former champion in the XL Cup as well. So the top five, let's see what's going to happen here. You game enough to give us a winner, Zach?
Oh, no. Because we know what XL racing is like. I mean, if Rhodes and Kaiulo make a good enough start, they can keep Sheriff and Ambrosio honest. But based on what we saw earlier, I think between those two, and Carlos will be looking to get one back on Brett, who left his run late but executed it beautifully. And of course, this would be to potentially deny Sheriff the chance at the clean sweep a little bit later on. What's also interesting too, Vaughan, two things that I want you to cover off for me if you can, mate. Firstly, you mentioned earlier in the day when the sun was starting to set that it was looking a little bit darker on the monitor than what it was at the circuit. It looks fairly bright from my perspective where we're looking at the moment down there as the cars are coming into turn 7, forming up on the start-finish straight. And number two, these guys have had an exceptionally long day already. They've done a lot of sitting around and waiting with qualifying and race one fairly spread out with the late start of the program, of course, 12:15. But now they're going to have, 60, 65 minutes at max before they're back on the in-grid once this race is done. So it's pretty rapid fire from this point on.
Yeah, it has been, but that we're also working towards people as well. The Formula Classic guys had a very small turnaround between race 1 and 2, and then they finished off just before our dinner break tonight. So, it works both ways. You've got to take the good with the bad, I suppose. And the cars just forming their way around onto the grid at the moment. Just having a look at Charlotte Code's beautifully presented pink and blue car. And somebody coming straight up the middle here. I think that's going to be somebody in P6 just pulling into line now. And that's one of the Charnleys, so very late to the grid.
Yep, that's Craig.
We'll wait and see now. We'll wait for the green baton to be waved. We've got rid of our flags. So don't forget, everybody still in the draw for the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day / evening. So green light being displayed, and the cars are running all the way down the main straight, right back to McCracken House, and an exceptionally big field of Hyundai XLs. Red lights on, revs raised, and away we go for the Night Masters here, brought to you by carco.com.au. Brett Sheriff, the best of the getaway from Ambrosio, and they got a good start. Zane Rhodes is 2 or 3 car lengths behind as they turn into turn number 1 for the first time. Kaiulo still hanging tough in there in P4 at the moment. Dean Hill also in that gaggle of 5 cars as they head up through the bus stop section. A little bit of overtaking happening as they're going into the bus stop area as well. One of the cars midfield just gained 2 positions there, and there's a few guys looking for an outside run, which is fairly game at this time of night out here on the nice cold racetrack. And as you said, Zach, we may have a track record set tonight. It's nice and cool over here now. The breeze is still up there, but it has dropped off a little bit. But certainly the temperature has plummeted compared to what we had this afternoon.
The ambient temperature is plummeted, warm, but the on-track is about to be red hot. And it's Brett Sheriff leading the way. Jack Kaiulo was impressive. Trouble. Car in the gravel on the exit of turn 6. You can see the headlights. That will almost certainly bring about a neutralisation of this race. Unfortunately, we won't be able to put a number on that one until they come across the time to start finish straight. But we've got a car bogged at turn 6 on lap 1. And I was just about to say, Zane Rhodes has got back up into 3rd place, but Jack Kaiulo made a fairly decent start. So Rhodes has been able to track him down on the run down the hill there, on the run back. Just start finish slightly. Still remain green at this point. It'll be interesting to see if Race Control do anything about that stranded car, or if that stranded car has been able to get out of turn 6. No, it hasn't. Safety car deployed. There we go. The race is neutralised for the moment. Good worked for Brett Sheriff, and not necessarily for Carlos Ambrosio. It will allow Zane Rhodes and Jeff Perillo a second chance to have a crack at both Ambrosio and Brett Sheriff once we get back underway. Fairly status quo beyond that. Vaughan Dean Hill in 5th place, then Charnley Moore, McGregor, Sousa up into 9th place, and David Charnley 10th. Harrison Beres is slotted into 11th. Then it was either Ward or Cove that's come undone on the one over the back of the circuit.
Yeah, it looked like it was Wagner de Souza that overtook 2 cars on the way into turn number 2 and 3. Having a look at our live stream, it looks like it's a yellow car.
And it looks like the front end had a little bit of panel damage done to it too, Vaughan.
Yeah, it's a bit deceiving to see who it actually is at the moment. I've got a feeling it may be Ward in car number 31, but we'll have to confirm that once we get back up and running again. Everybody heading down towards the safety car at the moment. Brett Sheriff is still hard on the gas. He's pulled right away from Carlos Ambrosio, but they're picked up by the safety car now in turn number 1, and this will condense the field. Zane Rhodes was fastest up and over the hill for the first time with a 31.4 compared to a 31.6 from Ambrosio and Sheriff. And then in intermediate 2, it was Craig Charnley in car number 51 who was the fastest by 1/100th of a second. And there it is, car number 51 of Craig Charnley, a 30-second time penalty to be applied at the end of the race. I don't know exactly what has gone on there.
Maybe, would that be the penalty for a jump start, maybe, Vaughan?
I don't know, mate. We'll have to wait for race control.
I have to get some clarification on that. That's a huge invoice to pay, and that will severely compromise his run in race 3. The recovery work down at turn 6 looks like it's going to go on for another lap or so. So I really sincerely hope they refueled the safety car during the dinner break.
Yeah,
It's had a
mate,
few
just
laps today.
got word from Motorsport Australia Race Control. That penalty has been applied because he came up the middle of the grid, up to his grid position. So, 30-second penalty there for Craig Charnley, currently sitting in P6. And with a 30-second penalty, that's going to put him right out of the money in this one, unfortunately.
Pretty much to the bottom of the field, with the exception of the retirements that we're aware of already, including, Ferreira was an on-starter, number 84. And, of course, Cove and Ward are, it would seem as though there's 2 recoveries going on out there at the moment. We've only picked up 1 car, but the Cove entry has not come home either.
There's 2 Coves running out there, mate. There's Ashley Cove in car number 111, and that's the car that you're referring to. But we also have Charlotte Cove out there as well in car number 17. Interesting enough, 3 15-year-old kids out there, and that is William Panizza, Charlotte Cove and Ashley Cove. Harrison Beres was our youngest driver last year at the ripe old age of 14, but he's now moved up into the 15-year-old bracket and is joined by those other 3 drivers this weekend.
And, of course, I got to meet young Harrison at the Epic Cup of Maths, the W race at the stage a couple of summers ago, and lovely young guy. 7 years when it came to XL Ray. Then he's got a little bit more experience under his belt now, and of course he's also well versed in other disciplines of motorsport as well. Vaughan, I do follow his exploits on some. He's had great success in dirt track, but it's great to see him committed to another season in the XLs. It's unfortunate that we're stuck behind the safety car, but let's highlight how good it is that this is the breeding ground for the up-and-coming talent in our sport. This is now becoming a more common step out of karting, evidenced by your point about there being 3 15-year-olds out there. Start them young, mate. The other point as well, and we've got some blue flashing lights down there at this point in time. So all trackside recovery vehicles are down there, both inside and outside at the moment. So it's fairly hefty swing job unfolding at this point. The other thing is, you mentioned the Coves, another example, the Charnleys. It's a family sport through and through, generation to generation, and it's not that's relatable in the XL paddock, but also the other categories right across the medium.
Yes, for sure, mate. Yeah, it is a family-friendly sport. It's common to see father sons or two brothers or a brother-sister combination. So, yeah, that will continue into the future as the cars come down to carco.com.au main straight and get our commentary position. It's still Rodeo Rhodes, Kaiulo up to 4th, Dean Hill in 5, Craig Charnley second, he's sitting above him, currently in P6. Then we have more Steve McGregor in car number 2 for Napa Autos. Wagner de Souza, probably a big mover so far, but it was a very fast getaway. And as we saw in the earlier race this afternoon, Wagner showed a good turn of speed while he had the onboard race cam in his car. Having a look at our CCTV screens, and it is full of red and blue and orange flashing lights over there down in turn number 6. On the exit of turn number 6, which would possibly have a bit of an understeer on cold tyres, the concrete apron and into the deep, deep sand here at CARCO Raceway. All the cars over the other. 15. It's one lap. It will be interesting to see whether we actually do get a start in this one. Still have recovery vehicles down there in turn number 6.
You get the feeling, Vaughan, if we don't get a start, then this may well end up being declared null and void as well.
Yeah, that'll be the second one for the day, unfortunately.
Unfortunate, but the nature of grassroots racing, isn't it?
That is it. I mean, it wasn't intentional. It was just one of those racing incidents that occurs. You see Zane Rhodes on our live stream just trying to keep the temperature up in those tyres. As I said, Zach, the temperature has really dropped. It would have gone down at least 5 to maybe 8 degrees already. It's going to be a fairly cool night over here in Perth, but that goes well.
Nice little bit of reprieve.
Yeah, nice, cold, dense air. The cars suck in more air, and as with the Holden HQ guys, they'll be fettling around with their carburetors trying to achieve that 14.7 stoichiometric ratio. That is the optimum burn rate of air to fuel inside a internal combustion engine. And they can adjust that in several ways. And of course the timing on those HQs as well. They can advance the timing and try and get a little bit more out of the 6-cylinder 202 engine on board. However, if you do happen to advance the motor too much by turning the distributor, you can actually start blowing head gaskets. So with the nice cool weather, I think the boys will be cranking in a fair bit of advance into the Holden HQs.
Absolutely, they will be. Returning our attention back to the Retrovision WAXL Cup for a moment, you mentioned the probability or the possibility that we might see a lap record go this evening. One less chance to get that done now, because next time by, I think just based on calculations, we're going to be running perilously close to time certainty, which means that +1 lap factor comes into play. But if they're not going to get the safety car off the circuit before they get back to the strike, although here we go, we've finally got the safety car light there. I want to get our wish, Vaughan. We're going to get our wish. 1, possibly 2 laps of racing here. Bring it on. All guns blazing, elbows out. Let's go.
So Brett Sheriff leads a huge pack of Hyundai XLs for Retrovision, the new sponsor to motorsport here in Western Australia. That is Brett Sheriff. The red light has gone out and away he goes. He's got 3 car links already over Carlos Ambrosio. And then we have Zane Rhodes in car number 73. Dean Hills managed to get in front of Jack Kaiulo before they got to the timing marker. So that's a little interesting story that'll unfold later on after this race. We got Craig Charnley in there in P6 at the moment, Moore in 7, McGregor at 8, Wagner de Souza in 9, and Dave Charnley, car number 4. They round out your 10, but they are streaming up and over the top of the hill and still exiting turn 1.
This and one more lap to go, folks. And it's going to be the case of who gets track position, who gets the tyres up together quickest. That might be able to capitalise here. Ambrosio's keeping Sheriff honest at the moment. Zane Rhodes has punched out the fastest first sector of the motor race. He's right there with them. They've gapped Kaiulo and also Hill. There might be a little bit of a question mark over that restart procedure. Coming calmly, he's in the top 10 at the moment. He's got that 30-second invoice coming his way. Down the hill we go. Last lap coming up, ladies and gentlemen. It's a three-horse race at the front. What can Zane Rhodes do? Ambrosio had a little bow peek down on the inside of Sheriff. Couldn't find his way through. 2.41 kilometres to go, and the three-time champ could be 2 from 2 to start the season.
Yeah, Ambrosio looking very threatening on the boot lid of Brett Sheriff there. He's trying to make Brett Sheriff run really wide. Ambrosio runs wide as well, taking Zane Rhodes with them at the moment. And Zane Rhodes set the fastest time up and over the hill last time through with a 31.2. So that's a 0.3 of a second quicker than the previous attempt at starting this race. These top two now are starting to pull away from Zane Rhodes, even though he's putting in some flyers. Brett Sheriff now goes fastest up and over the top of the hill with a 31.26. Ambrosio a 31.28, and Zane Rhodes a 31.46. So he's lost 0.2 of a second there, and that's cost him maybe 2 car lengths as they head down into turn number 6. Already out of turn number 6 is Brett Sheriff by 2 car lengths as they crest over the top of the hill for what would possibly be the final time. There's a run down the inside from Ambrosio. So we got Sheriff on the outside. Ambrosio slips up the inside. The over and under is on here for Brett Sheriff. A drag race down to the checkered flag, and it's going to be Carlos Ambrosio that takes out a win over a hard-charging Brett Sheriff. Unfortunately, lost the lead on the way out of turn number 6 and down the hill. Zane Rhodes takes out third place. Jack Kaiulo for fourth. Moore in car number 16 for 5. Dean Hill fades to 6. Craig Charnley, although finishing in 7, now has a 30-second penalty applied, so he will be out. Wagner de Souza moves up to 7th. Steve McGregor in 8th. Dave Charnley in 9th. And rounding out your top 10, young Harrison Perez. What a fantastic one-lap flyer.
Absolutely. Craig Charnley's got a lot of work to do at the start of that final race a little bit later on. We also wait to see the fate of Ward and Cove if they can rejoin the fold. One apiece between Ambrosio and Sheriff. We've got an ultimate showdown to decide on our hands a little bit later on, Vaughan, to determine round winners in this opening instalment of the Retrovision WAXL Cup for 2025. 0.06 the winning margin. That's why we love Hyundai XL Racing. They're the best. You mentioned the word, you used the terminology shopping trolleys earlier in the day. They're the best shopping trolleys in the world, mark my words. 0.3 back to Rhodes, who kept them honest. Kaiulo ended up getting back by Moore and Hill in there for 6. That was a good run from Moore, the 16, getting up into the top 5. It will be interesting to see if he can capitalise on that going into the final race a little bit later on. Hard luck for Cameron Charnley. For Craig Charnley, I should say. Cameron, on the other hand, got back to 16th, so he's climbed back through the field, continues, heavily compromised by how long we're under the safety car for, though, Vaughan. The WAXL Cup, proudly brought to you by the great people at Retrovision and Liquimoli, also Motec Mechanical, Race Tech, and, of course, Nexter, and Revolution Race Gear. And, of course, they are back in action for 12 minutes plus 1 lap a little bit later on this evening. And they just now say to the HQ Holden contingent, hey, that's the standard that we've set. Go out there and top it. Keep the crowd entertained. Keep the crowd on their toes. Keep the commentators out of their seats. What a great way to start the nighttime component of the program, Vaughan.
Yes, mate, if that was any way or any indication of what is to come, we've got another 7 races coming, and hopefully they're all going to be as close and as exciting as that one. So all the cars making their way now back up into the paddock area, possibly over the scales for a random check of the weight of all of those Hyundai XLs. They are all identical, in case this is your first time here or watching via the live stream behind the Sport TV live stream this weekend. But, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But by my reckoning, Ambrosio and Brett Sheriff are tied on points. So it will come down to who does what in this final race coming up later on this evening. Holden HQ's coming your way very, very shortly for electrical group training. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with 15 minutes plus one lap of the Australian motoring icons, the Holden HQs. Cool. We're just waiting for our Holden HQs to leave the dummy grid, but we'll just recap on race number one before our dinner break tonight. And it was Michael Howlett and Mick Woodbridge in car number 1 and 74 respectively. They put on a ding-dong battle for the whole 12 minutes plus one lap. And then Grant Ord had a fairly lonely run there in third. But Ryan Davis, Rory Sharp, Troy Kent had an up and down race. He was up the front to start off. He started out of P3, drifted back to 11, and then finished up in about P6. Bo Pangler in car number 14. He was having a good run with Phil Breen and Todd Faulknell. Stuart Kenny faded towards the back end of that race in car number 72. And he's one of the sponsors for the category in 2025. Brad Butler, he moved forward by one position in car number 76. Scotty Hames in car 62, making a return to CARCO after a year off. And then we had Mark Alfonsi for Big Bopper Racing in car number 47. And Dave Kent rounded out our field in a really nice presented car in car number 45. So we'll wait and see what happens in this one, Zach, with the Howlett and Woodbridge show, that hopefully Ord and Davis and even Rory Sharp can take it up to Howlett and Woodbridge.
Yeah, let's hope so. Although that being said, there was nothing wrong with the two-car showdown that we saw from those two earlier in the piece, Howlett and Woodbridge. Multiple lead changes, a lot of side-by-side running. I guess that's one of the different components of and elements of nighttime racing, Vaughan, as opposed to daytime and natural light. Perhaps some peripheral vision might be compromised in a way that it's not during the daylight, but everybody's in the same boat. So I'm sure that these guys will approach it in a degree of caution in that respect. They'll treat it on its merit, with this being a nighttime race in a different environment, but a very, very cool novelty for some of these guys. It's been a while between nighttime races at CARCO.
It certainly has, and 4 months behind, or without being behind the wheel of a car too. So some people will take to it like a duck to water, but some will need to dial themselves in. They've only had qualifying for 10 minutes and then that 12-minute race. So, they've only been behind the wheel for, say, 20-odd minutes after a 4-month break, but certainly didn't seem to affect Michael Howlett, the current state champion, and Mick Woodbridge in car number 74. That was a great battle for the entire 12 minutes plus one lap. Well, this one, we're going to go and do a couple of extra laps. This one is a 15-minute adventure plus one lap. I'm just trying to work out who we're on board with. It is very dark there, as you can see on our live stream. We can see the dials on the race car, and it's Bo Pangler, car number 14, that has the race cam on board for this event. And he'll be starting mid-pack, right behind or alongside Troy Kent in car number 3. The car's just making their way down into turn number 7 at the moment. Not long to go. And their second last race of the night. 15 minutes plus one lap. The lap record for the Holden HQs dates right back to 2004, where they were running a different fuel, a different set of tyres, and I believe a different suspension package as well on these cars. So there's no way that they'll get near a 14.1. We're looking at high 15s would be a record for today's Holden HQs.
And of course, it'll be interesting to see how close we do get to that marker with all the different circumstances taken into consideration here, as she's ready with the XLs on the circuit. A lot cooler ambient and therefore track temperature at this point in time. Perfect conditions for racing, and no rain in sight, which is a relief to all and sundry. Course cars coming into position. We'll have the green baton waved any tick of the clock, and even though we've lost nearly 3 minutes here, that's going to leave us with 12 minutes plus one lap of green flag running, should we avoid being interrupted by a safety car deployment here at carco.com.au Raceway. Race 2 of the evening program, the Night Masters, thanks to CARCO.
Green baton being waved down at the field. Red lights on, revs raise, and we are racing, and it's a good start from Mick Woodbridge in car number 74. Although once Michael Howlett hits second gear, he's driven away from Michael Woodbridge, and then Grant Ord and Ryan Davis as they turn the cars into turn 1 for the first time. It's Michael Howlett from Mick Woodbridge. It looks like Ryan Davis has got around the outside of car number 4 of Grant Ord. Then we have Rory Sharp, and behind Rory Sharp would be Troy Kent in car number 3 for West Australian security personnel as they head into turn 4 and up and across the top of the hill. Now the blind right-hander, which is even worse at night time because you can't see the fence, so you've pinpoint where you are on the racetrack at every point as you go across the top of the hill. They're down into turn number 6, a good getaway at the moment, and Michael Howlett is making hay while the moon shines here at CARCO Raceway. He's driving away now from Mick Woodbridge. And then we have Davis and Grant Ord. That's your top 4 as they come over the hill for the first time.
And Davis was having a look up on the outside, but I think he'll lose that battle on the run down to the final corner. He's certainly looking to hang tough out there, but he'll tuck back in and try maybe up and under down the main straight. No, we've got a wide exit. And they're side by side with 1 lap down and 10 1/4 minutes to go. It's smooth running so far for the number 1 Hallett. Clear of Woodbridge, and Davis slides into third. Good start from him. Up from 4th to 3rd after starting 5th in race 1, finishing 4th. He just continues to improve the day, and now night goes on, and he's within striking distance of Woodbridge as we go up over the hill for the second time.
Looks like Scotty Hames or Brad Butler just sliding up the inside of Todd Faulknell there in car number 24, the bright orange car towards the rear of the field. And we've got Big Bopper Racing, Mark Alfonsi in car number 47, and rounding out the field and falling off the tail of the field is car number 45. And we've had a spin that looks like it'll be Todd Faulknell, and that's what we were just talking about, that blind right-hander at the top of the course. And actually, he hasn't even made it that far. He's lost it in turn number 4. So back onto the circuit he comes in car number 24. And touch ball play on for Todd Faulknell. As we pick up on our leaders now, down into turn 7, it's still Michael Howlett with the green headlights ablaze on the Holden HQ from Mick Woodbridge, who was fastest across the top of the hill that time, a 58.26. And Woodbridge just going through again. Again, fastest lap time for Mick Woodbridge. So Mick's HQ coming on strong, and Howlett is going to have to start going defensive very shortly.
And how early does he go defensive is the big question here. It'll depend on how quickly Woodbridge can reel in that 8-10 deficit that he had at the end of the previous lap. A 16.60, you were talking about potentially seeing times in the 15s. We're a fair way off that at the moment. Davis, Ord and Kent, 3, 4 and 5. So status quo at the front. Howlett leading. We're riding on board further back in the pack with the 14 of Pangler in 9th place outright at the moment as they head up over the rise out of turn 5 down towards turn 6 once more. What a spectacular onboard that is. Doesn't matter that your vision might be a little bit compromised, ladies and gentlemen. All you're really clearly seeing there is a sea of headlights and his dash. It is just spectacular to be able to bring in these live and exclusive pictures on the platforms of Behind the Sport this Saturday night at carco.com.au Raceway. Pangler up over the rise. He's in the slipstream. Will he be able to have a move, have a look at a lunge down the inside going into turn 7? Not this time by. Howlett leads. Woodbridge again the fastest lap of the race. He's shaved 3/10 off the previous marker.
Yeah, that's Phil Breen that Bo Pangler was trying to mow down there, and Fiery Phil Breen, as we call him, car number 75. And Stuart Kenny still stuck him down in 7th place at the moment. A 16.3, the second of the fastest laps now to car number 74 of Mick Woodbridge as he tries to do something about the current state champion in Michael Howlett. Car number 1 already over the hill and down towards Cold Corner. Ryan Davis doing a good job holding off car number 4 of Grant Ord. Then we go back to Troy Kent, Rory Sharp in 6, Kenny, as I said, in 7, Breen in 8, Pangler 9, and Brad Butler moving up into P10 at the moment. At our leaders, there's a 4-car route coming now. 2 lots of 2 at the moment, but it won't take long for Davis and Grant Ord. If they work together, they can have a crack at Mick Woodbridge, who's starting to get very hungry on the boot lid of Michael Howlett in car number 1 as they come out of the braking area, turn out onto the CARCO Raceway main straight. It's still Michael Howlett with 6 minutes and 30 remaining here. Race number 2 for the Holden HQs.
Minus turn at the front. But still Woodbridge chipping away at Howlett's advantage. It's down to 0.4 of a second. A 16.17. I'll read it right the third time. That is the benchmark at the moment. They're getting ever closer to that 15 marker that Vaughan was talking about. A 16.3 last time round for Howlett. His advantage has been slimmed down to about 3 car lengths at the moment. And you can see that Woodbridge is skipping away from Ord, who's left to fight fend off Davis. And Kent has fallen off the tail of them back into 5th. And at the back of the field, I'm happy to report that we started with 14 and we've still got 14 running, which is good news for all, and in the hope of getting a full race where we don't even have the positive safety about the green flag running. Here we go, Woodbridge over the hill. He's as close as he's been all night to Howlett. Amazing shots as they come down the hill towards the big braking zone on the approach to turn 7. Woodbridge is there, but Howlett's going to lead them back up once more. How long can he continue to do that?
Not long. Mick Woodbridge is looking very racy out there now in second placing 74. Again, he drifts out into the middle of the racetrack looking to just fill Howlett's mirrors with some headlights there. There's only maybe 1.5 car lengths between these two. They're driving away now. Ryan Davis has got Grant Ord back in front of him, so Davis has lost it on that previous lap in car 9 for Kevrek. Then we go back to car number 3 of Troy Kent, and Troy will be trying to get on the back of Davis and Grant Ord and get that toe, and that'll help him get up and over the top of the hill. And also the same out of turn number 6, if you get a little bit of a help from one of the competitors there, you'll get a couple of extra 100 revs, be able to use that down into turn number 7 in the hardest braking area on the circuit, as we pick up with Michael Howlett and Mick Woodbridge still first and second. Grant Ord holding on for third with the blue lights blazing underneath his car. And then Ryan Davis in car number 49 for Kevrek in 4th position. A 1:16.1 to Mick Woodbridge. I reckon this might be another flyer on this here too, Zach. As Howlett goes through with a 16.2, Woodbridge with a 16.6 and a 17.2 for Ord and a 17.4 for Davis. So Ord and Davis starting to fall off. Woodbridge up and over the top of the hill in intermediate 1. It's a 32.5, so he's got 2/10 of a second quicker than Michael Howlett. We can see with our onboard, it is fairly dark down there in turn number 6. And Bo Pangler having a good run down there with Brad Butler trying to go around the outside in car number 76. It's, you can barely see the opposition on the left-hand side as Brad Butler moves across and tries to block the run from Bo Pangler in car number 14 as they head up and over the top of the hill and down into turn number 7 to reel off another lap here. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Mick Woodbridge goes faster again, and Zach, we are now into the 15s. A 1:15.96 for Mick Woodbridge.
And he needed it too, because he was starting to lose track of Howlett. The gap's extended back out to 0.5 of a second. Vaughan, have a look at this battle in the meantime. Further down the magnificent racing between Ord, Davis and Kent. And Davis piggy in the middle at the moment. He'll be by Ord, you'd imagine. But
he's actually gone past him, Zach.
Oh, he has, over the back of the circuit there. And they've got to be worried now about Kent as well. The number 3 was having a big one going to the 6. There are the leaders. It's a big gap back. Davis now holding on. The 49 ahead of the 4 and the 3. And there's not much time left in this race, Vaughan, for the better part of 2 laps, I reckon. Maybe 3, depending upon time certainty, as they make their way down. Here's a move. This is the battle for 6th and 7th and 8th. Oh, it's nice and close on the run into turn 7 once more. So there's 3, 4 and 5 back across the strike. Anyone's guess who's going to win that battle with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, well, Grant Ord is now on the inside of the racetrack. They're going to hang Ryan Davis out to dry here. Ryan out on driver's left, and as relinquished that position. And look at Troy Kent. He's trying to have a piece of Ryan Davis as well. Comes up right onto the driver's side mirror of car number 49 of Ryan Davis. They go side by side into turn number 4. Oh, Kent gets it all loose on the way into turn number 4, and that's cost him 2 car lengths. So Davis hangs on, trying to do something about car number 4 now of Grant Ord, and Troy Kent back to 5th.
Yeah, he was out in the marbles, wasn't he? Was Ord, and that was unfortunate because the move was on. If he could have hung tough around the outside at 4, he would have been on the inside for 5, but it's still on in earnest as they come out over the crest once more. 1, 2, and 3. The final spot on the podium is the prize on offer, folks, and it sets it up for race 3 a little bit later on. Meanwhile, back at the front, Howlett continues to hold off. Woodbridge has done for the balance of the race thus far. There's 13 seconds on the clock, so 2 laps to go this time by. We're going to sneak an extra one in and have a look. If they get too far out on those ripple strips there, Vaughan, being that it's night time now, our spectators at home and also trackside might be treated to a few sparks coming off those ripple strips from the HQ Holdens. I did see a couple fly earlier in the piece. This is a cracking scrap. Ord, Davis, Kent, anyone could reach out and grab 3rd, but they've got to have a look fall their way given how this has played out so far.
Certainly, and there's a great battle happening just in front of these 3 as well, but Grant Ord doing a fantastic job out there in 3rd position at the moment from 49 of Ryan Davis racing for Kevrek. And now you can see Troy Kent putting the pressure right on Ryan Davis, just about bump drafting him down into turn number 6. These 3 you can throw a blanket over. Here's our leaders, and it's 3 car lengths now for Michael Howlett over Mick Woodbridge, although Mick looked like he got a better run out of turn number 6. He's trying to close that down. As you said, we are down to minus 50, so this will be the last lap coming out now at the moment, and our leaders coming down onto the carco.com.au Raceway main straight. Meanwhile, back this great battle for 3rd. We've got 1 car clearly in 3rd, and then 2 fighting it side by side. That'll be Davis, I believe, and Troy Kent. Yes, it is. So Davis in 4th position, and 5th is Troy Kent, looking for a run up the inside of Davis. Not going to work. Takes Davis out, and both of them end up in the sand patch down there in turn number 1. So a very adventurous move there from Troy Kent. There was no way he was going to stop that vehicle and turn right at the end of the main straight. So we wait now. Headlights are still on down there, but I can see 2 cars definitely bogged big time down there in turn number 1.
Oh, jeez. They did all
How
the
many
hard
times
work.
have we seen this tonight, Zach?
On the final lap. Far too many times, and also and it's not just in the HQs either. And poor old Ryan Davis, he can't buy luck, can he? At the moment, caught up in another incident. Woodbridge, in the meantime, because of some lap traffic getting in the road, lost any chance, I think, of tracking Howlett down. He's right there, but he's not going to be close enough to make a lunge into the final corner. And number 1 is going to chalk up yet another W at carco.com.au Raceway. And don't be surprised if the checkered flag is also met with 2 double waving yellows. There they are, right on cue. Howlett gets the job done from Woodbridge, sets up a tantalising deciding race later this evening. And the double yellows wave to advise of the incident at turn 1, which will take a few minutes.
Well, another great and very entertaining HQ race. And a very deserving winner there in Michael Howlett. Got to the front and stayed there for the entire 15 minutes plus 1 lap. But it was good to see that we actually did go the entire distance of that event, which was 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So while our cars return to the pit area, we got Jamie and Demelza out there roaming around, and they have with them the 2023 Hyundai Cup State Champion in Brett Sheriff.
We do, and what an absolutely thrilling race we just saw. Brett, tell us what you were thinking during that.
I got a little bit excited at the start, and then the safety car came out. Unfortunately, went for 4 laps or so, and Carlos got me in the end, which was good.
The competition between you and Carlos has been pretty hot for a couple of years, but you're great mates off the track. So what is it when you get on there? Is it just like, rush of blood, or is it just white line fever? What is it?
Good friends off track and on track. A little bit of respect out on the track. We don't tend to take each other out, or we haven't yet, but Yeah.
But you do push each other.
Yeah, 100%. We push each other hard, as hard as we can, and hopefully we don't overstep that mark sometimes.
In your first race today, you came first, and you've come second now against. You've got one more race to go. So, really, it's neck and neck between you guys. So, what makes the difference at the end of the day? Is it just the luck of the day, luck of the race, I should say?
Yeah, last race we all kind of build up to it. Carlos and I have had one win each, so probably sitting even on scores. See how we go into the last one. Probably a bit more argy-bargy in the last one.
You had a good season last year. Looking forward to another good season this year?
Yeah, went over east last year, focused on racing Bathurst, Queensland Raceway, One Raceway. I'll focus on this year and potentially probably sell the car this year.
How'd you go on the other tracks?
Yeah, done really well. We had under 26 and over 26s. So we finished first over the 3 series. So
was it very, very competitive over there?
Yeah, it's next level from here. It's a lot of, I shouldn't say it, a lot of go-kart kids racing. If they find a gap, even if the gap's not there, they'll make sure they find a gap.
Which obviously puts an impact on you when it comes to your strategy.
Yeah, you just got to get your elbows out and fight them back and, push them back.
Now, there is that final race to go. How are you feeling going up for it, given what we just saw then?
Yeah, pretty confident. Carlos is sleeping on the starts a little bit, so hopefully he gets a good one on the next one. I'll let him lead for a few laps while it's nice and dark. I'll let him have a look.
I love how the competition has come straight up onto the pit lane as well. Brett, thank you so much for chatting to us.
Looking forward to the next race, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Stay tuned.
Thanks,
more Excel coming up very, very shortly. Vaughn, it's
Thanks
back
very
to
much,
you.
guys, down
Thanks
there.
very much.
And good to see, great to catch up with Brett Sheriff and see how he went last year over East. A big journey and a big commitment to fly over East every couple of weekends and compete in a national series. But good to see that he got some results there and held the flag high for Western Australia. We've got a recovery happening down there in turn 1 at the moment, and looks like the cars are in fairly deep. We've still got a lot of recovery vehicles down there in turn number 1. Coming out next for WA Hino and Pool Ledge Systems Australia is the production cars, the improved production and cars. A good field of 20 plus cars over 3 categories coming your way next. They'll be next out on the circuit here at the CARCO Night Masters. Hope you're enjoying what has been a fantastic run of season 2025 here at CARCO Raceway. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back with the production cars, improved production and street cars here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Okay, I can see movement. That's good.
Cars departing the dummy grid now for our production cars, improved production and street cars, brought to you by WA Hino and Pool Ledge Systems Australia. And this one, again, over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. A wide variety of cars here, but can anybody do anything about the Holden Monaro out in front of Matt Cherry? And we've got Jack Cloesy out there in car 222, Nick Middick in the BMW car number 996, Peter Callow, the best of the street cars. Only 3 street cars in the field this evening, unfortunately. So car number 67, the R32 GTR Skyline. John Caligari in car number 5. He couldn't do much about getting to the front in the previous event, and hopefully John has got that car fixed. It seemed to go off towards the latter part of that previous race. We got Steve Turpin out there in a very quick Commodore, car number 3, and then Chris Pavey, car number 247. Jim Gallen's out there in an Evo 9 Mitsubishi, car number 111. Cameron Burns had a good run in the first race this afternoon, and Joseph Corello in another one of the BMWs in car number 7. Damon Croxon's out there in the car number 76, and then Hukamau in the RX-7, the rotary-powered car, and that'll be worth keeping an eye on, the rotary, the RX-7. Under brakes, you should see a big flash of flame come out of the back of that. It'll light up the night sky here at CARCO Raceway. Gary Edwards is out there in his Commodore as well. Brett Peters debuting his new BMW. Simonson in another Commodore in 81. Rob Landsmere is out there in the GTS 86, the Toyota 86, car number 56. Of course, Rob Landsmere coming out of Hyundai XLs and moving up into improved production, running in the under 2 litre category for this year. He's a very astute go-kart driver back in the day, and also Speedway as well. He's been around a long time, has Robbie Landsmere, and of course he was teamed up with the car of Taylor Dicker and Greg Dicker for Flat Out Karts in the Hyundai XL series when it first eventuated here in WA. We got McPherson and Tim Riley out there. Woodhead driving the Cooper S, car number 98. Laurie Whittam's out there in the Mazda. Jeff Duckworth is out there in his car as well, car number 6. And then we have the Volkswagen Beetle of Galton in car number 24. Gary Utterson, who unfortunately went backwards off the circuit in race number 1. And Neville Zoccoli, I did see him line up in race number 1, but he didn't seem to progress after the warm-up lap. And he's driving a Chevrolet Corvette. So there it goes there. So definitely Zoccoli is out on this one in the Chevrolet Corvette, and looks like he's starting in front of Simonson. So that's not where we have him on our scoreboard. He should be down the back of the field, but Simonson looks like he's elected to be starting off the rear of the field in car number 81. Beautifully prepared Holden Commodore.
Well, that should help him avoid a penalty similar to what Craig Chandler got earlier in the piece, Vaughan.
Yes, definitely. You don't want to be driving down the middle of those 2 rows of cars.
Absolutely not.
And as you saw, a 30-second penalty handed out for one of our XL drivers. There's the official with the green baton in his hands, just checking everybody is in position and not moving. Safety cars are in position, and the emergency response crew right down the back of the field, around the corner outside of McCracken House. So revs rise. We wait for the red light to come on, and we will be away for production cars, improved production and street cars. Red light's on, and away we go, and it's a ripper start from young Cloesy. He's bolted by 3 car lengths over Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro. Then we go back to Nick Middick, and John Caligari got off to a good start as well. They're still streaming past the start-finish line with Utterson and Zoccoli and Simonson rounding out the field.
And there was one car stalled on the grid there momentarily, very slow to get away, eventually got away and avoided being collected by the oncoming traffic. A couple taking evasive action by going via the grass spawn to avoid what would have been another safety car or even worse, a red flag. So good to see there and staggering over the hill for the first time. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Day tonight, and Jack Cloesi has again got the jump off the front row.
It didn't take long for Matt Cherry though. He's back in front and vaulting by a good 150 metres as they come down into turn number 7 for the first time. It'll be Matt Cherry for Racing Developments, Kay Bell's company out there. And a big flash of flame from the Holden Monaro as he crosses the start-finish line from Cloesi. And then we have Nick. And standing lap time, of course, would go to Matt Cherry for the fastest lap time on lap number 1. So Caligari up into 4th, Turpin into 5, Peter Callow in the Nissan GTR in P6, and then Jim Gallen in the Evo 9, Joseph Corello in 8, Cameron Burns up to 9, and Damon Croxon in car number 76 rounds out our 10 as things starting to get very interesting out on the circuit at the moment. Can anybody do anything about Matt Cherry? I don't think so.
No, barring a driver error or wish upon him a mechanical failure, you just don't see anyone really back in at this point in time. Vaughan, he's bolted. There's another 9 minutes on the clock. That'll be a better part of with the added +1 lap after time has expired or elapsed. That'll be at least another 9 laps of racing coming our way, maybe 10. And Cherry in complete control there. 101.521, fastest lap of the race. How quickly did that appear at the bottom of the screen, ladies and gentlemen? Cloesi is holding on to second spot. Then Midic, Caligari, Turpin, Callow, Corello, and Gallen. Gallen in the 111, the Mitsubishi, the bright, distinct yellow car from the production car stable, of course. The street car series being led by Callow at the moment. All 3 classes represented inside the top 10 as Jack Cloesi does exactly what he did earlier, as we get another magnificent look at the racing Volkswagen Beetle. I love that thing. The reality of the matter is we've been keeping on Jack Cloesi again, getting purple sectors in Sector 1.
Definitely, and unfortunately for the Chev Corvette of Neville Zockerly, he has pulled into the pit area. Actually, he's come into pit lane, so it may be an issue that they can get sorted out and get going again. He's got the hazard lights on as he crawls past the comms box here. And, Peter Callow in car number 67, the GTR, the R32 Nissan, doing the best of the street cars at the moment. And I've got a feeling that young Cloesi is actually catching on to the back of Matt Cherry. Now, as I said to you earlier this afternoon, Zach, this car out in front at the moment has difficulty keeping the tyres underneath it. It's got so much horsepower, it just burns up tyres. So although the colder weather tonight will help those tyres hang in there, but Cloesi fastest over the top of the hill by 6/10 of a second. So Cloesi bearing in on Matt Cherry.
Substantial amount of time right there gained by Cloesi. Look at him, he's all over the back.
He's all over
Cherry
him,
like a cheap suit at the moment. But once they hit the open, slowly on the back straight there, the full throttle, you see Cherry just pull on clear. But Cloesi will reel him back in during those heavy braking areas. He can just go that little bit deeper before he applies the brake. And we get back to the main straight once more. 4 laps gone, margin down to 0.9 of a second. He shaved 0.8 of a second out of Cherry's margin advantage that time around. So Cloesi's on a charge here. Again, that car also suited to these cooler conditions for different reasons.
Oh, how's the gap that he's just closed now? He is in the boot lid of the Holden Monaro as they go through turn number 4. I don't know whether there's an issue on board with Matt Cherry, but he has young Jack Cloesi to worry about as they go down into turn number 6. And again, Cloesi trying to get some good ground. He makes up good ground under brakes, with that hence being a lighter, more nimble car slower sections of the racetrack, but once we get onto a straight line, Matt Cherry just seems to drive away, and there's evidence again as they come down into turn number 7 of Cherry driving away from young Jack Cloesy. Nick Middich in car number 996 holding down third place. John Caligari in fourth, and Steve Turpin in the Holden Commodore. They are your top 5. We got 5.5 minutes remaining here in this 15-minute plus 1 lap event here for production cars, improved production and street cars.
Saloon Cars coming up, and then we're into the final round of races, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming thick and fast at the moment as we approach midnight on the east coast and 9 o'clock on the west coast. Cherry, Cloesy, Middich, Caligari, Turpin, the top 5. And then, of course, behind that we have Colo and Corello and Gellin. Reminding you that the improved production cars and the production cars by Gellin at this point in time. And what a sight it is at carco.com.au Raceway. Lights ablaze as they head down to the bottom of the circuit once more. Here come our leaders back to complete another lap. Cherry, Cloesy. Cloesy staying within striking distance, but again, Cherry doing what's required to keep his nose in front and keep Cloesy at bay, but it's by no means result to turn your nose up at if you're Jack Cloesy at the moment. This is a stunning performance from him.
Starting to go through some lap traffic now. Matt Cherry had no problems. Jack Cloesy got balked by the little Mini Cooper S, and they got one more car to clear, and I think that may be, no, it's not the RX-7, but Cloesy again being balked. Now he goes around the outside, so now we can set sail after Matt Cherry again, and it looks like that may be John Caligari that's gone off down there in turn number 1. He's coming around the hard shoulder and back onto the circuit again. So it's very unusual to see John Caligari leave the circuit like that. And he's got the car back up and circulating again as we pick up with this mid-pack as they come out of turn number 6. There's a little Cooper S Mini of Woodhead having his first run here at CARCO Raceway. Gary Allison in car number 8. He's coming under attack from... that looks like Steve Turpin's car. But Matt Cherry opens up the Holden Monaro down the main straight here at CARCO Raceway, doing it quite comfortably now from Jack Cloesy. Some, what have we got, 2.1 seconds quicker was Matt Cherry on that last lap. So he got the best of the lap traffic compared to Jack Cloesy. And some argy-bargy behind them as well. Cloesy and Middich arguing over the same piece of real estate at the moment. Is that the 996 getting its nose in front of the 222? I'm just finding a little bit difficult to pick up those numbers there, Vaughan. Yep, Middich is now overtaken. Yeah, up into third place now. So again, there's battles happening all through the field here. It seems to be you grab a dance partner and have a great race with whoever you can find out there at the moment. And just watching Caligari round up a few of the slower cars as he tries to come back from that off down there in turn number 1. But down the hill for reel off another lap. And it's Nick Middich in car number 996 now in second place over Jack Cloesy in car number 222. Blue lights ablaze around CARCO Raceway, letting the slower drivers know that the faster drivers are coming through. And here they go. There's Nick Middich. Just a bit of a brake lock up there on the way into turn number 1. Lets the car drift right out wide. Cracks third gear, fourth gear, up through the bus stop, up onto 2 wheels, back down into third gear for the long left-hander. And then he'll punch fourth and fifth on the way down to turn 6. And Cherry has now opened up an unassailable advantage of 3.14 seconds as a result of everything that's played out behind him, with Middich getting up in a second as the boys have navigated their way through lap traffic. Cherry able to do that a little bit more freely than the other two. Cloesy third, Turpin, Caligari, Corello, Burns and Gellin. Croxon in 10th place. I did miss who it was that was wide drivers left at turn 1 a few moments ago. What was interesting about that, Vaughan, is because it was on the approach to the corner, not through the corner, the driver was able to find his way to the outside, to the grass patch, and go around the outside rather than getting involved in the sand trap. Good evasive action, avoided a neutralisation of the race, relief to all of us, with 1:14 left off clock. And have a look at the glow under the
the cockpit there at 17 at the moment as he goes through turn number 6.
Cameron Burns, the mobile nightclub, as he comes out of turn number 6 and up and over the top of the hill. He's got some flashing lights happening underneath that car. It looks quite spectacular on the live stream as he comes down into turn number 7. Hard on the brakes goes Cameron Burns in the little Honda Civic, runs it very wide, clips the outside curb, gets it up on 2 wheels, and now he's going to come under attack from Jim Gallen in the Evo 9 Mitsubishi, straight down the inside. So that's another position there gained for Jim Gallen in the Mitsubishi Evo 9. Cameron Burns is not going to take that just laying down. He's trying to do the best he can. He's got Damon Croxon right behind him now, but how good do those coloured lights look? Peter Callo's looped it in the GTR down there in turn number 6. He's gone all the way around and come out onto driver's left. Gary Utterson just going past him now, and that would be Woodhead in the Cooper S also. So Cameron Burns, as we focus back on him on our live stream, he's trying to do something about Jim Gallen in the beautiful yellow Evo 8. Tim Riley doing the right thing, staying right out of the way of these faster cars as they blast through out of turn number 6 and up and over the top of the hill.
It's interesting that we mentioned this battle, of course, Vaughan. Gallen, of course, running the production car. Burns running the improved production car. They're only fighting for
spin
trouble
again.
the 5.
John Caligari
this
again.
time.
Yeah, lost it coming. There may have even been a little bit of contact there with Peter Callo in the GTR R32 on the exit of turn number 1. And John will be absolutely filthy about that one. That's 2 mistakes in the one race, and that is very unusual for the VN Commodore of John Caligari. We're just waiting for our leader to come across the line and take the checkered flag. We are into negative here at the moment, some 50 seconds. So Matt Cherry shouldn't be too far away from taking the checkered flag here in this 15-minute race plus 1 lap. We're just waiting to see who is the fastest car down the hill, and that will give you an idea that it's Matt Cherry in car number 44 for Racing Dynamics. He's had his own way in the first 2 races of the night, so we got one more race for these guys coming up later on this evening. One more round of racing to go, another 4 races on the cards here as they all start to scream across the start-finish line for what would possibly be their last lap.
There's Cherry now coming down the main straight, I think you'll find. So that'll be victory for him,
flag.
But the victory is going to be a comfortable 2.6 seconds in the end. Vaughan, he eased off the accelerator on the final lap on the run to the checkered flag. And Cherry goes 2 from 2. Midic, very impressive to get the better of Cloesi. A second podium finish for Cloesi, but that battle will be on in earnest a little bit later on this evening in about an hour or so when they're back out there for their final. Turpin in for 4th, Callo, Corello. It'll be interesting to see where Caligari fits into that after that mistake. I was making the point about Gallen and Burns, mate. They're purely racing for track position, not respective class points. That's right. That's an intra-class battle, if you like. So they don't need to necessarily go out at the hammer and tongs. But, you know, when the gloves are on, the helmet visor's down, the lights go out, you know what happens. But, yes, they're also very mindful of the fact that they are not racing one another for track position or championship points.
Yeah, for sure. So another entertaining race here for production cars, the improved production and the street cars. And we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza down there. They have the driver of car number 4, the Holden HQ of Grant Ord.
Thanks, Vaughan. Yes, we're down here with Grant Ord, I should say, who came 3rd in the HQ category. Now, it's the first time you've been able to do a full season, right? So what's kept you, prevented you from being on the track more regularly?
Working FIFO, not home as much, so took the time this year to get the 2-2 roster, and I'm going to have a crack at the championship hopefully and see how we go.
So with the extended breaks you had throughout the normal season when you're working FIFO, does it really affect your racing skills?
It certainly does. Been out of the seat, it's hard to get it back. Just the smaller bits that you need to sort of go that little bit deeper or a little bit quicker around the corners, it certainly does take it away from you.
Yeah, but you came in 3rd today, so that's a pretty good result for a first race of the season.
It is. It's a good starting point. The last few seasons, we've pretty much got to just competitively finish each race, so that's what I'm trying to do.
And how did you find that drive, particularly now the nighttime session?
Very difficult. Driving under lights, it takes a bit to do it, especially trying to find your braking markers. Just where the other cars are as well. When you've got the lights flashing behind you, it does put you off.
And who's in your team at the moment that's supporting you? Even though you're a mechanic, you probably don't need much support. But who supports you with your car?
Pretty much everyone. I mean, with the HQ guys, we get around each other. We'll all help each other. Friends, family. I've got the wife here, my 2 daughters, my mum and dad are here.
Yeah, right.
We make it a bit of a family event. It's good fun.
And you're one of the only drivers that I know that never actually had any sort of like training in any other type of vehicle except for HQs. What was it about the HQs that drew your attention in the first place?
I started working on them a long time ago now, probably back in 2002. Got into it from there. Then when sort of financially it came viable to buy a car, I got into one and haven't looked back since.
Grant, I hope you have a great last race. I wish you've got a great place. I mean, third's great, but I'm sure you'll be able to improve on that. Look forward to seeing what the result is very shortly.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. It's back to you, Vaughn.
Very close-knit bunch of guys, always there to help each other to get their cars back out onto the circuit. A huge field of Ford versus Holden Commodores out there at the moment for the Saloon Cars. The straight 6-cylinder in the Ford Falcon seems to be a little bit dominant of late here at CARCO Raceway, and as evidenced by the starting grid, the top 3 cars are again all Ford Falcons running the straight 6-cylinder, where the Commodore running a slightly different suspension package on those cars. And the best of the Holden Commodores you'll find is Gary Hills in P4. But starting off pole position is the current state champion 2 times in a row, Mason Harvey in car number 1. Alongside him, the old stager in Rob Marcon in car number 82, the bronze colour Ford Falcon. Then Jackson Kello and Gary Hills. Brock Bowley in car number 49. Mark Watkins is in there as well, car number 21. Tyson Sadler driving the Kmart car in car number 36. Adam Koberstein in 51. Dylan Barr having his first run at CARCO Raceway in a competitive sense in car number 70. Reg Ralph in car number 41. Craig James is out there in car 10. Rick Gill, Vince Chiella, Kenny Power for Power Driving School in car number 24. Anthony Game in 40. Martin in 65. Warren Ellis in 30. Norman in car 20. Peter Dybel in 63. Parham, a new driver in car number 97. Then Glenn Tincombe and Michael Koberstein in car number 13. And I'll have to see if we can cast our eye out there and see whether Michael's been able to fix that. Looked like an oil leak of some sort, or a seal maybe on the diff that it starting to let go. It looks like he is out there right at the back of the field. So he'll be a hard charger in car number 13 as we go on board with our onboard footage, and you can see just how dark it is and how difficult it is to try and find not only your braking markers but also the apex of the corner. Well,
it's interesting, isn't it, Vaughn? You look down the main straight and it's as well lit up as the Perth CBD. You look at turn 6 and it's almost as though you're out in the middle of the sticks, where roadside lights are few and far between. That vast discrepancy, a nice challenge for the drivers tonight at carco.com.au Raceway as they pass the Porsche car drivers right on the approach to turn 7.
So that camera is on board car number 36, mate. The Kmart livered car of Tyson Sadler, the guy with the best mullet in the West Coast. And yes, we will mention to him about going down there to Curry and getting involved in that mullet competition for 2025 for sure, Zach.
I'll send some details over our Turn 7 colleagues before the weekend is done, I promise you. So, no, I'm sure he'll want a piece of that. It's extraordinarily popular, and as someone that is very mindful of the fact that occasionally my head for radio is on camera, you won't be seeing me sporting a mullet anytime soon, let me tell you.
No, ditto, mate. I can't grow my hair like that anymore. That stopped years ago. So looking at this huge grid, they're right outside McCracken House. So a good 24, 20, maybe even 26 cars lined up on the grid for this one. And this is going to be an absolute ripper. And then we've got one more race of these to round out the evening for the CARCO Night Masters. So we wait for the green baton to be shown down towards the rear of the field. There it is. Everybody is in their rightful position and stationary. So next phase of the starting sequence will be the red lights coming on the main straight. Like right now, revs will rise, drop the clutch, and away we go racing here at CARCO Raceway. And a very even start for both of our front runners. But the Tribridge car of Mason Harvey, he has the priority entry into turn number 1 and maintains first place over Rob Marcon and Jackson Kello in third place. Everybody down into a single row as they exit turn number 1 for the first time. Up and over turn 3, getting up on 2 wheels of some of the cars as they hit the ripple strip on driver's right. And somebody falling behind, I think that may be Ken Power, towards the back of the field there in car number 24. One line, one huge big line of Fords and Commodores as they head over the other side of the circuit at the moment. It all goes quiet over this side of the circuit as we wait some 20 odd seconds for them to come up and over the top of the hill. Live stream this evening, behind the Sport TV. Friends at Turn 7 Media doing a cracking job all afternoon and into the night. As our leaders down into turn number 7, out onto the main straight, it's going to be Mason Harvey who has a 3-car advantage over Rob Marcon for Rick Gill Motorcycles. Then Jackson Kello in P3, Gary Hill still in 4. Brock Bowley's moved up to 5. Adam Koberstein in 6. Tyson Sadler in 7. Reg Ralph to 8. Rick Gill has been a big mover in this one. He finds himself in the top 10 now, starting well outside the top 10. And Craig James rounds out our top 10 as they all go single file again into the left-hander sweeper here and up and over the top of the hill.
And we'll pick them back up as they go through time. The right hand up on the run down towards turn 6. Singles file. They've sorted themselves out after the ribbon tear of the opening lap. There's a move potentially on down here on the inside on the run down to turn 6. We'll pick the head first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Harvey is key. It was important that he got the jump. He did so. He held off Marcon. Doesn't mean that he's shaken off the threat of Marcon just yet. He's still there in close tow. And you can't rule out Kello just yet either. 1, 2, and 3 back to the start-finish strike. And still 9.25 minutes left on the clock. That margin now for Harvey a bit more steady at 0.9 of a second. Kello, Hills, Bolly, then Sadler's got by Koberstein. Now, onboard shot will tell you that Koberstein has been passed by Sadler. The 36 has moved himself up into 6th spot now. So it's not just the car and the mullet, but the driver that's on song tonight at carco.com.au Raceway, enjoying the novelty of this, and we're enjoying the pictures that are coming from the 36 on board with him through turn 4 now. Look at the level of commitment required through there at this time of the night. Further back, still 21 running, which is good news.
Yeah, great news. These are a very reliable race car, these Saloon Cars. And another cheap way of getting into motorsport here at carco.com.au Raceway. As we see our leaders, it's still Mason Harvey's got a good 30 to 40 metres over 2nd and 3rd place. They start to bunch up under brakes now further back for 4th and 5th. And that'll be Hills and Bowley going for it in 4th and 5th. And Mark Walker-Watkins in the Afido car. He's getting onto the back of Gary Hills now, so he's actually got in front of Brock Bowley. Sadler in the 6th, Koberstein Adam variety in car number 51 in 7th. Reg Ralph moving up to 8 now. Vince Chiella, the go-karting legend out of Bunbury, he finds himself in 9, and Rick Gill now into the top 10. Of course, Rick Gill, a famous motocross driver rider over here in Western Australia, and also here at CARCO Raceway on 2 wheels. Latter stages of his motorsport careers, decided to go 4-wheeling, and he's doing a great job out there. Of course, teammates for Robbie Marcon, both cars sponsored by Rick Gill Motorcycles out of Holdens.
Interesting interesting too that last time by the line, the margin first to second was only 0.12 of a second, Vaughan. So I'm not necessarily sure whether Harvey's had them or whether Marcon's just wound the wick up a little bit, but Harvey had been reeled in for a temporary period of time there. It looks as though it's stabilised back in his favour now. It's out to 0.6 once more. But it just goes to show that you can't rest on your laurels because you've got two blokes there in close tow counts if you slip up. So the number one under a little bit of pressure at the moment.
Yeah, Jackson Kello looks like he's closing in on the back of Rob Marcon there for second place. So Rob Marcon now having to look forward and backwards as he's got Jackson Kello filling that rear vision mirror inside the Ford Falcon as they crest the top of the hill and blast down towards turn number 6. We'll reel off another lap here. 6.5 minutes remaining in this one, but it's still the Tribridge car, the current state champion in Mason Harvey, doing a great job. And Robbie Marcon, as I said, now coming under threat now from Jackson Kello in car number 225. He's only 2 car lengths off the boot of Marcon's car in second. And then we go back to Gary Hills, the first of the Commodores in P4 with Brock Bowley in another Commodore and Tyson Sadler. So 3 Falcons and 3 Commodores. And look at Kello all over the back of Robbie Marcon as they head down into turn number 1 and reel off another lap here. You've got to keep your eye on second and third, Zach. I believe there's going to be a move coming very shortly.
And I was just about to say as well, Vaughan, that they wouldn't want to take any unnecessary risks. We saw that end badly in the HQs a short time ago. These guys have got to be mindful that there's another race to come in about an hour's time. They don't want to make any hard work for themselves in that race if they can avoid it. So if the move is on, absolutely go for it. But if it's not, there's always race 3 in about an hour's time. And Kello will be mindful of that. Marcon aware of his presence, and all of that pressure that's being applied to Marcon at the moment is allowing Harvey to breathe slightly easier than what he was a few laps ago. Let's see if it's on again as they call Kello. Not close enough this time by, and Marcon's going to hold on at the end of lap 6, but continue to do so for the remaining 5 minutes of this race.
Tyson Sadler, and that looks like, and he's not showing up. Mark Watkins is showing down in position, but he's actually out there. There's a big cloud of dust out there on the way. There's actually a car at Spun.
There is a car stop.
It looks like it's Kenny Power in car number 24. Just wait for a pick up who it is. Yes, it does look like it is car number 24, and that was on the exit of turn number 6. Anthony Game coming through turn 7 in car 40. Just thinking back to last year, and I don't know whether you were with us, Zach, but there was a coming together between Kello and Robbie Marcon. They were fighting for first position in a race, and both came together and went spearing off the track there at turn 4, the entry to the left-hander. As we go back on board, up and over the exit there in turn number 5, and this is on board Tyson Sadler for Vulcan Panel and Paint. And he's got a 7.4 second advantage over the car behind him. Having a fairly lonely run out there at the moment. It's fairly dark out there, and there's no headlights or brake lights in front of him as we see the limiter light come on, that beautiful red flash indicating it's time to change gears as it comes down, hits the rev limiter again at the Rick Gill. So that'll be one strike going the wrong side of the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7.
So you won't want to do that too many times, or otherwise you might wear the wrath of a warning from Motorsport Australia Race Control, of course. That's a good little fight that's forming for 6 there. Sadler, Coberstein, they've been joined by Ciala Ella, if I can get that out. Right. And then Gill and Coberstein making up the top 10. So Gill's within striking distance of that. So one that's covering those 4 cars. Sadler wouldn't want to cough once or twice because otherwise Coberstein will be there to pounce.
Coming over the stripe at the moment. It's still Mason Harvey and Rob Marcon still hanging on for second here, but Jackson Callow in car number 225 not letting Rob Marcon get away with this. And as I said, I'll be waiting for a move to come on here very shortly from car number 225 of Jackson Callow as they get up on two wheels over the turn 3 ripple strip on driver's right. And Marcon, a big flash of flame out of the Ford Falcon as he changed down gear into turn number 4. As we go back on board with Tyson Sadler as he exits turn number 1. And he's got 3 cars having a party in his rear vision mirror. It's Vince Chiella, and behind Chiella it would be Adam Koberstein in car number 51 for Hydrolink, and then Rick Gill, who's moved up another spot. So he's gone from 10th to 9th. And it's a great run from Rick Gill. See whether he can get up a little bit further up the grid in race 3, coming up a little bit later on this evening.
My eyes might have been deceiving me then, but I thought Sadler was sideways going through turn 5 on the run down to turn 6. Commitment plus at this time of the night. And you were mentioning the battle between Koberstein and Cielo. Koberstein has been passed by Cielo there. He's up into 7th now. So the charge continues, and that has awarded Sadler a little bit of breathing space with 1:20 on the clock.
Yeah, Jackson Callow's been able to get over the top of Robbie Marcon to take out second place at the moment, but Marcon's fighting back as they head down into towards turn number 4. And if you look at the front of these cars, have a look at the red glowing brake discs. They're still bright red as they come past me and the commentary box, but on the live feed you can see they are glowing red. They are really using these brakes as they head down into turn number 6. It's still Callow in second place and starting to drive away a bit now from Robbie Marcon. So we pick up with Gary Hills, and Gary's car was really glowing red the last time we caught it coming out of turn number 6. There goes Marcon and Jackson Callow in car number 225. Gary Hills in 93 in the first of the Holden Commodores as they come down into turn number 7 now, hard on the brakes. Who's got the red rotors happening? And it's Robbie Marcon this time that's got the red rotors in car number 82 in third place. Gary Hills in 4th, Brock Bowley in 5, and rounding out our top 6 is Tyson Sadler in the Kmart car.
2 laps to go. We're about to go 15 minutes time elapsed, so we'll be into overtime. 15 minutes plus 1 lap, folks. This and one more. And the scraps continue lower down through the order. And look at Gill getting by Koberstein now as well. And Sadler under pressure from Cielo going into turn 1, but yields. And Sadler holds on to 6th. Gill's right there as well, having got past Koberstein. And they're a long way ahead of James at the moment as the duel between Callow and Marcon continues once more, side by side over the hill, over the crest, down towards the final corner. Oh, it's all happening out there at the moment at carco.com.au Raceway. And Mason Harvey, next time by the line, he'll have 1 lap to go. Plenty to be excited about, not just in what's left of this race form, but also, of course, this just whets the appetite for race 3. Harvey in complete control, 2.5 seconds to the good. He's wearing the number 1 for a reason.
Certainly are as they head down into turn number 1 for what could possibly be the second last time. It's the Tribridge car, the Ford Falcon of, well, we can call him a multiple state champion now in Mason Harvey. Of course, the son of former champion in Clint Harvey. And Clint, a great pedigree. As somebody runs very wide on the entry into turn number 4, right out onto the concrete ripple strip. I think that may be Ken Power again in car number 24. That car not handling the best tonight for Ken for Power Driving Services. As they head down into turn number 6, the Tribridge car doing a great job. Some 2.5 seconds in front now of Jackson Callow and Robbie Marcon. Gary Hills and Brock Bowley, 4th and 5th, the first of the Commodores. And then in 6th is Tyson Sadler, having a good run in the Kmart car. As we try and pick up, and there they go now. That will be Jackson Callow and Rob Marcon. And how is the red glow coming out of the fronts of these front rotors as they come down into turn number 7 and across the stripe. And Mason Harvey, as checkered flag, he really backed it off because Jackson Callow was very close, and so was Rob Marcon. So maybe an issue on board Mason Harvey's car on that last lap.
And how good was the defence work from Jackson Callow to see off the late challenge of Marcon as well, Vaughan. Checkered flag is out. Race 2 is done. Harvey's 2 from 2. But as you say, he got out of the accelerator late in the piece there. So hopefully that was just a case of acknowledging the judges and going through the motions rather than there being a problem that might plague his progress a little bit later on this evening in race 3. Further back, it was Hills and Bowley and Gill and Sadler making up the top 7. So Gill got by Sadler and Coberstein, and Chiela's fallen back to 9th on the final lap as well.
Yeah, I just realised that Rick Gill went from position 9 and has finished 1 lap later in P6. So an outstanding effort from Rick Gill, and that'll put him on the 3rd row for our last race, which will round out the CARCO Night Masters here at CARCO Raceway on your Super Saturday night. Hope everybody's enjoying the coverage on our live stream, brought to you by Behind the Sport TV and our friends at Turn 7 Media. Lots more racing to go. One more round of 4 races coming your way, and I believe it will be the XL Cup coming up next very shortly. We'll take a very short break, and we'll cross over to Jamie McCanty very shortly. So out and about around the grounds of CARCO Raceway is Jamie and Demelza, and they have driver of car number 996, Nick Middick. And Nick's minus some hair since last time I've seen him. Congratulations, Nick. Great drive. Jamie and Demelza, he's all yours.
That's right, we are with Nick Middick, who has come second in the improved production cars. Nick, are you happy with how you went today?
Yeah, so far so good. We went through a lot just to get the car out there for that one. Had to pull the gearbox off and change the rear main seal. So, yeah, happy to be out there. But second, yeah, it's a good result.
And in terms of support to get you to where you are today, who's helped you?
My old man mainly, and of course all my sponsors as well. Autostrada, Lotus, Easy Tow, Lombardi Bros. Without those guys, I wouldn't be able to come here and race at all. So,
Nick, how did you get started in racing? Did you come up through the go-karts? Did you have a less traditional way of doing it?
Through the go-karts. Started when I was 7, so I've been racing for a long time now.
Do you still love it? You still have the passion for it, especially when it comes to running the BMW? It's a little bit unique, a unique vehicle to be using on the track.
Yeah, definitely. Still very passionate, and being that it's in the Beamer, even more so. Yeah, my old man's always been into BMWs, so it's extra special. Yeah.
How long have you been racing this BMW in particular?
We've had a few years off, unfortunately, just getting things together for it. But we've had the car for I think 6 years now, 5 or 6 years.
Are you happy with it so far? You wouldn't change out of BMWs to something else? Nothing else is luring you into another vehicle?
I'd never change away from the Beamer. They handle so good for a rear-wheel drive car. But we have a lot of things in mind, engine-wise, to make it a bit quicker down the straights.
You've got one race to go, so you think you can improve on the second placement for the last race?
Oh, I don't know. I'll try my best, but we don't quite have the power to match the Monaro on the straights, but we'll do everything we can.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for your final race and congratulations on second place. That's it from us right here in pit lane. Vaughn, it's back to you.
Nick Middick, a great go-kart driver back in his junior days, and still dabbles in the go-karts these days, driving a gearbox-driven go-kart, the KZs. And they are a very handy driver alongside the Dicker family as well, and a few others that still dabble in go-karts to keep their eye in, especially during the off-season, our 4-month break. But great to see Nick doing so well, and as he said, they've had to bust their chops to get that car here for tonight, and they're doing a great job keeping it running and so competitive. So next out on the track will be for Retrovision, our new sponsors for the XL Cup, and a big field of XLs, and this is your favourite, Zach, so I'll let you introduce the field once it comes up on our scoreboard. But at this battle between Ambrosio and Sheriff, they are locked on points. Whoever wins this one is going to take the night.
Exactly. First bragging rights of the season. It's an 8-round campaign for them. They've got 3 rounds down in the southwest this year, 5 rounds as part of the WA Sporting Car Club program at carco.com.au Raceway. Vaughn, can I just say as well, it's 11:10 here in Queensland. It's 12:10 on a Sunday morning in the rest of the eastern seaboard parts of the continent, New South Wales, Victoria, the ACT and Tasmania. If you were planning on going to sleep at any point in the next short while, I'd heavily advise against it, because this will get the adrenaline pumping for just a little bit longer. Ladies and gentlemen, the XLs always put on a show, but how nice it is that they get to do so under lights on a spectacular Saturday night in the West. Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio will be your front row. I mean, there's been some cracking scraps, and we'll go through the full grid in just a moment. Of course, that'll come up on screen when timing's ready to launch the session. But the reality of the matter is there's been some cracking scraps beyond that, but it's been hard to take our eyes off that top two. The big story, of course, out of the previous race was Craig Charnley's post-race penalty of 30 seconds. So he'll be on the comeback trail. Cameron, of course, started the day a little bit compromised due to a windshield issue in qualifying. So both the Charnley boys will be trying to at least make something out of what's been a trying day at the office in this third and final race. Try and salvage something to give them something to work with in the remaining 7 rounds of the season. We next see them here at carco.com.au Raceway, of course, on that second weekend of April, which I hesitate to say is only 7 weeks away. It won't take long to come around, given the rate in which this year is flying on by already. Someone said to me earlier today, Vaughan, we're now on the 23rd of February here on the East Coast, but it was the 53rd day of the year, and one must wonder just where on earth that has gone, because that's 1/7 of the year done and dusted already. We've only got 312 days to go. Here comes the course car. That's a good sign that we're about to have cars on circuit here lining up for what should be a scintillating 12 minutes plus 1 lap, the Retrovision WAXL Cup on a Saturday night in prime time. Oh, what a fascinating scenario we've got on our hands, mate. I'm excited.
Yeah, certainly are, and the timesheet has just popped up on our screen, so it will be Sheriff and Ambrosio on the front row. And something a little bit unique here is that pole 1, or P1, is on driver's right, which is the dirty side of the racetrack. So being on the front row, I would more prefer to be with Carlos Ambrosio on the outside, over on the commentary side of the racetrack. And second row will be Zane Rhodes in car number 73. Alongside him will be Jack Caiulo. And we have Tristan Moore in car number 16 doing a great job. Steve McGregor in car number 2. Dave Charnley in 4. Wagner de Souza, who had our on-car camera earlier on in the evening, in car number 25. Then Nathan Seaton, Harrison Perez, Dean Hill slipping down the order after race number 2. Noah Byrne in car number 11. And then we have Cove in car number 39. Craig Charnley in car number 51. So there you go. He's probably lost around about 10 positions with that 30-second penalty being applied. Then William Panizza in car number 9. Cam Charnley in car number 5. Hasty, then Cooper, Robert Tune, Clamp, Ward, Cove, John Schultz down there in 99. And rounding out the field is Darren Seaton and Wesley Lay in car number 27. So a huge field. And just down here in the dummy grid, they're about 4 or 5 spots away from filling the dummy grid. And I think we're licensed for around about 28 cars here for the Night Masters. So, that would indicate we have around 24 or 25 Hyundai XLs making their way out onto the circuit. The leader out there, Brett Sheriff, at the moment, he's up into turn 3 at the moment, and they are still filing past me in the commentary box at the start-finish line.
And what we also need to probably try and seek some clarification on, Vaughan, is the fate of the 2 or 3 cars that pulled up lane in the previous race, namely, Seaton never came home, nor did Cove, Ward, Lear or Ferreira. Now, Ferreira was the non-starter, so it's a case of working out whether Ward and Cove have been able to get back out there, and that'll become clearer as the cars form up on the grid. You asked me last time whether I was game enough to call it. I wasn't, but given that it's all square at the moment, and it all hinges on this race, Ambrosio grabbed the early bragging rights, and then Brett Sheriff responded in race 1. Ambrosio's responded in race 2. Who prevails in race 3, do you think?
I don't know. As I was just saying, that Carlos will be starting on the clean part of the racetrack, but that's not optimum for the entry into turn number 1. So Brett Sheriff will have that advantage down into turn number 1 if he can run side by side with Carlos. But Brett Sheriff will start on the dirty side, the inside of the racetrack, driver's right as they come across the stripe. So I don't know, mate. It's 50-50. I'm not prepared to stick my neck out. Nah, I'm just not going to do it, mate. Sheriff or Ambrosio. There you go.
That's it. And I mean, let's not rule out Zane Rhodes either. He kept those blokes honest in the last couple of laps there. Once we did get back underway after a lengthy safety car intervention, if it goes green all the way, can he go with them for the duration? We're about to find out. Here they come, lining up in position now on the grid, ladies and gentlemen. This promises to be absolutely compelling and must-watch motor racing for you. Early on a Sunday morning on the East Coast, late on a Saturday night on the West and in central parts as well. A huge weekend of motorsport in this country with events happening at state level, national level, international level with the opening round of the World Superbikes as well. But this is one of the more spectacular sights you're going to see tonight, and that is Hyundai XL Racing, the Korean Pocket Rockets, the Retrovision WA XL Cup. There they are, lining up in position. It looks as though we've got 99% of the field lining up for this one. 12 minutes plus 1 lap, of which we've already burnt a good 3 minutes right on cue. And the green stick is in the hands of the official here. It's waving. Let's go. Lights will be on any tick of the clock, and then we'll turn wheels in anger for a good 10 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. Sheriff or Ambrosio, the start is key. Let's go to work.
Yeah, it's a very close start, but I think Brett Sheriff will take the ascendancy down into turn number 1 for the first time. Carlos backs out and decides to get in the boot lid and start to get a bit of a tow around the 2.41 CARCO Raceway here on your Saturday night. As Sheriff and Ambrosio starting to drive away already from Zane Rhodes in car number 73. And behind him will be the grey car of Jack Caiulo, car number 7. And we have Tristan Moore, Steve McGregor out there in the Napa Autos car. Then Dave Charnley, Wagner de Souza having another good start. And watch and see whether Wagner can come forward. Currently sitting in about P7 at the moment. And we'll see whether we get somebody. And one of the Charnley cars has disappeared into the abyss on the top of turn number 5. That's car number 4, Dave Charnley. He was in P7 at the time of that loop, but he has come across, or maybe had some contact. He's a fair way down towards the turn 6 entry, but he's up and running again. No yellow flag, so it's touch ball play on, and Brett Sheriff holding the lead over Carlos Ambrosio by 3 car lengths as they go across the stripe. Then we go back to Zane Rhodes in car 73 and Jack Caiulo. Tristan Moore going defensive now on the way down into turn number 1. Comes from driver's right into the middle of the racetrack to get all defensive on the entry into turn number 1. He's holding off Wagner de Souza, who's moved up into P6. So de Souza in 25. He is the mover at the moment with Steve McGregor.
He's the mover of the day. He's just kept on climbing up the ladder as the day has unfolded. It's impressive considering how many laps were neutralised for in the second race. 4 and 2 they come. Minus third. You see the Charlie boys up to 12, coming back to 15th now. 6 and 3/4 minutes left on the clock. Can Zane Rhodes latch back onto the tail of Carlos Ambrosio? The answer is yes, as they come out of turn 6 and up over the crest once more. The run down the hill. It looks as though Rhodes is leaving Caiulo ever slightly gradually behind here. Ambrosio has a bow peep down the inside of Sheriff and then tucks back in. Back to the main straight we go. The better part of 6-7 laps to go here at carco.com.au Raceway. Should we go green every step of the way? We'd love to see that. The Retrovision WA XL Cup. Zane Rhodes the fastest lap of the race, 12-1.
Yeah, Zane Rhodes has tapped right onto these 2 out in front. So there's a 3-car battle now for the lead. They seem to have driven away from Jack Caiulo in car number 7 as they come out of the darkness into the lights and then back into the darkness again here for turn number 4. Zane Rhodes, a 55.24 last time in intermediate 2, and also took out fast time in intermediate 1 as well. That gave him a 1 minute 12.1. He's 2 seconds of a a second quicker than Ambrosio and 0.3 of a second quicker than Brett Sheriff last time around the 2.41 kilometre circuit here at CARCO Raceway. Currently coming out of turn number 7 at the moment, and all over the back of Brett Sheriff as they crest the top of the hill. It's Ambrosio and Rhodes. Looks like he's right into the boot lid of Ambrosio. Sheriff getting away by 2 or 3 car lengths, but under brakes, Ambrosio fights back in car number 1. Still in second position, but having to worry about Sheriff in front and Zane Rhodes in P. Oh, sorry, Zane Rhodes has actually got in front of Ambrosio. And here's another move on for the lead here. That'll be Rhodes down the inside of Brett Sheriff. Side by side on the exit out of turn number 1. Sheriff to the outside, Rhodes to the inside, and then Ambrosio as well. First class, top rocks racing here as Brett Sheriff will have the line into turn number 4. Rhodes getting hung out wide, and that's going to give Ambrosio another sniff as they go across the right-hander. They're side by side. It's Rhodes and Ambrosio. What a fantastic motor race.
How good's this on a Saturday night? I told you I wouldn't be disappointed, Australia. Zane Rhodes, youthful exuberance, no holds barred, now trying down the inside of Brett Sheriff at turn 6. Tucked back in. He'll be in the slipstream from the run down the back straight. The up and under from Ambrosio is on as well. They're going to be side by side. The battle for second. Can Brett Sheriff hold on as these two opt to take advantage of the slipstream and try and reel him in? The 3-time champ leads the defending champ, leads a young star on the rise. He's going right around the outside of Ambrosio at turn 7. He's hung out into no man's land as they come back across the strike. Oh, this is fascinating stuff. No fear from the youngster.
Now Ambrosio slides underneath Zane Rhodes and regains second position. So if these guys could just stop fighting and try and take it up to Brett Sheriff. Brett Sheriff's moved out now by 25 metres on Carlos Ambrosio and Zane Rhodes. And look at the gap now between Rhodes and Jack Caiulo. That has definitely closed because these two are fighting amongst themselves instead of working together to get on the tail of Brett Sheriff as they disappear into the darkness up and over the top of the hill here at CARCO Raceway. A fantastic motor race in front of us right now. Brett Sheriff has the lead from Zane Rhodes and Ambrosio fighting for second. Caiulo in 4th, Tristan Moore in 5, and Wagner de Souza moving up into 6. And I reckon he's got to be a candidate for the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day for Wagner de Souza in car number 25 as our leaders up and over the top of the hill and down into the hard braking zone into turn number 7. It looks like it's still Zane Rhodes in second, Ambrosio in third as they try and do something about car number 514 of Brett Sheriff.
Across the line, Ambrosio responds with an 11.93, the fastest lap of the race. How about that?
Only 0.6 of a second away from the lap record, Zach. 0.6 of a second away.
Held by Zane Rinaldi, of course, when he was over there in Nationals Prep in 2023. The only argument I'm going to mount to your nomination of Souza is if Zane Rhodes can go from 3rd to 1st in the remaining 2 3/4 minutes here and get this job done. Through turn 5, on the run down to 6. Sheriff has been filled in by Ambrosio and Rhodes is there as well, but it's a matter of how late you leave your run. Time is running out. They're going to have 3 laps at the line based on time certainty. 1 minute 55, so that's going to be 1, 2, maybe 3 if we're lucky, depending upon when they get back to the strike. Whatever the case, it's less than 10 kilometres separating one of these 3 men in race victory and Ambrosio or Sheriff from round on as well. But what a statement it would be. Ambrosio to the inside. Down the inside, the defending champion looks to go back to the front. Here comes Rhodes in the middle. Who's going to be picking in the middle on the run down to turn 1? Ambrosio and Rhodes on the inside, Sheriff on the outside. All of a sudden, the number 514 is being hung out to dry. Here comes Rhodes to the inside, Sheriff right around the outside, and Ambrosio holding on, and Sheriff put 2 wheels in the dirt. Rhodes to second.
Fantastic racing as Ambrosio takes the lead now from Sheriff in second and Zane Rhodes back into third. Fast time up and over the top of the hill is about ready to happen. And as I said, Rhodes into second, Sheriff into third now, as these three cars are really starting to get away. Even though they're fighting, these three are moving away from Jack Triolo in car number 7 as we look for a move on again. And it's Rhodes down the inside of Carlos Ambrosio down into 6 and takes the lead. And Brett Sheriff is in there as well. He's going to try and do the over and under on Carlos Ambrosio. They both exit side by side on the way out of turn number 6. Up and over the hill, it's car 73 of Zane Rhodes, and these two side by side, Ambrosio and Sheriff. Ambrosio to the driver's left, and Sheriff up the inside into second place, dislodges Ambrosio back to third, and Ambrosio will take a curb strike there as they come across the line. It's still Zane Rhodes from Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio in third.
And Sheriff to the inside, holding off Ambrosio, still within reach of Rhodes. We've got back to the line with time on our sleeve, up our sleeve to spare, I should say. I'll spit the words out if I'm like him. And it's 2 laps to go. This and one more. Can Zane Rhodes pull off the victory here and hold off one of the stalwarts of WA and National Australian XL Racing competition in Brett Sheriff, the 3-time champion? What a milestone moment this would be for the youngster who's had performances down at Collie in other rounds of the championship in the West. But he's, of course, looking for that elusive win here at CARCO.com.au Raceway. They've got some lap traffic to contend with as well. Here they go, side by side. Sheriff got the run out of turn 6. He'll have the run down the hill. Ambrosio wants a piece of that as well. Down the inside, Rhodes to the outside. He's the one hung out to dry this time by. Ambrosio, Sheriff, let's pick them up as they come back onto the main straight. We wait. It'll be the last lap. They're all out wide in no man's land. In a moment, they'll be 3 wide if we're not lucky. And
across the
now
stripe. Yeah, across the stripe it was Zane Rhodes.
They're going to check it.
Sheriff goes out really wide around turn number 1, and that's allowed Ambrosio back into second place now. So Rhodes by 3 car lengths over Ambrosio. And, sorry, that's Sheriff out in front, then Ambrosio, and then Rhodes. So how this is chopping and changing nearly every corner. We've got a lead change. So we'll wait and see. This could be the, sorry, that is the checkered flag. So getting all excited there. I can't even see the checkered flag being waved from where we are. But your winner.
Neither can I.
Will be
and it
car number
514. Haven't seen it either.
Brett Sheriff takes the win here. Yeah, Brett Sheriff takes the win in car number 514 from 73 of Zane Rhodes. A great drive to get over the top of the current state champion in Carlos Ambrosio. Jack Caiulo finishes in a credible 4th. Tristan Moore in 5. Wagner de Souza has to settle for 6. A hard charger of the day for sure. Steve McGregor in 7. Dean Hill in 8. Noah Byrne in 9. And Craig Charnley, car number 51, rounds out our top 10. And that has been race of the day by far.
By the length of the Nullarbor. Brett Sheriff, Carlos Ambrosio, Zane Rhodes. So our timing screen went check, it then went back to green. So there was a bit of confusion there, and it's been called at the end of lap 9. Sheriff for Ambrosio, 0.1 the margin, and Rhodes relegated to third on that final lap. But what a statement-making drive from the youngster, a name to watch for the balance of the campaign. And it's Brett Sheriff's night in the West. The 3-time champ wins the opening round of the season, the CARCO.com.au Night Masters at CARCO.com.au Raceway in Wanneroo. What a superb statement from the champ, looking for title number 4 this year on the back of national exploits last year, and that just whets the appetite for so much more. We cannot wait to see them back on track here in April. And they've just sent a statement to the rest of the paddock. All the other categories, Vaughan, top that.
Fastest lap of that race was a 1:11.9, which was only 0.6 of a second away from the lap record held by Zane Rinaldi out of Queensland, and that was set in the daytime during a warm-up campaign for the XL Cup Nationals that were held here late or early last year. And to do that time at night time is a fantastic effort. A 12 flat for Rhodes and a 12-1 was the best for Brett Sheriff. So those three definitely king of the kids this weekend here at the CARCO Night Masters, which is round number 1 of the 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championship for 2025. Well, I need a bit of a drink and a refresh before we get on to our next division, which will be the Holden HQs, and they put on a cracker race in that earlier dark session, and looking forward to another one for Electrical Group Training, also known as EGT. The Holden HQs, they're next on track here at CARCO Raceway. For our live stream viewers up there, we've got some footage of Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio having a bit of a discussion up there in garage number 136. A fantastic race, and Carlos just gives him a big pat on the back to Brett Sheriff. They certainly put on a great show, and there's the return serve from Brett Sheriff as well. So a great show of sportsmanship here at CARCO Raceway. Not too much longer, and the Holden HQs will grace us with their presence for their last race of round number 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. This is the CARCO Night Masters. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to live coverage on a live stream for Behind the Sport TV, brought to you by Turn 7 Media. This is the HQ Holdens, brought to you by HQ Automotive tonight, and this is a 12-minute plus one-lap sprint to finish off their night here at CARCO Raceway. Of course, brought to you by Electrical Group Training as well, their category sponsor for 2025. And it's been the Howlett and Woodbridge so far this evening. But Grant Ord, Stuart Kenny's moved himself up into P4. That was unfortunately due to the demise of Ryan Davis in car number 49 driving for Kevrek. And there was also a spinner in that one with Todd Faulknell in race 2 as well. There was a spin at the top of the hill in turn 5. So there's some people that have got some work to do, and it's really put the cat amongst the pigeons with Phil Breen up there. Rory Sharp in car number 19. We don't see enough of Rory up at CARCO Raceway, but when he does show up, he certainly does put on a show, and he finds himself in P5. Breen out of position 6. And then we have 14 of Bo Pangler. Brad Butler has made some moves through the pack tonight. Scotty Hames in car number 62. Ryan Davis in 49. Mark Alfonsi in 47. Todd Faulknell, Dave Kent, and unfortunately it looks like Troy Kent in car number 3, who had such a good run. And these guys are actually going to start a rolling start. Rolling start for their last race of the night, and Mick Woodbridge has completely lost that start. He has lost 3 positions before they even get down to turn number 1. So this is Michael Howlett out in front, cracking away already. Or was it Howlett that actually missed the start? Yeah, it was. It was Howlett that's missed the start. Woodbridge has got 2 car links over, I think that may be Grant Ord, but that certainly mixed us up, and we weren't made aware that they were going to run a running start. So a double Indian file start, a very unconventional way of starting a motor race here at CARCO Raceway, unless you're in a Formula Classic or an FSR.
Absolutely. Caught us napping. The first I got wind of it was as our cameras picked them up coming into turn 7. I was like, hang on, they don't normally roll up this way. But what it does for it is give us maybe an extra half a minute or so of green flag running if we can go without safety car interruption for the balance of the race duration here, side by side on the run down the back straight. So Woodbridge and Howlett's got a little bit of work to do if he's to complete the clean sweep today, and Woodbridge for the first time has no necessary pressure on his rear bumper at this point in time. Got a little bit of breathing space, 0.8 of a second over Kenny, Ord, Howlett, Breen and Sharp the top 6. And good to see that we were able to get 12 cars out there of the 14. No Davis, no Alfonsi after that earlier incident for Davis. So 12 of the 14 scheduled starters lining up, and hopefully 12 coming home.
And good to see Stuart Kenny now finds himself in second place after being in the wilderness most of race 1 and race 2. That through some unreliability and some damage there to Ryan Davis, and that he really catted amongst the pigeons now. He's up into second place. He started out of P4 or P5, so a good move for the purple car of Stuart Kenny down there into turn number 7 as they make their way out of turn number 6, and coming up and over the top of the hill. It's all Mick Woodbridge at the moment. He's got a sizable lead over Stuart Kenny in car number 72, and Mick Woodbridge. It's Michael Howlett that's gone fastest in both sectors, 32.9. So that's flying for Michael Howlett. So he's obviously got the head down, and he actually has his in 4th position at the moment as they come out onto the main straight, and he's looking for a run up the inside of Stuart Kenny, who's trying to chase down Grant Ord, who has taken over second place from Stuart Kenny in car number 72. But it's all Mick Woodbridge. Car number 74 looks like he's doing a fine drive job here. We've got 100 metres on the chasing pack, which consists of Stuart Kenny, Grant Ord and Michael Howlett.
The third flying lap of what is the third last race of the day, or the night in this instance, at carco.com.au Raceway. It's the next day on the eastern side of the continent where I am at the moment, and we'll be going well beyond 10 p.m. local time before the checkered flag flies on this day of racing. The 74 of Woodbridge, out to a sizable advantage. The most comfortable he's been at the top end of the tree all day long. Look at the three-way fight about to erupt for second. Ord, Kenny and Howlett trying to undo the damage done by what was a slow and sluggish start off the outset here. Down the inside. Let's go 3 wide. No, let's think better of it and go 2 wide. And Howlett going down the inside, trying to get by Kenny and maybe Ord. No, he'll get Kenny, but he's got to still find a way by the number 4 on board. Back to the strike, and Howlett's back to third.
Fine to do that, but you do have to stop the car at the bottom of the hill as well, so that'll be playing on Michael Howlett's mind at the moment. But he moves up one position now into P3 and looking very threatening on the back of Grant Ord in car number 4. Grant's got the blue lights underneath his car as they head up through the bus stop, getting up on 2 wheels there as they hit the ripple strip on driver's right and hard on the brakes into turn number 4. Mick Woodbridge, a 1:16.7, so they're nearly a second away from where they should be at the moment, but it's only early. Still the tyre still coming up the temperature at the moment. We've got around about 5.5 minutes remaining in this one, so we'll probably get at least another 4 laps out of the Holden HQs. And there's a dive bomb down the inside, and that looks like it was Michael Howlett having a shot at Grant Ord. Has it going to pay off? Yes, it has, as Mick Woodbridge runs really wide and brings up a whole lot of dirt. But Michael Howlett now into second place, Ord into third, and Stuart Kenny now slips from second back to 4th.
Is that going to cost Woodbridge any degree of time here, Vaughan? That 2 wheels in the dirt moment coming out of turn 6. Time will tell. Howlett's got clear air now, can go out in pursuit of him, and we might have a real ding-dong last couple of laps on our hands here under the Western Australian night sky. Michael Howlett, fastest lap of the race, a 16.34, and out in pursuit of Woodbridge. That margin has come down. It's come back to 1.39 seconds. So Howlett will look to make a real race of this in the closing stages.
And 0.4 of a second away from Mick Woodbridge. He did a 15.9 in the previous race, so they're getting up to speed now. And as I said, they probably advanced the distributors on these cars, giving them a little bit more timing. But the further you go, the higher the risk of blowing a head gasket in one of these Holden HQs. They've all got air sensor on the dashboard, and they're looking for 14.7, which is the optimum air versus fuel ratio for one of these cars. Well, basically for any internal combustion engine, it's called the stoichiometric ratio. And here we go, up and over the top of the hill, and it's still Mick Woodbridge, but Michael Howlett is definitely catching. There's only 3 car lengths now. Let's bring that down to 2. Let's bring that down to 1 car length. Michael Howlett, a demon under brakes, again goes fastest in sector 1, 2, and overall. As they go across the line, Michael Howlett all over the back of Mick Woodbridge in car number 74, and it's a 1:15.6 if you don't mind. 0.3 of a second quicker than Mick Woodbridge in race number 2, and Howlett now brings up side by side with Mick Woodbridge as they go up through the right-hander at turn number 3. Howlett's going to try for an outside run here into turn number 4. Really late on the brakes. Can he turn the car in? And he's run wide, yes. And that's allowed Woodbridge to regain pole position and head up and over the top of the hill.
But for how long, Vaughan? That's the question. Howlett's the form man at the moment, pulling out some qualifying times at the very back end of what's been a very long day in the cockpit for these guys. Woodbridge may have been a little bit complacent in the lead by 1.8 seconds. It's been jagged back to 0.3 of a second, 0.2 as they come out of turn 6. Again, Woodbridge had 2 wheels out in the dirt on the exit of turn 6. Can Howlett set this up for a run down the inside into turn 7? Let's wait and see. 2:25 left on the clock. We've got this and 3 more laps to go, folks, as they come back to the strike. Final turn. The 74 leads them through. It's Woodbridge and Howlett, and closing in, trying to latch onto this trainer. Ord and Kenny as well. Ord especially within striking distance. Let's wait and see. You cannot see on the main straight camera there Howlett for the sheer fact that he was right up the bumper bar of Woodbridge there. Basically, an invisible tow rope was separating the 2 cars there. You could have sworn they were being towed by one another as they make their way up towards turn 4. for what we think will be the third last time. Ord's not out of this fight either, Vaughan. It could be either one of these three men taking victories in the next 3 months.
Yeah, you can see the different lines being taken by Michael Howlett, trying to keep the RPM up and the momentum up through turn number 4. He went into turn number 4 at mid-track where Mick Woodbridge hung onto the curb all the way around, and that looks like a bit of a bump and run there, and Woodbridge has run really wide, and that's allowed Howlett to get in front now by some 25 metres. Grant Ord now takes over second place, so not sure if there was contact there, but Mick Woodbridge running extremely wide and while in close proximity to Michael Howlett, so it may have been a bit of a bump and run there. And Mick Woodbridge would not be happy with that. He'll fight back now. He's all over the back of Grant Ord, who brings up a big shower of sparks on the exit of turn number 7. It's Michael Howlett, Grant Ord and Mick Woodbridge. They are the three king of the kids this weekend, and Grant Ord hanging on for second at the moment. Car number 74 and Mick Woodbridge draws up alongside of him. They're going to go side by side through the left-hander into 2, and then side by side through turn number 3, the right-hander, and Woodbridge going to be hung out to dry here as Ord hangs on to the curb, plies all of that throttle, what he has, and comes up and over the top of the corner. Side by side, just like the XL Racing, Woodbridge down the inside. Ord hung out to dry on the outside. This will be Woodbridge's corner. He will go back to second.
These two blokes have just said, hold my beer to the XLs. They are turning it on at the closing stages, and now it's Howlett that was wide coming out of turn 6. So for all the wide running that we saw from Woodbridge earlier in the night, we're now seeing it from Howlett at the end. Ord was wide at turn 1. That allowed Woodbridge to get back to second. They've gone into overtime, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the start of the final lap as they come back to turn 7. Howlett has good breathing space coming back to the line. Ord and Woodbridge in behind them. 1 to go at CARCO.
Outstanding HQ racing as we see Faulknell having a good battle back there with Scotty Hames in car number 62, but all the action is up towards the front of the field, and here's another pass being put on with Todd Faulknell in car number 24. He's gone underneath, that would be 76 of Brad Butler, and Butler fighting back. They go side by side as they go across the stripe here at CARCO Raceway and into the darkness down into turn number 1. Butler looks like he's going to take that back by having the inside run and the right-hander at turn number 1, and easily pulls away from Todd Faulknell in car number 24. Where are our leaders at the moment? Oh, somebody's run off the racetrack down there in turn number 6. That looks like a blue car. I'm wondering whether that, it looks like a silver car, and there may be a second car involved down there as well. Could be Dave Kent in car number 45 as we see Phil Breen coming across the top of the hill, and he has Bo Pangler in 14 right behind him. As I look at all of the dust and dirt being displayed down there in turn number 6. Where are our leaders on the racetrack as we try and pick up on those? It's still Howlett over Woodbridge and Ord as car number 45 of Kent goes across the line. There goes Michael Howlett across the line now to take the checkered flag from Mick Woodbridge, takes out second place. Grant Ord across the line for third, and Stuart Kenny in car 72 takes home 4th position. Troy Kent, a great fight back to end up in 5th place tonight. Rory Sharp in car number 19. Then we'll have Philip Breen only just over Bo Pangler. Behind him is Todd Faulknell and 76 of Brad Butler, and that leaves Scotty Hames in 62 and Dave Kent in car number 45 to complete the course. Wow, what a way to finish race number 3 for the Holden HQs, brought to you by Electrical Group Training. And Zach, I got to get my breath back.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I mean, it's been a very long and busy day for the pair of us. We're nearly there, mate, but we initiated the challenge after the XL race to the rest of the categories on the bill. Let's try and top that. The HQs gave it their best shake and then some. Terrific racing, particularly between the top 3. Kenny unlucky as well, got hung out to dry late in the piece there and fell back to 4th. Kent, Sharp, Breen and Pangler in behind that made up the top 8. We had 11 start. Dave Kent is still to come home. There he is now coming onto the main straight. So 12 start, 12 get home. It was Kent that came undone down at turn 6 on the penultimate lap, but at least he was able to get back on the black stuff and keep us green. Let's get back down to pit lane. I think that's young Zane Rhodes standing by.
Absolutely right. We've got Zane Rhodes here, the 17-year-old wonder kid that came in third in the last XL race. Congratulations, Zane. You must be absolutely stoked with that result.
Yeah, pretty stoked. Me and Dad came up with some ideas on changing the car to make it faster, hang with the front two. I've had pace all day and we just needed to make a change to sort of stay with them. But as soon as we hit the lead, sort of just fell back a bit. But it's all right, I just kept trying.
Well, I'm glad you did, because you turned a 2-horse race between Ambrosio and Sheriff into a 3-horse race by the very fact you took it up to them.
Yeah, it just makes it more exciting. I enjoy it a lot more. And yeah, hope to see it a bit more and more meetings.
What a sensational race for your first of the season. What do you have planned for the rest of the year?
Pretty exciting. Going to Bathurst in April. Run WA Series in this car. Me and Dad put in a lot of work building a new car to go over race. But yeah, just looking forward to that.
So the improvements you've made in the car have made a big difference to your racing?
Yeah, they just made the car faster, just get out the corner a bit better. But then, yeah, the front two, they're pretty hard to keep up with, but just trying our best at the moment.
And when did you do your early training? You come up through go-karts like everybody else does?
Yeah, started Cadet 9s in the go-karts, did that for 5 years, and then 2023 we moved into the XL, and it's been awesome.
So tell us a little bit about your support team who've helped you today.
Dad been here early this morning, and Mia, who came up with Savo, also supporting. But yeah, Mum and my sister at home watching along. Yeah.
Well, they'll be able to watch it live on the streaming services available now on Streamer, which is just sensational. They're seeing it live.
I don't know. I'm not good with interviews. That's right.
So you're going to stay with XLs? You're going to move into another category as you get older?
Not too sure yet. Depends where the wind takes us, but enjoying it at the moment. Just keep going.
XLs are great because it's obviously about the driving skill as much as the car, isn't it, really? It's about the skill of the driver. That's what the emphasis is on XL racing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really close. All the cars are quite similar. There's not a lot in it, but yeah, it's really, really fun, really close racing.
Have a great season, Zane. It's been wonderful to meet you, mate. All the best. Over to you, Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Demelza, and Jamie from Slim Jim Enterprise working up here this weekend, doing a fantastic job out there with all of the roving reporting that's been happening all day here for our live stream and, of course, for our paying customers here at carco.com.au. And young Zane Rhodes, a guy with a big future ahead of him, and as we've seen, he's shown us glimpses of what he can do, and just a little bit more experience, I think he's going to be a front runner in WA Retrovision XL Cup racing for the rest of 2025, and hopefully beyond we'll see Zane Rhodes step up into another category and go for it. Our next category out onto the circuit will be our production cars, improved production and street cars, brought to you by WA Hino and Pool Ledge Systems Australia. And just trying to pick up our camera at the moment. I think it's going to be on possibly Peter Kello's car. Yes, it is. It's the R32 Nissan Skyline in camouflage. So this will be hard to spot at night time, Zach.
Indeed, it will be. Thankfully, the trackside cameras are doing a remarkable job of brightening the vision for us, that it's beaming into your lounge rooms around Australia and certainly into my commentary booth over here in Ipswich, where it is 5 minutes to midnight local time, 5 minutes to 1 Eastern Daylight. Been a very long and busy day, but we're 2 races from home. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I want to go back and backtrack on before we run through this grid here, Vaughan, you were mentioning about Zane Rhodes. He'll take a lot of confidence out of that race result tonight. I mean, he'll be a little bit disappointed, no doubt, that he wasn't able to get the job done, having led it at one point. But it's very hard to take the fight to 2 experienced campaigners like Sheriff and Ambrosio, and for him to hold his own the way that he did, all credit to him. And as much as I'd love to see him forge a career out of Hyundai XL Racing, we know that it is only the start of the climb up the pyramid to bigger and better things. And what a testament it is to the category, the success that it has generated with the drivers that have gone on to do bigger and better things. Max Gagan, Ryan Cash, and the list goes on. Look at the Super 2 grid, look at the Supercar grid, look at the Toyota 86 grid, even the Porsche grid these days. It's all full of drivers that got their start in XL Racing.
Yep, you're dead right, 100% there, mate. And yeah, with a little bit more experience, I think Zane Rhodes is going to be up there constantly harassing Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio. Like you said in the interview with Jamie and Demelza, they've only started in 2023, so this will be their third year of running the Hyundai XL. There's still to learn. You always are learning. Every race meeting, every race, there's always something to learn, either about yourself and your driving habits, or about getting that vehicle to come on earlier, muck around a little bit early, but get the car coming on faster and faster as the race progresses. This one for IPRA, brought to you by WA Hino, Racing Dynamics, BM Graphics, and Pool Ledge Systems Australia for our improved productions and street cars. And of course, we've got a couple of production cars out there as well. Fairly full night so far for this particular category, with Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro just driving away at the moment. He's got 2 from 2 over Jack Cloesy in car number 222. Then Nick Middick in the BMW will start out at P3. Peter Callow, and we've got onboard camera on board the R32 Nissan Skyline in car number 67. Then we have Steve Turpin, John Caligari having a very disappointing night by his standards. Joseph Corello in the BMW car. Jimmy Gallen out there in the Evo 9 Mitsubishi. Chris Pavey in the 247 supercharged BMW. Cameron Burns, Damon Croxon, Hookamau in car number 181, the RX-7. Hopefully 25 metres already over Matt Cherry, and Nick Middick's trying to stick with him at the moment as they head up through the right-hander. Up on 2 wheels does Nick Middick in car number 996. And he's all over the back of Matt Cherry. Matt will be trying to get some temperature into those tyres before that Monaro starts to eat them. But down into turn number 6, Matt Cherry on the hunt for Jack Cloesy in car number 222.
3 from 3 for Jack Cloesy. 3 blinded starts from him today, but it won't take long for Cherry to try and overturn that. I'm sure we're right on board with this, and what a sight this is. What a spectacle. We've got one car pulling up lame and then getting back going on the exit of turn 5. We'll pick up the rego on that in just a moment, I'm sure. And here comes Cloesy under pressure from Cherry. Is Cloesy actually going to lead the lap here? He pulls to the inside. Cherry up to the outside, and Cloesy's going to lead the open lap.
Yeah, late on the brakes in the Subaru WRX, and of course that's 4-wheel drive, so that's going to be the advantage over Matt Cherry in that highly horse-powered Holden Monaro as they head up into turn number 4. It's Jack Cloesy doing a great job in the WRX over the Holden Monaro of Matt Cherry. In third place, Nick Middick, fast man on the circuit as you would expect. Jack Cloesy, car number 222, fastest in intermediate 1 and 2. And reels off the fastest lap time on lap number 1. We got 7 minutes remaining here. We'll probably get maybe 8 laps out of this particular event. And just picking up on Cloesy, got the car really sideways mid-corner in turn number 6, and that's allowed Matt Cherry to open up the Monaro. Let's see whether the Monaro comes close this time. No, he has to back out of it. So Jack Cloesy holding off the Racing Dynamics car number 44, goes defensive, but look at the Holden Monaro. Blast past him down the main straight over to driver's right, and now Cloesy, if he wants the lead back, he's going to have to run around the outside of the Holden Monaro of Matt Cherry. 50 metres back is Nick Middick in car number 996, but the battle is up the front here. The WRX 4-wheel drive of Jack Cloesy all over the back of Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro as they head up through turn 4 and 5.
Be a completely different narrative if this is a wet weather race. But I'm not going to tell you. Have a look at Cloesy. Middick is going with them, trying to keep them honest. Of course, that was the second part of the storyline last time out. As soon as Cloesy fell back into the clutches of Middick, Middick found his way by. We'll be hoping to avoid a repeat of that this time round. Up onto the back straight we go. The run out of 6 over the rise, down the roller coaster to 7. Cherry's got the lead for the moment. Last time by the line, it'll be a little bit more than that this time round. A little bit easier now with his famous way by Cloesy. Back to the end of lap 3. There's the number 6 coming through the shot now. That's Duckworth chasing Utterson and Riley in behind him. And battles are plenty. Battle packs are plenty. Everywhere you look at the moment, as Cherry punches out the fastest number of the race so far, a 61.614, and he's 1.2 seconds clear of Cloesi. It changes just like that.
It took a little bit of time for Matt Cherry to get some temperature and pressure up into those Holden Monaro tyres, but now that they are in the operating window, has allowed him to really put down all of that horsepower to the ground here at CARCO Raceway and drive away now from Jack Cloesi. Nick Middick still holding in third place. Peter Callow in fourth. Chris Pavey in 5. Joseph Corello in 7. Jim Gallen in the Evo 9 in 7. Damon Croxon in 8. Hockamau in the RX-7 in P9, and rounding out the 10, where he's been most of the day, alternating between P10 and P9, is Cameron Burns in the Honda Civic, the president of the Improved Production Racing Association of Western Australia, as Matt Cherry blasts across the line 50 metres in front of Jack Cloesi and Nick Middick coming up on Galton in the VW Beetle.
So the VW Beetle surviving the day. It's been a talking point throughout. It's a rare treat for us to see one on a racetrack. We're enjoying that aspect of it. And it'll be a storyline to follow throughout the course of the rest of the season. Still some side-by-side action further back in the pack. The 247 going through at the bottom of the shot, so too the 111. Of course, Gallen's still the leader of the production car class within this race. 3 races within a race, folks. Cherry, the leader of the improved productions. 1, 2, and 3 outrider improved production cars. The Callow entry, the 67, the leader of the street class at the moment, and that Mitsubishi Evo has been a little performer in the production car component of this trip throughout the course of the day and night here at carco.com.au Raceway. Remembering, of course, we're 7 weeks away from the next round of the series, Saturday, April 12. Hope you'll be able to join the crew here at Behind the Sport for that. Of course, Vaughan and everybody else trackside too. Cherry, Cloesi, Middick over the hill one more time, Callow, Pavey and Corello. And what a sight it is as they make their way down the roller coaster. That's a very interesting headlight setup on the 247 of Pavey coming round onto the main straight now.
Yeah, just having a look. The headlights located in the middle of the front grille and down at the bumper level. So a very different modification done to the headlights there, as we see the diesel injector services of Steve Turpin in car number 3. Beautifully presented black and green Holden Commodore, not too far off the back end of the Mitsubishi Evo 9 of Jim Gallen, as we go back on board with Peter Callow in the RS32 Nissan, the GTS. GTS. As there's the flashlight for the change light. Big bright orange flash. You couldn't miss that at night time. If you blew an engine up because you over revved it, there's no excuse, because that is really bright. Back down to third gear, hard on the brakes, around turn number 7 at around about 100 kilometres an hour, out onto the main straight. Cracks fourth gear as he comes out of turn 7, and he's going to hold fourth gear here. Back to third gear, hard on the brakes again, goes the camouflaged Nissan R32 of Peter Callow.
You were talking about the different lighting around the circuit earlier, and we made mention of it. You saw as soon as we went on board that as we have a look at a bit of movement here behind, that's the 247 at Pavey still. It's amazing, isn't it? If you took that out on the road, they'd pull you over for not having the headlights in the right place. The things you can get away with on a racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. And he's still under pressure, of course, from Turpin and Corello, but they are different class cars at the moment. The car's running 4th, 5th and 6th outright. Second covering them at the moment. Cherry leads Cloesi, Middick, Callow, Pavey, and Turpin the top 6. I'll get back to the point that I was trying to make there at a few moments' time. That's a good move down on the inside. Turpin gets by Pavey, gets the job done, moves to 5th outright.
Wondering whether there's a little bit of dew starting to settle onto the surface out there. You can see the cars really moving around as they exit turn number 6. As we pick up on Galton in the VW Beetle as she comes up and over the top of the hill, and back a little bit further on, and trying to pick up who that is, the red, white and black car. That could be the RX-8. That's the Toyota 86 of Rob Landsmeer, as they come all the way across the stripe now. Brett Peters' car debuting this brand new 25, I think it is, BMW, and the rotors glowing big time on the BMW as he comes past the main start-finish line here. And you cannot miss Cameron Burns' car, can you? It's got a nightclub happening underneath the floor pan of that car. Multiple changing lights. It looks sensational at night time.
And that's the difference between the West Coast and the East Coast at the moment, Vaughan. It's not too late to go out and have a couple at the nightclub as you leave the track and make your way home this evening, whereas here we're approaching lockdown time, so that's it. She's done. It's bedtime over here once we're done. Into overtime now. Time has elapsed. Cherry, Cloesi, Middich and Callow. So whether they got back to the line before time elapsed or after remains to be seen, whether this will be the last lap or the penultimate one. And here comes the battle down the hill once more. That's Gallen in 1-1-1, holding off Croxon in the 76, the Renault Megane, of course. So Mitsubishi, the Renault there. Cherry, Cloesi and Middich. Hang on, we have a car pulled up on the infield, is it, between the short chute? Did I see that correctly? Did we see a car pull up?
I've just seen one
and
come
Corello's
into the pit area
as well.
And it's Joel Corello in the BMW. He has retired from this one for the Corello BMW team. So he is into pit lane and is heading back up to the back of the pit area there. So unfortunately, he will be a DNF in race number 3. Just waiting for Matt Cherry to come across the line. Actually, he already has, and so has Cloesi and Nick Middick. Can't see the checkered flag, whether it has been given yet.
Looks
I think
like
we
that'll
might
be the
be on
next
one
time
more
round. And the other thing as well, Vaughan, too, just having a look further down the leaderboard, Gatton 2 laps down, Utterson 1.5 laps down, but Simonson pulled up lane on lap 6 as well. That may have been the car we spotted on the infield there a moment ago. But there's your race lead up, and it's going to be a triple treat, clean sweep, a hat-trick on Super Saturday in the West.
Cameron Burns chasing Damon Cropson in the Renault Megane down there into turn number 1. And behind Cameron Burns would be Brett Peters in car number 32. But there's the checkered flag, and there's your winner. It is going to Matt Cherry over Jack Cloesi. Nick Middich takes out third. Coming across the line now in car 67 will be Peter Callow. He'll be next in the line. And actually, we're waiting for Peter Callow, so maybe there was an incident, maybe that involved Corello. Maybe it involved Peter Callow. There he goes across the line now, so he takes out fourth. He was a long way back. Steve Turpin will be next across the line in car 3, the Holden Commodore. Chris Pavey in the BMW. Jim Gallen, if he stays where he is, he should finish up in 7th place with Damon Croxon in 8, Cameron Burns in 9, and Brett Peters cracking into the top 10 in the debut of the new BMW car number 32. So a big field of production, improved production and street cars. And waiting on the line down there in the pits is Jamie and Demelza. And I believe they have a HQ driver down there in Brad Butler.
Brad Butler, and it's been a while since you've been in the sport. You've come back in. How did you feel today racing?
A little scared to start with, but as we got in and I started getting a bit of time under my belt, it was really good. Had a great time.
And how did you feel driving the car and getting back behind the wheel after so long?
Just kind of once you put that helmet on and you start focusing on the track, it's just eyes forward and look at what you're doing.
You've had a few races today, Brad, but one of them was obviously at night. So the difference between driving during the day and night, how did you feel about that? Was it something unusual for you?
I thought it was going to be a lot harder than it actually was, but when I got out there, like I said, your eyes just open wide and you focus on the car in front and you just go.
Are you amazed how competitive HQs are when it gets out in the track? I mean, they all seem to be going hell for leather, don't they?
We all try pretty hard, and I mean, all the cars are pretty much the same. So, we just all get in, and it's those little 1 seconds that count to actually get in your positions where you race and finish.
You've had a 5-year layoff, so it must have been very strange for you to come back on the track a bit, fresh again, so to speak. But you're also sharing the duties of racing this season with your son.
Yeah, well, if he ever pulls his finger out and gets his licence, he'll be in the car, and hopefully we can share the racing and he can do better than me.
And how is he shaping up? Are you giving him plenty of advice?
Oh, no, he doesn't want to listen to me. He needs to listen to the other boys.
He's not doing all his training in a simulator, is he?
No, I don't think so. He'll be in the car soon enough, and he'll get up there.
So you're happy with the way the car felt today? First time back for 5 years. I mean, have you been keeping it ticking over even though you haven't been racing?
No, it's pretty much just been parked in the workshop. So I've done some work on the motor, and I only got the motor in just Friday before last. Was a little worried we weren't going to have it done. So, we got it in. I spent the day up here yesterday doing some practice, and thanks to Mick Woodbridge, I got the thing running really well today, and I'm really happy.
Look, you may have come 10th, mate, but really, with a day like today being the first time back in 5 years, you're a winner, absolute winner as far as I'm concerned.
Great, thank you. Yeah, no, it was a great afternoon and evening, and thanks to HQ boys, it's been great.
Good on you, Brad. Well done. Have a great season.
Thank you.
And also to your son.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. Thanks a lot. We'll catch up with you. It's over to you, Vaughan.
Thanks, Jamie and Melzer. Great to see Brad back behind the wheel of the Holden HQ. 5 years is a long time between races, and Brad not discrediting himself at all tonight. He's put in a winning performance, even though he was nowhere near the front, but certainly for the reliability, the pace that the car was getting, it was getting quicker and quicker every race. This is, of course, the Saloon Cars, the Holden versus Ford battle, and it will be Mason Harvey in car number 1, starting along Jackson Callow, who got in front of Robbie Marcon with few laps to go in that one. Gary Hills will start out of P4. Mark Walker-Watkins in car number 21 will start out of 5. Brock Bowley in car 49 out of 6. Rick Gill made a fantastic comeback in that one, coming from down towards the back of the field and finds himself in around about 7th or 8th position. Tyson Sadler is there in car number 36 along with Adam Koberstein. Vince Chiella from Bunbury is in car number 12, Craig James in 10, Reggie Ralph in car number 41. Dylan Barr slipped down a little bit in that race. But, we have Martin in car number 65, Glenn Tincombe in car number 11, Anthony Game having a fairly quiet night in car number 40, Warren Ellis in 30, the newcomer Parham in car number 97, Kenny Power in 24, Norman in car 20, Peter Dybel in 63, and Michael Koberstein, I think we have lost due to a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car earlier on this evening. So it looks like Michael has decided to park that one for the rest of the night. But what a day it has been here. Through the daylight racing, we had our open wheel categories and the historic touring cars on earlier today. And then to finish it off tonight with the XLs, the Holden HQs, the production cars, improved production cars and street cars. And now the final hurrah for day number 1 of school for 2025 for Right Way Industrial Proprietary Limited and, of course, the Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing Western Australia, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs and Auto One Morley. These are the Saloon Cars.
Here they come out onto the racetrack, and the clock is already ticking, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll lose the time out of the clock that it takes them to roll and form, unless they're going to spring a surprise on us, Vaughan, and do a rolling start like what the Kiwis did earlier in the evening. That did catch everyone napping, so to speak. But I guess the battle's on between Callow and Marcon, isn't it, after Callow
Certainly
got
is.
the better of Marcon in that second race. And the question is, can anyone stop Mason Harvey on track for the clean sweep? And not the first one of the day, but that hasn't been par for the course. We haven't seen as many clean sweeps as we might have otherwise envisaged. We certainly didn't get one in the XLs, but the riders are spice of life, and it's good to see that the love is being shared around on the opening day. We mentioned how good it's been. I think a lot of people will be happy to see the end of it. There'll be a few people ruining what might have been, and there'll be even more very grateful that we're not coming back and doing this again tomorrow, and they can have a sleep in.
Yeah, for sure, Zach. Now, we have to have a very quick and short conversation about the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day. And I've just thought of another candidate for this award for today, and that was Mason Legg in the Formula V, taking a win today, only the second time out in that new car. So I think that puts him in good stead to take home the Competition Drivers Club. What do you reckon?
there are a couple of willing and fitting candidates, mate. There's no doubt about that. I agree. Leg was magnificent, especially the onboard shots that we got with him in that third and final Formula V race. You mentioned the Sousa and the XLs. I nominated Zane Rhodes as well. All would be worthy winners. It's going to be hard to narrow that down. I guess we've got the better part of another 10 minutes to do that. But I'm going to trust your judgment on that one, I reckon.
Well, thank you very much. We'll present this one. If it does go to Mason Legg, we'll let everybody know who is going to take home the Competition Drivers Club trophy for day number 1 of the 2025 season here at the CARCO Night Masters. Of course, we are here at CARCO Raceway in Perth, Western Australia. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you're watching us on the live stream around the world, and in the eastern states. It'll be just about time for bed over there. Definitely, it's 20 past 1 over there in the morning at the moment, and I'm surprised that Zach's actually still got his eyes open. He's sitting in a little garage there in Queensland, out of Ipswich, not too far away from Ipswich and Lake Dyer, where I will be in the next couple of weeks over there, calling some powerboat racing on Lake Dyer in Laidley. So hopefully might catch up with you over there, Zach.
You'll have to send me some dates for that, because I'll be around. There's plenty of great motorsport coming up here as well in the next couple of weeks. And of course, the last one of the night about to get underway here, Vaughan.
And it has already left. It's a great start for Mason Harvey for Tribridge. He's going to take the lead down into turn number 1 for the first time, with Jackson Callow trying to go around the outside. He slots back in right in the boot lid of Mason, and these two are driving away already. And that'll be Robbie Marcon in third place with the first of the Holden Commodores, car number 93 of Gary Hills. And Gary Hills was racing Super 3 there for a while, and has decided to come back to the Saloon Cars. He's no longer have a Super 3 category as part of the Supercar series anymore. So Gary's decided to come back into his Saloon car, which he was racing before he went off to do the Super 3. And it was a mixed result so far for Gary. I think overall he'd be happy where he is, but then on the other side he's a very determined driver and probably wants to get a little bit further up. As our leaders coming down into turn number 7 for the first time, it's Mason Harvey for Tribridge Services from Jackson Callow in second place, and Robbie Marcon in third place. As they cross the stripe, they are driving away now from Gary Hills in 93, Mark Watkins and Tyson Sadler, and behind them is Vince Chiella and Adam Koberstein round out the top 8.
Don't be surprised if we get a neutralisation here, though, Vaughan. Car pulled up, exit at turn 6, drivers right going up the hill and stuck, I think, still just briefly on the bitumen there. And that looks to be Rick Gill in the number 81, which is an unfortunate way for his day to end, and an even more unfortunate way for this race to play out, because I reckon with the safety car you can see the yellow's already waving, ladies and gentlemen. So this race will be neutralised as the safety car graces us with its presence once more. We've had a pretty clean run without the safety car for a few races there, Vaughan, unfortunately. Spanner in the works in the last one of the day, night, morning, wherever you're tuning in all around the world. It's been an extraordinary day. You mentioned how the hell am I still awake? Well, that's what 6 coffees will do to you throughout the course of a 16-hour work day. It's not often I do a marathon like this, but happy to be a part of it and looking forward to being back with you, of course, for the next, well, not for the next one, but for the third round of the WASCC season at the back end of June, that last weekend of the financial year, as we'll call it, as the safety car picks up the leader, Mason Harvey, across the start-finish line. The lights ablaze on the safety car, and the yellow flags and lights ablaze on the pit straight here at carco.com.au Raceway as well. Harvey, Callow, Marcon, Hills and Watkins, the top 5, as this race is neutralised.
6 minutes remaining in this one, which was a 12-minute plus 1 lap event. And a big thank you to all of our officials out there. It's been an extremely long day for you all, and of course our fire crew, our rescue crews, all of the people up there in the medical facilities, our ambulance drivers as well. All of our administration staff, thank you for all of your help and assistance in leading up to what has been a fantastic day 1 here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hope everybody's enjoyed it. It's certainly been I actually, it's actually exceeded my expectations of what day one was going to be about. We were straight back into it, door to door, handle to door handle racing, and not too far away from those elusive track records. And Zach, I don't know whether you tune into the Repco V8 Supercar Series. When they come to Perth, the first thing they are concerned about is this surface over here. But look, our local guys are still able to break lap records on it, so I don't see that there is any issue, although the V8 Supercars do run a different compound tyre. So maybe it's a valid argument, but for me, if our local guys are still breaking track records, then they should be right up there as well.
I would hazard a guess that they should. As we said, the lights are out on the safety car here, so we're going to get a restart immediately, which is good news. I reckon you just deal with the cards you dealt, Vaughan. There's too much whinging and you know what for the sake of it. I think there's nothing wrong with the facility there at CARCO at the moment. I was only over there 16 months ago. It's in immaculate condition from what I'm seeing here, and I know you've sung the praises of the team over there all day long, so I reckon just play on. Oh, hang on. It's a bit shaky off the restart. The green flag flies, and there was a bit of overlapping there, so race control might have a bit to look at, I think.
Yeah, there's a few guys hard on the brakes as they were coming up to the start-finish line, but everybody seems to have got through without making contact with the car in front or being rear-ended by the car from behind. It's same story. It's Mason Harvey in front from Jackson Kello, and they've got two car links now over Robbie Marcon in car number 82, and Gary Hills all over the back of Robbie Marcon now. So this could be a move on for third here from the Holden Commodore, the black car of car 93 of Gary Hills. Marcon goes defensive. Hills stays right out to driver's left on the entry into turn number 6. That should give him a good run on the way out of turn number 6, but already Marcon has streeted him on the way out of turn number 6. The Ford Falcons have got a little bit of a torque advantage out of turn number 6, and that's why they're able to get that slightly higher speed down into turn number 7. The Commodores just can't negate it in that particular part of the circuit.
Down the main straight, and they're still trying to sort themselves out. It's Harvey holding off Callow and Marcon. That safety car interval has just given Harvey a little bit more work to do in trying to shake off the attack of Callow and Marcon. Got to work a little bit harder for this W as the defending number 1 over there in the WA Saloon Car Series. Out along the back of the circuit once more through turn 4 into turn 5. It was interesting, we took an onboard shot here earlier going out of turn 6 where it was like you were going into a dark tunnel during a blackout, and then all of a sudden the light reappeared as you appeared over the top of the crest going down the hill. It's a really polarising part of the racetrack for these drivers to contend with, but again, as we talked about earlier, with the 2,000 track conditions, everybody's in the same boat, playing in the same conditions, and they're all dealing with it in a very commendable manner as they make their way down the hill. What a sight that is. Saloon Cars lights ablaze to turn 7 once more.
3 Falcons out in front again for race number 3 here for our Saloon Cars. The best of the Commodores being Gary Hills and Mark Watkins, Tyson Sadler, Vince Chiella, and Adam Koberstein, Craig James. So once we get past the first 3 Falcons, it's a Commodore festival right back until we get to Glen Kincombe in position 12. So 9 Commodores behind the top 3 Ford Falcons at the moment. Really starting to get spaced out now, our first, second and third. And this is going to be a fairly processional race by the look of it, unfortunately. But all the action's happening back here with Watkins and Sadler and Chiella.
And the other polarising aspect of all of this, which is a little bit off-putting for those of us not there trackside, Vaughan, is that live timing is only showing 1 lap completed. It's showing that the checkered flag's been waved. That's not true. We're still racing. We had that issue earlier in the XL race where the timing screen went to checkered flag 1 lap earlier than the race on track. It did itself. But the good thing for the drivers is they're not being put off by that. They're racing to the signals that are being given to them from the start-finish line control tower there, much to our delight. And now it goes back green now that we've alerted race control to that, which is good news for all and sundry. 6 laps gone. Fastest lap of the race, Harvey, 105.6913. It's this and 1 more lap to go. We pick up the 76 there, of course, outside the 10 at the moment. Is it? I'm not sure. I'm just trying to pick that up on the 36. My apologies. I'm having a brain fade at this time of the day. 8th place, chasing Cobblestone in 51 and 7, holding off with number 10 of James in 9th at the moment. So we've got a couple of battles to keep an eye on there with 1.5 laps to go.
And Mason Harvey half a second quicker than Jackson Kello last time through, a 105.6. It's only half a second away from the track record, and this is at night time. That track record set by Grant Johnson was set on the 18th of the 8th, 2019. So it's been a fairly long-standing saloon car race record, but to get that close at night time, that's some excellent driving from young Mason Harvey, who we've seen in the little Aussie touring cars last year. And I haven't been able to catch up with Mason to see whether he's going to go back and have another crack at that. But he was a very competitive in the rookie section of the little Aussie race cars as part of the Repco V8 series that travels around Australia. But it's Mason Harvey over Jackson Kello, Rob Marcon, Gary Hills and Mark Watkins. Those 5 have remained unchanged since the start of this race. And we are gone into negative territory now, so we will get the last lap board. Not the last lap board, but it should be one more lap to go.
To be followed by the checkered flag, of course. Mason Harvey, formidable force in Western Australian saloon car racing on the way down to the final corner. I reckon he's going to see a checkered flag this time by Vaughan Brewer to the final corner, to the main straight. And another clean sweep racked up on day one of school for 25.
Yep, you got it right, mate. Your checkered flag has fallen on this one, and Mason Harvey takes the win from Jackson Kello in car number 225, the Ford Falcon, and another Falcon with Robbie Marcon behind the wheel in P3. Hills, Watkins, and Vince Chiella. Then we got Tyson Sadler in 7, Adam Koberstein in 8, Craig James takes out 9, and Reg Ralph, the current Australian Pro-Am category champion, car number 41. He comes home in 10th overall. So a good day's racing for Reg Ralph in car number 41. Well, mate, that brings to a close our race meeting here, day number 1 of the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championship, of course, being the CARCO Night Masters. What's your, just quickly, mate, what's your highlight of the day? I know there's been a big day of racing, probably very hard to put your finger on one, but for me, I reckon it was that Hyundai race with Sheriff Ambrosio and Zane Rhodes.
Yeah, we're in full agreement on that. Also, notable mentions to that second race of the saloon cars. The Kiwis were good as well. I enjoyed the open wheelers. A little bit disappointing that the Formula V races were all impacted by safety car deployment at some point or another. There'll be a couple of guys there hoping for some sort of redemption next time out. But yeah, the XLs again, showing why they are the benchmark state-level racing category in this country at the moment. Magnificent performance from Sheriff Ambrosio and, of course, the young blood of this sport. It is great to see them making their mark, and Zane's not the only one, but he was the standout today. Carlos has got a real fight on his hands to defend the number 1 that he won last year, and really we're just waiting now for the 7-week countdown to begin for round 2. We can hardly wait for that. I mean, to be fair, I was going to ask you one more question. I know we've got to wrap up and get out of here. We are running about half an hour overtime, Vaughan, but you can never have too much of a good thing. You mentioned that today probably exceeded your expectations. Mine as well, quite frankly, because you never know what you're going to get. You're either going to get an exceptional day of racing because everybody's just chomping at the bit to get out there, or you're going to get a real, proverbial show because you're blowing out the cobwebs and people are a little bit dusty, and it shows in terms of on-track performances. We had a couple of skirmishes, but nothing too sinister. We had one red flag. We had quite a few safety cars throughout the course of the day, but it doesn't look like anyone's been written off or injured, which is a huge tick in the right direction. But here's one question for you before we go. We've got one night meeting. It's done and dusted. We know what race car drivers are like. You can never have too much of a good thing. How soon before the discussions start to add some more night racing in before the end of the season?
Well, I don't think that can happen now because everything has been applied for as part of the permits and that issued by Motorsport
Yeah.
Australia. But I think we just leave it at one night a year. It kind of highlights the opening event for CARCO Raceway here. And we see the racing that we've seen all day, mate. It's been absolutely unbelievable. Down in the pits, we've got Jamie McCanty down there with Robbie Landsmere, an old mate of mine from go-karting days.
Right now, oh yes, hi, thank you, Vaughan. Yes, we're here with Robert Landsmere, who's been competing all day in the improved production category. You came sixth in the last race, but you've had a fairly decent day because it's the first time you've had a run for a while, isn't it, Robert?
Yeah, it's a couple of years since I've done a full race meeting, so yeah, I wouldn't have a clue where I finished. But car's in one piece, I'm in one piece, so we can put it on the trailer. So no, it's been a good day.
Talking about the car, it is a new car as well, so you're sort of twofold. You're back on the track with a new vehicle, so it's a big day for you all round.
Yeah, absolutely. We've done a couple of test days, but had to change tyres to run tonight, so first time on a Yokohama, so still learning and getting better every session we went out.
And with that, obviously, it's the first time back in a nighttime race as well. How did you feel being in the car?
Yeah, night time's good. It looks darker from the outside than it is on the road. There's plenty of vision and stuff. The hard bit is in your mirrors and in the rear vision mirror, trying to work out where people are behind you and how close they are. Yeah, a bit more practice of that would be nice.
Robert, your brother's got a broken leg and he's normally here to support you. So who's been supporting you today on your return to the track here at CARCO Raceway?
Yeah, a friend of mine's been doing all the hard work. Taking valve caps off tyres and putting the window net up makes my life a bit easier. So haven't been all on my own.
You're all on your own today?
No, I haven't been all on my own.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. So what are you aspiring to this year? You're going to stick out the season and get as many races in as possible?
Absolutely. Yeah, plan on doing the full season here and a couple of meetings at Collie and as many tuning days as I can. Take a few days off work.
Right. Have you got any sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, Maddington Toyota. They certainly pay a few bills for us. Tony's Auto Wreckers. And, yeah, no, that's it.
Yeah, well done, mate. I hope you have a great season as well. Demels, you were saying?
No, just great to see you back. I believe you did have a little bit of a break, so it's good that you're back on the track. Good luck for the rest of the year. And, Vaughan, it's back to you.
Thanks very much to Jamie McCanty and Demelza. Thanks. I love your work, guys, and it's been great working with you here on day one of 2025 season. Going to run through a couple of our sponsors before we say good night to everybody. Couldn't happen without the good work of the WA Sporting Car Club. Of course, our naming rights sponsor in CARCO, Valvoline, Radlink Communications, CSA, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher Insurance, Electrical Group Training, and SETS. The WA XL Cup, of course, on board this year. Retrovision, Liquid Moly, and Motec Mechanical. Racetech and Nexter. Revolution Race Gear also on board for 2025. As far as the Formula V's, Home Chef Paul Moltoni kicking in this year. Litec Systems, BM Graphics, and Giant Mandra. Also Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes, Perth Motorsport Tyres, and the FSR Championship by Radical Australia West, Arise Racing up the back there, and Perth Motorsport Tyres. The West Australian Historic Touring Car Club, brought to you by Access Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, and iWrite Signs, and also Perth Brake Parts. The HQ Racing Association of Western Australia, EGT, HQ Automotive, Jack's HQ Garage, Kenda Tyres, Pedders Suspension, and HQ Racing Australia Incorporated. As far as the Improved Production Racing Association, WA Hino, Racing Dynamics, BM Graphics, and the Saloon Cars of Western Australia, brought to you by Right Way Industrial, Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing, good friends at Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs, and Auto One out there in Morley. The Streetcar Racing Association of WA, Pool Edge Systems Australia. But don't forget our Come and Try events, our Car Control Challenge, and also our Competition Driving School. Jump on board to WA Sporting Car Club website or the Facebook page, and you'll be able to find out the complete 2025 event calendar. Our next race meeting, round number 2, Saturday, the 12th of April. Hope you're here. It's going to be another outstanding day. It's a daytime on a Saturday for the best local motorsport in Australia. Of course, a 6-round series for 2025. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Zach, thank you very much for helping us, mate, all the way over there in Ipswich in Queensland, and we hope to have you back on the airwaves very shortly.
I think it's June before I get to catch up with you next, Vaughan, obviously via the broadcast, but maybe when you're over here for the powerboats, as you said a few moments ago. But great day, long day. Starting to feel it now, of course. It's been, 19 hours, I think, since the alarm went off this morning, and or 18 hours since the alarm went off this morning, 17 hours since I sat in the office here to start work. It's been a very long day, but I still feel as though I've got another hour or two in me. I'm hoping that changes as soon as we get off air. I might just hit that proverbial wall and go upstairs and lie on the pillow, and hopefully the eyes will close over and I'll be off in dreamland. But no, great day of racing, terrific way to start the season, and looking forward to more of the same in a couple of months' time.
Well, on behalf of yourself, Zach Cabin, all the way from Ipswich in Queensland, and myself, Vaughan Brewer, I hope you have enjoyed day 1 of the 2025 Championship for racing here at carco.com.au Raceway. This has been the CARCO Night Masters. We will see you on Saturday, 12th of April. Make sure you're here, and we'll throw up to Jamie and Demelza to round out what has been a sensational day here at CARCO Raceway. Good night.
Thanks, Vaughan. I have Mason Harvey here. Mason, how did you go today? It looked like you did very, very well.
Yeah, it was a bit of a chaotic day. Started off good. Obviously, overall, clean sweep, so couldn't do any better there. Lost third in race 2 and also had a puncture, so those last 3 or 4 laps were just managing the gap to second, so lucky I got away at the start. Also doing double duties today with coaching for Rise Racing and the Radicals, so I was running up and down pit lane, looked like a bit of an idiot, but it's all good because we got the job done now.
Have you done much work on the car off-season coming into this year?
When it got panel beated and new sticker kit, and then last week just changed the gearbox, but clearly didn't do it right. So back on the hoist next week and fix it back up and, go again for the next round.
So what's the plans for this year? You're going to stay here at CARCO Racing only, or are you going to start spreading your wings out a bit further to some of the country meets and maybe even go over east?
Yeah, definitely love the Saloon, so I'll be doing all the state rounds this year, or all the ones I can do anyway. Got double duties as well, doing Aussie race cars nationally. So got the first round coming up in a month's time, so can't wait for that. And but can't miss the Saloon Car Racing in WA. It's awesome, great bunch of people, and highly recommend.
That's great. Well, who's a part of your team, mate, that helps keep this car on the road?
Tribridge Holdings, so the boy there, the STR crew. Without them, Direct Industries, CalMax Smash Repairs, all the category sponsors, everyone that jumps on board, it all helps out and everything counts.
Right. Is there anything else you want to talk about regarding your sponsorship, or is that all the sponsors you have?
I'd love to have more, so if you want to sponsor me, flick me a text.
Sounds good. I've got a couple of bob in my back pocket that might help you out for the next couple of races at least,
Sweet, I'll slide you my number after this.
Done deal. Mason, congratulations on today. I hope it goes really well for the rest of the season, and look forward to catching up with you here at CARCO Raceway in the near future. Thanks a lot.
Yep, no worries.
Excellent. Okay, Demelza, it's been a great day here at CARCO Raceway. I don't think our microphones are on all of a sudden, but I'm sure they are when it comes to the streaming. Look, I really have to say that, it's been an exceptional day of racing. The thing that really blew my mind was the rookies and how well the rookies did in their first race of the season.
Do you know what? That's one thing that I noticed today is the rookies and the young talent that just did unbelievably amazingly and ones to watch, I think.
Exactly, especially Zane Rhodes and the Excels, because the way he actually approached the race with two guys that, you know, they're synonymous with winning Excel races, you know, between Ambrosio and Sheriff. So for him to come up and sort of challenge him at 17 years of age, that's an exceptional effort.
Absolutely. And then to look at the competition that we've had right throughout the day, as you said, Brett Sheriff and Carlos Ambrosio, it's just phenomenal.
It is. And I have to say also, as you've already noticed, for your first experience here at CARCO Raceway, how much support they get from their family and also their support teams. It's incredible.
It is. The community here has just been so welcoming, even to someone like myself who's on her first day. So absolutely loved it.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the season. I certainly enjoyed today, and I hope you people out there watching this wonderful coverage throughout the day have enjoyed yourself immensely. On behalf of Demelza and myself and the entire Turn 7 media team, we wish you a fond farewell and look forward to your company again at our next race round. I think it was in April.
Yes.
Don't stop. Never get enough. That's how I'm feeling love. Oh, me and my friends dancing till we drop, and the good times don't stop.